check. It seems a little laggy. Oh no. But hello. How's it going? I have to look in here. I keep freaking forgetting. How's it going? It's good to see you. You can only stay for a bit. That's okay. Glad to see you. I hope you're well. Hope you're having wonderful Christmassy holiday thingies. All the things. Great rest of the new year. Great rest of the new year. Great rest of the year and a wonderful new year. And yeah, thanks for being here. And Ola, and hello. How's it going? Yes, let me know. I'm hoping that the stream is fine. But we're getting to the stuff. I am so excited. I also have, like, it might not seem like I need it, but I've got energy drink and chicken, of course. He's in his festiveness. Little sock. And I also have candy cane. So yes, we are getting full festiveness today. I'm so excited. I hope you all are well and have wonderful snacks and energy and stuff. You still need to decorate. Fair, absolutely fair. So how long are you gonna leave it up once you actually do decorate? Because I'm kind of in the same boat. I need to figure out, it's already broken. So like, gosh darn it. Cause yeah, kind of also in the same boat. The decorating, yeah, it's been a busy year. So yeah, decorating should have happened more than it has. And it's like, well, we don't want to just like leave it up for only, oh God, a week and a half. We got to leave it up longer, right? So yeah. Hello, chicken, yes. Hello. And hello, how are you? It's so good to see you too. At least mid-January, there we go. It has to be. You need to get the full, yeah, effect of it. Gosh darn it. I'm sorry, I'm struggling. I should have opened this before I got on, but clearly I didn't think this through. I was like, oh, it'll be fine. It's like an unboxing. It's like, yeah, watch me freaking struggle with the, you know what, teeth. Oh, now I just snapped the thing. Fine. Brute force. Sorry. We're supposed to be cozy. Okay. Sorry. There. It's open. Such a professional. So, what are we doing today? Dun-da-da. Hang on. If you didn't guess already or see already, we are doing A Christmas Carol. I'm so excited. I wish it could be later, but I am not sure if that will happen. So today is the day, and I hope you all are ready. I hope it's not too early for the Christmas Carol-y things. And yeah, we're gonna have a good time. I'm so excited. Make sure all the things are going. Let me listen. Oh, and I figured out my monitor. I did a silly. I was plugging it into the wrong thing. But we figured it out. It's all good. I'm not supposed to hear anything on here, am I? I think it's just on here. It's been a year. I did my OBS thing, my studio thing, and everything was set up for me. Because we haven't read since last Christmas. So that worked out for me, but it makes me sad. We need to read more. Anyway, so are you all ready? I am ready. Chicken, are you ready? So ready. Just kicking things. A Christmas Carol, in prose, being a ghost story of Christmas by Charles Dickens. I have to get into like reading mode. I'm like all wah mode. Okay. With illustrations by John Leach, by Elegant eBooks. Flip, yay. Oops, sorry. And then the OG cover, A Christmas Carol in Prose, being a ghost story of Christmas by Charles Dickens, with illustrations by John Leach. Prettiness. London, Chapman and Hall, 186 Strand. Whatever that number, 1847. Somebody wrote it in for me. Preface. I have endeavored in this ghostly little book, I have to move my mouse, sorry, to raise the ghost of an idea which shall not put my readers out of humor with themselves, with each other, with the season, or with me. May it haunt their houses pleasantly, and no one wish to lay it. Their faithful friend and servant, C.D. December 1843. I'm so excited. Sorry. I am so out of practice, but bear with me. It'll get there. Contents! Whee! 5 of them. Illustrations! We'll be able to see them. Many thanks to David. Oh, and I have to remember to come over here. Sorry. Many thanks to David Widger for scanning these illustrations from his copy of the first edition. JM. Okay, it's going. It's starting. All right. Oh. I still have a little bit of candy cane in my mouth. Sorry. Okay. Making sure it's good. Looking over here. All right. Do I even need this? It's so bright. There we go. That looks better, probably, I assume. Stave 1, Marley's Ghost. Marley was dead, to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. Mind, I don't mean to say that I know, of my own knowledge, what there is particularly dead about a doornail. I might have been inclined myself to regard a coffin nail as the deadest piece of ironmongery in the trade, but the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hands shall not disturb it, or the country's done for. You will therefore permit me to repeat, emphatically, that Marley was as dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead? Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend, and sole mourner. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up by the sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. Sorry. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There is no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I am going to relate. If we were not perfectly convinced that Hamlet's father died before the play began, there would be nothing more remarkable in his taking a stroll at night in an easterly wind upon his own ramparts than there would be in any other middle-aged gentleman rashly turning out after dark in a breezy spot, say St. Paul's churchyard, for instance, literally to astonish his son's weak mind. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood, years afterwards, above the warehouse door. Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge Scrooge, and sometimes Marley, but he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge. A squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. Hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire. Secret and self-contained, and solitary as an oyster. The cold within him froze his his old features. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shriveled his cheek, stiffened his gait, made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. A frosty rime was on his head, and on his eyebrows, and his wiry chin. He carried his own low temperature always about with him. He iced his coffee in the dog days, and didn't thaw it 1 degree at Christmas. External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm, no wintry weather chill him. No wind that blew was bitterer than he. No falling snow was more intent upon its purpose. No pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming on, would tug their owners. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming on, would tug their owners into doorways and up courts, and then would wag their tails as though they said, "No eye at all is better than an evil eye, dark master." But what? This is delightful! Yay! I'm glad. I do. I look forward to this every year, and I did. I wanted to make sure that we could do it. So yes, I am. I'm so glad that you guys appreciate it too. But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked, to edge his way along the crowded paths of life. Warning all human sympathy to keep its distance was what the knowing ones call nuts to Scrooge. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. It had not been light all day, and candles were flaring in the windows of the neighboring offices, like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The fog came pouring in at every chink and keyhole, and was so dense without that although the court was of the narrowest, the houses opposite were mere phantoms. To see the dingy cloud come drooping down, obscuring everything, one might have thought that nature lived hard by and was brewing on a large scale. Oh no, come back. Sorry, hang on. There. Must be in the middle. Or do I put it? No, it's fine. Sorry. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal box in his own room. And so surely as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore the clerk put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effort, not being a man of a strong imagination, he failed. "A Merry Christmas, Uncle! God save you!" cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. "Bah!" said Scrooge. "Humbug!" He had so heated himself with rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all in a glow. His face was ruddy and handsome, his eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again. Oop, got it, there. "Christmas a humbug, Uncle?" said Scrooge's nephew. "You don't mean that, I am sure." "I do," said Scrooge. "Merry Christmas! What right have you to be merry? What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough." "Come then," returned the nephew gaily. "What right have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be morose? You're rich enough." Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said "Bah!" again, and followed it up with "Humbug." "Don't be cross, Uncle," said the nephew. Ooh, come back. There it is. "What else can I be?" Oops, sorry. "What else can I be?" returned the uncle, "when I live in such a world of fools as this? Merry Christmas! Out upon Merry Christmas! What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money, a time for finding yourself a year older, but not an hour richer, A time for balancing your books and having every item in 'em through a round dozen of months presented dead against you. If I could work my will, said Scrooge indignantly, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should. Uncle, pleaded the nephew. Nephew, returned the uncle sternly, keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine. Keep it, repeated Scrooge's nephew, but you don't keep it. Let me leave it alone then, said Scrooge. Much good may it do you. Much good it has ever done you. There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say, returned the nephew. Christmas among the rest, but I am sure I have always thought of Christmas time, when it has come round, apart from the veneration due to its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that, as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time, the only time I know of in the long calendar of the year, when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut-up hearts freely, and to think of people below them as if they really were fellow passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures bound on other journeys. And therefore, uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good and will do me good, and I say, God bless it. The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded. Becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety, he poked the fire and extinguished the last frail spark forever. Let me hear another sound from you, said Scrooge, and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir, he added, turning to his nephew. I wonder you don't go into Parliament. Don't be angry, uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow. Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, indeed he did. He went the whole length of the expression and said that he would see him in that extremity first. But why? Cried Scrooge's nephew. Why? Why did you get married? Said Scrooge. Because I fell in love. Because you fell in love, growled Scrooge, as if that were the only one thing in the world more ridiculous than a Merry Christmas. Good afternoon. Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it as a reason for not coming now? Good afternoon, said Scrooge. I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends? Good afternoon, said Scrooge. I am sorry, with all my heart, to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel, to which I have been a party, but I have made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So, a Merry Christmas, uncle. Good afternoon, said Scrooge, and a Happy New Year. Good afternoon, said Scrooge. His nephew left the room without an angry word notwithstanding. He stopped at the outer door to bestow the greetings of the season on the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially. There's another fellow, muttered Scrooge, who overheard him. My clerk, with 15 shillings a week, and a wife and family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam. This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood with their hats off in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands, and bowed to him. Scrooge and Marley's, I believe, said one of the gentlemen, referring to his list. Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley? Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years, Scrooge replied. He died 7 years ago, this very night. We have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner, said the gentleman, presenting his credentials. It certainly was, for they had been 2 kindred spirits. At the ominous word, liberality, Scrooge frowned and shook his head and handed the credentials back. "At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge," said the gentleman, taking up a pen, "it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute who suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common... Sorry. Cursor is in my way. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comfort, sir." "Are there no prisons?" asked Scrooge. "Plenty of prisons," said the gentleman, laying down the pen again. "And the union workhouses?" demanded Scrooge. "Are they still in operation?" "They are. Still," returned the gentleman. "I wish I could say they were not." "The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigor then?" said Scrooge. "Both very busy, sir." "Oh, I was afraid, from what you said at first, that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course," said Scrooge. "I'm very glad to hear it." "Under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body to the multitude," returned the gentleman. "A few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. We choose this time because it is a time, of all others, when want is keenly felt, and abundance rejoices. What shall I put you down for?" "Nothing," Scrooge replied. "You wish to be anonymous." "I wish to be left alone," said Scrooge. "Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there. Many can't go there, and many would rather die." "If they would rather die," said Scrooge, "they had better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that." "But you might know it," observed the gentleman. "It's not my business," Scrooge returned. "It's enough for a man to understand his own business and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen." Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentlemen withdrew. Scrooge resumed his labors with an improved opinion of himself, and in a more facetious temper than was usual with him. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened so that people ran about with flaring links, proffering their services to go before horses and carriages and conduct them on their way. The ancient tower of a church, whose gruff old bell was always peeping slyly down at Scrooge out of a Gothic window in the wall, became invisible, and struck the hours and quarters in the clouds, with tremulous vibrations afterwards, as if its teeth were chattering in its frozen head up there. Love these descriptions. The cold became intense. In the main street, at the corner of the court, some laborers were repairing the gas pipes and had lighted a great fire in the brazier, round which a party of ragged men and boys were gathered, warming their hands and winking their eyes before the blaze in rapture. The water plug being left in solitude, its overflowings sullenly congealed and turned to misanthropic ice. The brightness of the shops, where holly sprigs and berries crackled in the lamp heat of the windows, made pale faces ruddy as they passed. Poulterers' and grocers' trades became a splendid joke, a glorious pageant with which it was next to impossible to believe that such dull principles as bargain and sale had anything to do. The Lord Mayor, in the stronghold of the mighty mansion house, gave orders to his 50 cooks and butlers to keep Christmas as a Lord Mayor's household should, and even the little tailor, whom he had fined 5 shillings on the previous Monday for being drunk and bloodthirsty in the streets, stirred up tomorrow's pudding in his garret, while his lean wife and the baby sallied out to buy the beef. Foggier yet, and colder, piercing, searching, biting cold. If the good St. Dunstan had but nipped the evil spirit's nose with a touch of such weather as that, instead of using his familiar weapons, then indeed he would have roared to lusty purpose. the owner of one scant young nose, gnawed and mumbled by the hungry cold as bones are gnawed by dogs, stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol. A Christmas carol? But at the first sound of, "God bless you, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay," Scrooge seized the ruler with such energy of action that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog and even more congenial frost. At length, the hour of shutting up the counting house arrived. With an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool and tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out and put on his hat. "You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose?" said Scrooge. "If quite convenient, sir." "It's not convenient," said Scrooge, "and it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'll be bound." The clerk smiled faintly. "And yet," said Scrooge, "you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work." The clerk observed that it was only once a year. "A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December," said Scrooge, buttoning his greatcoat to the chin. "But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning." The clerk promised that he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill at the end of a lane of boys 20 times in honor of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt to play at blind man's buff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms in a lowering pile of building up a yard, where it had so little business to be that one could scarcely help fancying it must have run there when it was a young house, playing at hide-and-seek with other houses, and forgotten the way out again. It was old enough now, and dreary enough, for nobody lived in it but Scrooge, the other rooms being all let out as offices. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, was fain to grope with his hands. The fog and frost so hung about the black old gateway of the house that it seemed as if the genius of the weather sat in mournful meditation on the threshold. Now, it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. It is also a fact that Scrooge had seen it, night and morning, during his whole residence in that place. Also that Scrooge had as little of what is called fancy about him as any man in the city of London, even including, which is a bold word, the corporation, aldermen, and livery. Let it also be borne in mind that Scrooge had not bestowed one thought on Marley since his last mention of his 7 years dead partner that afternoon. And then let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker, without its undergoing any intermediate process of change, not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face. It was not in impenetrable shadow, as the other objects in the yard were, but had a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. It was not angry or ferocious, but looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on its ghostly forehead. The hair was curiously stirred, as if by breath or hot air, and though the eyes were wide open, they were perfectly motionless. That and its livid color made it horrible, but its horror seemed to be in spite of the face and beyond its control, rather than a part of its own expression. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it was a knocker again. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of a terrible sensation to which it had been a stranger from infancy, would be untrue. But he put his hand upon the key he had relinquished, turned it sturdily, walked in, and lighted his candle.
He did pause, with a moment's irresolution, before he shut the door, and he did look cautiously behind it first, as if he half expected to be terrified with the sight of Marley's pigtail sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on. So he said, "Pooh-pooh," and closed it with a bang. The sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above and every cask in the wine merchant's cellars below appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door and walked across the hall and up the stairs, slowly too, trimming his candle as he went. You may talk vaguely about driving a coach and six up a good old flight of stairs, or through a bad young act of Parliament. But I mean to say, you might have got a hearse up that staircase and taken it broadwise, with the splinter bar towards the wall and the door towards the balustrades, and done it easy. There was plenty of width for that, and room to spare, which is perhaps the reason why Scrooge thought he saw a locomotive hearse going on before him in the gloom. Half a dozen gas lamps out of the street wouldn't have lighted the entry too well, so you may suppose that it was pretty dark with Scrooge's dip. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for that. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all... But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. He had just enough recollection of the face to desire to do that. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa, a small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and the little saucepan of gruel. Scrooge had a cold in his head, upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room as usual, old fire guard, old shoes, 2 fish baskets, washing stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed his door and locked himself in. Double locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. Hello, how is it going? Good to see you. I hope you're well. We have just gotten to, yes, Scrooge is spooked by Marley's face. Only the face, so far. Energy. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Me, I am also well. We are reading Christmas Carol, so I am the best. This puts me in that Christmas mood. It has we got a bot. Ban the bot. How do I ban the bot? Ban the bot. Nailed it. Sorry. Yes, it has. It's been super busy, which we'll get to at the very end. So yes, haven't gotten to do much. What is it called? Yeah. Much of the celebratings, but yes, this is getting me there. So thanks for being here. I finished the little bit of my candy cane, so now I must, oh no. I'm gonna how do I phrase that without it sounding bad? It's the piece is broken, so I won't be able to. We'll leave it for now. Hem sat down before the fire to take his gruel. It was a very low fire indeed, nothing on such a bitter night. He was obliged to sit close to it and brood over it before he could extract the least sensation of warmth from such a handful of fuel. The fireplace was an old one, built by some Dutch merchant long ago, and paved all round with quaint Dutch tiles designed to illustrate the scriptures. There were Cains and Abels, Pharaoh's daughters, queens of Sheba, angelic messengers descending through the air on clouds like featherbeds, Abrahams, Belshazzars, apostles putting off to sea in butter boats, hundreds of figures to attract his thoughts. And yet that... Yay, we're getting to a picture. Gosh darn it, come here. Sorry. And yet that face of Marley, 7 years dead, came like the ancient prophet's rod and swallowed up the whole. If each smooth tile had been a blank at first, with power to shape some picture on its surface from the disjointed fragments of his thoughts, there would have been a copy of old Marley's head on every one. "Humbug," said Scrooge, and walked across the room. After several turns, he sat down again. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room and communicated for some purpose now forgotten with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment and with a strange, inexplicable dread that as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound. But soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. This might have lasted half a minute, or a minute, but it seemed an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun, together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise, deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge then remembered to have heard that ghosts in haunted houses were described as dragging chains. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the noise much louder on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door. "It's Humbug still," said Scrooge. "Sorry." "You finally made his dream." "Yes, I did too." "Oh God, it has. It's been a while, and I am glad. I wasn't sure. This is like like the one time I feel like I absolutely can do it. So I'm glad. I'm glad it worked out." "It's Humbug still," said Scrooge. "I won't believe it." His color changed, though, when, without a pause, it came on through the heavy door and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leaped up as though it cried, "I know him, Marley's ghost," and fell again. The same face, the very same. Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights, and boots, the tassels on the latter bristling, like his pigtail, and his coat skirts, and the hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long and wound about him like a tail, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him and looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. Not to throw off the vibe or mood or anything, but it just, I don't know if I've thought about this before, or maybe it's just the year for it. What would our chains look like? What are we? What do we have that we are dragging through life? Anywho, we're on the image. Okay, so first, there it is in all of its glory. The book is so much better than all the derivative televised stories, even the Disney one. Yes, there is. There's nothing that can compare. Everything. Just, pausing with the image. Over here. When it was where the bells here. Can you see my cursor? It was with great astonishment, blah, blah, blah. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound. All of that wording is soft. You know what I mean? But then so I don't know. And then, but soon it rang out loudly. That just kind of gives a punch to it. You know what so I don't know. That just kind of hit me this time reading it. And yeah, the whole, at the beginning when, and maybe this is, I have not been able to read anything other than textbooks for the past about year now. So getting back into this stuff, it just kind of like there's a little bit of a release that I'm feeling, just because like this, I love this stuff. So yeah, so like at the beginning when it goes to like the Scrooge thing, and then it goes out and it goes to the mayor and all this stuff, and it comes back gently, whatever, transitions back to the what's his name? Not his name. The boy gonna sing a Christmas carol, and then it goes back to Scrooge. Like that whole transition process is just excellent, and just yeah, it's just everything's amazing. So yeah, and I do like watching some of the I still have to watch some of the other Christmas Carol ones yet this year. I haven't watched any Christmas Carol. Anyway, moving on. I do want to watch them, and some of them try, but there's no way that you can actually get this. So yeah, but it's like, if you can definitely try and do your best, and some of them like are good, even though you're never gonna be this, but then some of them just like take it and like try to do stuff, and it's no. So yeah, I agree. We'd be lit in a light azure glow from the veritable leash of our mobile phone screens, right? I had a moment as well recently where I was like, TV was on, phone was on, laptop was on, because it was like Christmas shopping while also handling, and yeah, and it was like, how did this happen? Oh, you're talking about the chains. Yes. Yeah. Ooh. Well, okay. So now I'm like, if it could be done well. That's the thing. If it could be done well, that would be interesting to like have that stuff. So yeah, you didn't really think you liked the story until you heard it. Oh, it's through me the first. Really? Oh, I love that. But it's great, right? Yeah. And that's the thing, is like there is a reason that it's a classic because of what it is. So it's been redone, but not necessarily great, right? Or not. The reason it's a classic is not because of the redoings. It's because of this and all it is. So yeah, that makes me so happy. But thank you. And I'm happy to be able to share that and bring that to other people and you as well. So yeah. Anyway, now I'm getting all blushy. So now we have the images as well. It's not just the writing, but also the images. Doesn't need many, but it does give a nice little flavor. And I was just noticing like this here, and I'm not an artist, so I don't know things, but like it almost looks like, I don't know, cobwebs in the corner or something like that. And yeah, you got the flame and Scrooge in his little nightcap, whoop, and the coattails. And I like this too. The imagery is kind of like a little bit funny, even though like it's, how do I put this? So like nowadays, I have a big issue with nowadays the whole sarcasm in media. Like everything has to be a sarcastic quip and sort of a thing. But it's so annoying. But like, so this one, it has depth and strength and everything, but it does also have funny to it. So like, I feel like the images really do capture that, where it's dark, it's gloomy, it's fairly realistic, but then also has a little bit of humor to it as well. So that blending, rather than just trying to rely on one thing or another, the trend of the day sort of a thing. Yeah, that makes me happy. It is. It makes you feel more. Like it's an array of things rather than just the haha got him thing. Yeah. Anyway. So begin the tirades. Marley's ghost. Marley's ghost. So good. Oh. So yeah, I do. I feel like the images just like fit so well with the text itself. So yeah. And I do want to say before like getting back as well, every time I forget, like there's some things in here, like phrases or things that he says that I don't actually understand. So the way that I say it, I'm just like, I don't know if this is the way I should be saying it. As well as there are still some things that like, I don't know how to pronounce. So I apologize. So yeah, with that said, sparsely furnished with no adornments, function with so little fun in his life. That is a caricature of greed incarnate. Right. I didn't even think about that. Oh, I love that. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Oh. And there's so many places that could have had it. And it's so subtle too. Sorry, so good. I love it. Okay. All right, there. One more time. Well, not one more time. We'll look at it again before we turn the page, but all right. More drink. Energy drink. All right. Oh, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. We were done. There we go. There. Picture, image, final. There. Back to the better reading or the better writing rather than me just babbling. You get that anyway. Okay. Scrooge had often heard it said that Marley had no bowels, but he had never believed it until now. Okay, hang on. I feel like I did this like last year too. So let's read that little bit at first just so that. So, Marley, pigtail, whatever, blah, blah. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him and looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. Scrooge had often heard it said that Marley had no bowels, but he had never believed it until now. See, that's funny. But like it doesn't overtake the rest of it. All right, sorry. No, I'm done. For now. No, nor did he believe it even now, though he looked the phantom through and through and saw it standing before him, though he felt the chilling influence of its death-cold eyes and marked the very texture of the folded kerchief bound about its head and chin, which wrapper he had not observed before. He was still incredulous and fought against his senses. "How now?" said Scrooge, caustic and cold as ever. "What do you want with me?" "Much." Marley's voice. "No doubt about it." "Who are you?" "Ask me who I was." "Who were you then?" said Scrooge, raising his voice. "You're particular, for a shade." He was going to say, "to a shade," but substituted this, as more appropriate. "In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley." Can you sit down?" asked Scrooge, looking doubtfully at him. "I can." "Do it then." Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that in the event of its being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it. "You don't believe in me," observed the ghost. "I don't," said Scrooge. "What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your senses?" "I don't know," said Scrooge. "Why do you doubt your senses?" "Because," said Scrooge, "a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are." Scrooge was not much in the habit of cracking jokes, nor did he feel, in his heart, by any means waggish then. The truth is that he tried to be smart, as a means of distracting his own attention and keeping down his terror, for the specter's voice disturbed the very marrow in his bones. To sit, staring at those fixed, glazed eyes in silence for a moment would play, Scrooge felt, the very deuce with him. There was something very awful, too, in the specter's being provided with an infernal atmosphere of its own. Scrooge could not feel it himself, but this was clearly the case, for though the ghost sat perfectly motionless, its hair and skirts and tassels were still agitated as by the hot vapor from an oven. Ooh, sorry, I just had a thought. Like, I don't think that I've thought of the hot vapor from an oven. So where is Marley? Oh no, oh no. Energy drink so you can read everything at a more appropriate speed. Did I read it fastly enough? Fastly enough. Wow. Punster! Hashtag punster. Hello, how's it going? Well, and I was gonna have just my greens. Those will come later when I finish the energy drink. But I felt I needed the energy. So yes, we have energy. See, there's always something new. So he's in one place and another. Anyway, okay, sorry, moving on. And then we go to Scrooge. You see this toothpick? Said Scrooge, returning quickly to the charge for the reason just assigned, and wishing, though it were only for a second, to divert the vision's stony gaze from himself. I do, replied the ghost. You are not looking at it, said Scrooge. But I see it, said the ghost, notwithstanding. Well, returned Scrooge, I have but to swallow this, and be for the rest of my days persecuted by a legion of goblins, all of my own creation. Humbug, I tell you, humbug. At this, the spirit raised a frightful cry and shook its chain with such a dismal and appalling noise that Scrooge held on tight to his chair to save himself from falling in a swoon. But how much greater was his horror when the phantom, taking off the bandage round its head as if it were too warm to wear indoors, its lower jaw dropped down upon its breast. Scrooge fell upon his knees and clasped his hands before his face. Mercy, he said, dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me? Man of the worldly mind, replied the ghost, do you believe in me or not? I do, said Scrooge. I must. But why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me? It is required of every man, the ghost returned, that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men and travel far and wide. And if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world. Oh, woe is me, and witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth, and turn to happiness. Again, the specter raised a cry and shook its chain and wrung its shadowy hands. You are fettered, said Scrooge, trembling. Tell me why. I wear the chain I forged in life, replied the ghost. I made it link by link and yard by yard. I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is its pattern strange to you? Scrooge trembled more and more. Or would you know, pursued the ghost, the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It was full as heavy and as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain. Scrooge glanced about him on the floor in the expectation of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable, but he could see nothing. Jacob, he said imploringly, old Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob. I have none to give, the ghost replied. It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is all permitted to me. I cannot rest. I cannot stay. I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house. Mark me, in life my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me. It was a habit with Scrooge, whenever he became thoughtful, to put his hands in his breeches pockets. Pondering on what the ghost had said, he did so now, but without lifting up his eyes or getting off his knees. You must have been very slow about it, Jacob, Scrooge observed in a business-like manner, though with humility and deference. Slow, the ghost repeated. 7 years dead, mused Scrooge, and traveling all the time. The whole time, said the ghost. No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse. You travel fast, said Scrooge. On the wings of the wind, replied the ghost. You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years, said Scrooge. The ghost, on hearing this, set up another cry and clanked its chain so hideously in the dead silence of the night that the ward would have been justified in indicating it for a nuisance. "O captive, bound and double-ironed," cried the phantom, "not to know that ages of incessant labor by immortal creatures for this earth must pass into eternity before the good of which it is susceptible is all developed. Not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in its little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness. Not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one life's opportunity misused. Yet such was I. Oh, such was I." "But you were always a good man of business, Jacob," faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. "Business!" cried the ghost, wringing its hands again. "Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business." It held up its chain at arm's length, as if that were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground again. "At this time of the rolling year," the spectre said, "I suffer most. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down, and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode? Were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me?" Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly. "Hear me," cried the ghost. "My time is nearly gone." "I will," said Scrooge, "but don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob, pray. How it is that I appear before you in a shape that you can see, I may not tell. I have sat invisible beside you many and many a day." It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered and wiped the perspiration from his brow. "That is no light part of my penance," pursued the ghost. "I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate, a chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer." "You were always a good friend to me," said Scrooge. "Thank ye." "You will be haunted," resumed the ghost, "by 3 spirits." Scrooge's countenance fell almost as low as the ghost's had done. I'll say it again. Scrooge's countenance fell almost as low as the ghost's had done. "Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob?" he demanded in a faltering voice. "It is." I think I'd rather not," said Scrooge. "Without their visits," said the ghost, "you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow when the bell tolls 1. "Couldn't I take 'em all at once and have it over, Jacob?" hinted Scrooge. "Expect the second on the next night at the same hour, the third upon the next night when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more, and look that, for your own sake, You remember what has passed between us." When it had said these words, the spectre took its wrapper from the table and bound it round its head as before. Scrooge knew this by the smart sound its teeth made when the jaws were brought together by the bandage. He ventured to raise his eyes again and found his supernatural visitor confronting him in an erect attitude, with its chain wound over and about its arm. The apparition walked backward from him, and at every step it took, the window raised itself a little, so that when the spectre reached it, it was wide open. It beckoned Scrooge to approach, which he did. When they were within 2 paces of each other, Marley's ghost held up its hand, warning him to come no nearer. Scrooge stopped, not so much in obedience as in surprise and fear. For on the raising of the hand, he became sensible of confused noises in the air, incoherent sounds of lamentation and regret, wailings inexpressibly sorrowful and self-accusatory. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in the mournful dirge and floated out upon the bleak, dark night. We'll come back to the picture. Scrooge followed to the window, desperate in his curiosity. He looked out. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, they might be guilty governments, were linked together. None were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost in a white waistcoat with a monstrous iron safe attached to its ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant, whom it saw below upon a doorstep. The misery with them all was, clearly, that they sought to interfere, for good, in human matters, and had lost the power forever. Whether these creatures faded into mist, or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell. But they and their spirit voices faded together, and the night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double locked, as he had locked it with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say, "Humbug," but stopped at the first syllable. And being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. End of stave 1. Back to the picture. Howdy, 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 how's it going? We have concluded stave 1, and we can see the phantoms in the air. Oh, sorry. So, full picture in all its glory goes in. Phantoms in the air, the white waistcoated gentleman with an iron safe, striving to help the lady with the baby on the doorstep, but cannot. The darkness. And like, there's not that much detail, but there's just enough. Yeah. Again, I am no artist, but I can appreciate it so much. So good. Yeah, and just the fact that like the words that themselves just lend themselves so well to imagery, even without the imagery. But it's another good medium to add. So yeah. I love it. Sorry. I apparently need to check something.
Okay. We'll try the candy cane. I brute forced it, and it's still... I am to be thwarted by a candy cane. There. We'll see how well that works. It's probably not going to work very well. I'll try my very best to not sound strange while enjoying candy cane. All right. Making sure all the things are still good. Okay. I think I kind of figured out-ish what kept happening with my microphone. I think it was whenever I ended up like adding in another audio source. Like when I would like open the sim or something like that. So since we're not changing anything, fingers crossed, it shouldn't do anything, but yeah, we'll see. You used to turn candy canes into shanks when you were younger? Why would you ever stop? Well, ooh, and now I have a thought. The dang things break. I swear they break more than they did back when. So you can't make them shanks. So either that was intentional or it's just another, it's just another example of how things were better back then and grr, grumble, grouchy. But yes, I love that. We'll try. I don't think that there is another break, but it's a little bit longer, so we might be able to. We'll try after this one. Okay. Hem. Oh, okay. So out of practice, but we're getting there. We're getting there, I think. Okay. Stave 2, the first of the three spirits. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that looking out of bed, he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. He was endeavoring to pierce the darkness with his ferret eyes when the chimes of a neighboring church struck the 4 quarters, so he listened for the hour. To his great astonishment, the heavy bell went on from 6 to 7, and from 7 to 8, and regularly up to 12, then stopped. 12! It was past 2 when he went to bed. The clock was wrong. An icicle must have got into the works. 12. He touched the spring of his repeater to correct this most preposterous clock. Its rapid little pulse beat 12 and stopped. Why, it isn't possible, said Scrooge, that I can have slept through a whole day and far into another night. It isn't possible that anything has happened to the sun, and this is 12 at noon. The idea being an alarming one, he scrambled out of bed and groped his way to the window. He was obliged to rub the frost off with the sleeve of his dressing gown before he could see anything, and could see very little then. All he could make out was that it was still very foggy and extremely cold, and that there was no noise of people running to and fro and making a great stir, as there unquestionably would have been if night had beaten off bright day and taken possession of the world. This was a great relief, because 3 days after sight of this first of exchange pay to Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge or his order, and so forth, would have become a mere United States security if there were no days to count by. I wasn't going to say anything, but I will. Just like the little things that get put in there that just like continuously like inform the character. Anyway, okay. Scrooge went to bed again and thought and thought and thought it over and over and over and could make nothing of it. The more he thought, the more perplexed he was, and the more he endeavored not to think, the more he thought. It's usually how it goes. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly.
Every time he resolved within himself, after mature inquiry, that it was all a dream, his mind flew back again, like a strong spring released to its first position, and presented the same problem to be worked all through. Was it a dream or not? Scrooge lay in this state until the chime had gone 3/4 more, when he remembered, on a sudden, that the ghost had warned him of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. He resolved to lie awake until the hour was past, and, considering that he could no more go to sleep than go to heaven, this was perhaps the wisest resolution in his power. And I had another, sorry, just reading this one after like the other epiphany that I had. So is it saying, considering he could no more go to sleep than go to heaven right now? Or is that also saying in the future? Oh, that makes sense. Anyway, okay. Wisest resolution in his power. The quarter was so long that he was more than once convinced he must have sunk into a doze unconsciously and missed the clock. At length it broke upon his listening ear. I always feel so weird saying this. Ding, dong, 1/4 past, said Scrooge, counting. Ding, dong, 1/2 past, said Scrooge. Ding, dong, 1/4 to it, said Scrooge. Ding, dong, the hour itself, said Scrooge triumphantly, and nothing else. He spoke before the hour bell sounded, which it now did with a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, I tell you, by a hand. Not the curtains at his feet, nor the curtains at his back, but those to which his face was addressed. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, starting up into a half-recumbent attitude, found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them. As close to it as I am now to you, and I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. I forgot about that. As close to it as I am now to you, and I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man, viewed through some supernatural medium, which gave him the appearance of having receded from the view and being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were very long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicately formed, were, like those upper members, bare. It wore a tunic of the purest white, and round its waist was bound a lustrous belt, the sheen of which was beautiful. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, and, in singular contradiction of that wintry emblem, had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was that from the crown of its head there sprung a bright, clear jet of light by which all this was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using, in its duller moments, a great extinguisher for a cap, which it now held under its arm. Even this, though, when Scrooge looked at it with increasing steadiness, was not its strangest quality, for as its belt sparkled and glittered, now in one part and now in another, and what was light one instant, at another time was dark, so the figure itself fluctuated in its distinctness, being now a thing with one arm, now with one leg, now with 20 legs, now a pair of legs without a head, now a head without a body, of which dissolving parts no outline would be visible in the dense gloom wherein they melted away. And in the very wonder of this, it would be itself again, distinct and clear as ever. "Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?" asked Scrooge. "I am." The voice was soft and gentle, singularly low, as if instead of being so close beside him, it were at a distance. "Who and what are you?" Scrooge demanded. "I am the ghost of Christmas past." "Long past?" inquired Scrooge, observant of its dwarfish stature.
come back.
No, your past. Perhaps Scrooge could not have told anybody why, if anybody could have asked him, but he had a special desire to see the spirit in his cap, and begged him to be covered. What? Exclaimed the ghost. Would you so soon put out, with worldly hands, the light I give? Is it not enough that you are one of those whose passions made this cap, and force me through whole trains of years to wear it low upon my brow? Scrooge reverently disclaimed all intention to offend or any knowledge of having willfully bonneted the spirit at any period of his life. He then made bold to inquire what business brought him there. Your welfare, said the ghost. Scrooge expressed himself much obliged, but could not help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would have been more conducive to that end. The spirit must have heard him thinking, for it said immediately, Your reclamation, then. Take heed. It put out its strong hand as it spoke, and clasped him gently by the arm. Rise and walk with me. So I just wanted to say, oh, sorry. I can't say that word. Strikes again. What are you supposed to do if you can't turn your sugary treats into deadly weapons? Exactly. Well, we can. Can you melt these a little bit? We could melt them a little bit and then, like, yeah, make them better. But then why wouldn't they be better already? I don't know. But we can still try. Explaining to the audience, this was originally a one-man recitation in front of an audience. Are you talking about the sitting? Oh, shoot. Sitting by the elbow? I feel like every time I read this, like, my mind goes to, if you were reading it, like, to someone, like, in person. And so, yeah, so I'm just like, oh, we're whatever. And then standing at the spirit at your elbow, it takes care of it for me. I forget every time. But that's why it's so good. It takes care of everything. So Death by Candy Cane. Sorry, I swallowed a little bit of candy cane juice wrong. Sorry. TMI. All right. So, and again, I don't remember if, like, we've gone over this before, but I just love going over it again. So yeah, the couple of things, the characterization. So, Ghost of Christmas Past. So, clear and distinct, and then bits and pieces get, like, dissolved. You see bits of it more than of the other, and it goes away, and it fades, and everything. Just like our past, and our memory of our past. And then this is the other thing too. Every time I read this, it's like I've gone through another year of life. So, like, things happen, right? And you read things differently, you hear things, you understand things, you take different things from the same text. So yeah, the whole Scrooge had a special desire to see the spirit in his cap, begging for him to be covered, not wanting to remember that past, sort of a thing. Not saying I don't want to remember my past, but it's like, it is with being so, like, busy and where I'm at right now and things like that, and what things used to be. Like, I did, like, this is not, I never saw my life going this way. So, like, there are like things in the past where it's just like, oh, kind of like sad to think about, remember, and it's like trying to get back to that stuff maybe, or just trying not to remember it until I have time to get back to it, sort of a thing. It does. I'm at the age and time and things where I start to get, I get these things a little bit more. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, just each time it hits you with something different. Death by Candy Cane is not TMI. Well, I meant, just the way I described it, I guess it sounded weird. So yeah. You're getting impatient for your RMA to be fulfilled. You've been watching so much stuff on writing, so you really want to get back into it. This is making you impatient as well. Right? Okay, yes. So time means nothing to me anymore and whatever. So I don't remember if you were in here when I said as well, like getting back into this stuff and reading it, it's like I haven't been able to read or write, but primarily read because I was more a reader than a writer. Read things in a year. I've been reading textbooks only. So yeah, getting back into this and seeing all the things and getting all the, it just, yeah, it does something. I need literature in my life. So I'm glad that you get it too. So yes, definitely get back to it. That one was your fault because I read what you said. Not sure you've ever intended. I'm not saying it because it'll be taken out of context. But somehow you know what I meant. There we go. See? Time means nothing to me. No, it doesn't. Seriously, like I do. I don't know what day of the week it is. I just know like whether I have to leave the house or not, but like which airport I have to go to, or it's not. I don't remember what day it is, what date it is, and all of a sudden it's almost Christmas. It was just August. I don't know how long ago things were. It seems like things were so long ago, but then it was like just like yesterday, or like things seem like it was yesterday, but should have known I was live. Good to see you. How's it going? You didn't realize energy drinks were the equivalent of time travel. It's surprisingly not the energy drink. I have been drinking tea recently rather than my energy drink for warmthness. So yes, but since I don't have to go outside right now, energy drink. Aha. Plus my tea would have been cold by the end of this, so might as well just do the can. Yes, but I mean they kind of can, right? You get all buzzy and stuff. That was probably unnecessary. On that note, all right. Know your past. Special desire to see the cap. Where were we? Hang on. Breathing normal. Maybe I am getting a little bit buzzy from the energy drink. I will say I haven't drank these in a while. So I probably don't have as much of a, what's it called? Tolerance to them. Okay, rise and walk with me. Would have been vain. I should probably drink a little water. We'll go. Yeah, we'll go like right there. You got the opposite problem due to the injury and PC problems this year. Is basically a write-off. You're getting cabin fever and need to start being productive. Well, but in the spirit of Christmas Carol and joy and warmth and stuff, take what you can from the year and then just start anew, afresh. Not better, but different in the new year. Huh? A clippable, what? Oh God, what did I do? What did I say? I don't want to remember. Rest up while you can. It'll give you valuable energy when it's time to be productive. There you go. Take the positivity. That's been something I've like actually been actively like trying to be a little bit better at myself. Is like, it is what it is. And we'll get into this. I have stories. So yeah, it is. It's so tough when like things aren't going your way, clearly. But I hope that you can, find that energy and stuff and have like a really good launch point, to get back into everything when you can. So yeah, I hope you're feeling all better and everything's like there and everything. So yeah. And you're going to get started in the new year. Celebrate the holidays. Have fun. Relax. But otherwise, yes, then getting back to stuff. Okay. Oh, you are rested and you got a back catalog of ideas just sitting on the back burner. You're ready to punch a mountain now. See, there you go. It's the wind up so that you have more force behind it. Force. Not punching you guys. I just wanted you to see the force. I think I am buzzing. I'm sorry. It is. I swear to God, it's just energy. It's not anything more than that. We will continue. Okay. It's also on an empty stomach plus sugar, so yeah. Anywho. I love the muscle memory there, shoving a fist forward like opening the throttle. Yes, exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, though, as an instructor, though, I don't get to fly that often at all. So, I guess it's like, it's there. It's like really ingrained because I haven't gotten to use it recently. Maybe. I have actually, but we'll get to that. Okay. We're good. I'm okay. We're good. Your reclamation then, take heed. It put out its strong hand as it spoke and clasped him gently by the arm. Rise and walk with me. It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes, that bed was warm and the thermometer a long way below freezing, that he was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing gown, and nightcap, and that he had a cold upon him at that time. The grasp, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that the spirit made towards the window, clasped his robe in supplication. I am mortal, Scrooge remonstrated, and liable to fall. Bear but a touch of my hand there, said the spirit, laying it upon his heart, and you shall be upheld in more than this. As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall and stood upon an open country road with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Not a vestige of it was to be seen. The darkness and the mist had vanished with it, for it was a clear, cold winter day with snow upon the ground. Funny gal. Anyways, lurking for a while, got stuff yourself you gotta do to be productive. Sounds good. Well, you can just listen to the beautiful text through my grating voice and my babblings. So yes, good luck being productive. I hope it goes well. Hydrate, everyone. Yes, cheers. Hydrating. Get your snacks and drinks. Cozy up by the fire for book time. All right. Good heaven, said Scrooge, clasping his hands together as he looked about him. I was bred in this place. I was a boy here. The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. He was conscious of 1,000 odors floating in the air, each one connected with 1,000 thoughts and hopes and joys and cares long, long forgotten. Your lip is trembling, said the ghost. And what is that upon your cheek? Scrooge muttered, with an unusual catching in his voice, that it was a pimple, and begged the ghost to lead him where he would. You recollect the way? Inquired the spirit. Remember it, cried Scrooge with fervor. I could walk it blindfold. Strange to have forgotten it for so many years, observed the ghost. Let us go on. They walked along the road, Scrooge recognizing every gate and post and tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance, with its bridge, its church, and winding river. Some shaggy ponies now were seen trotting towards them, with boys upon their backs, who called to other boys in country gigs and carts driven by farmers. All these boys were in great spirits and shouted to each other until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp air laughed to hear it. These are but shadows of the things that have been, said the ghost. They have no consciousness of us. The jocund travelers came on, and as they came, Scrooge knew and named them every one. Why was he rejoiced beyond all bounds to see them? Why did his cold eye glisten and his heart leap up as they went past? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas as they parted at crossroads and byways for their several homes? What was Merry Christmas to Scrooge? Out upon Merry Christmas. What good had it ever done to him? The school is not quite deserted, said the ghost. A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still. getting all emotional already. Scrooge said he knew it, and he sobbed. They left the high road by a well-remembered lane and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick with a little weathercock-surmounted cupola on the roof and a bell hanging in it. It was a large house, but one of broken fortunes, for the spacious offices were little used, their walls were damp and mossy, their windows broken and their gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables, and the coach houses and sheds were overrun with grass. Nor was it more retentive of its ancient state within, for entering the dreary hall and glancing through the open doors of many rooms, they found them poorly furnished, cold, and vast. There was an earthy savor in the air, a chilly bareness in the place, which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by candlelight and not too much to eat. They went, the ghost and Scrooge, across the hall, to a door at the back of the house. It opened before them and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by lines of plain deal forms and desks. At one of these, a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down upon a form and wept to see his poor, forgotten self as he used to be. Not a latent echo in the house, not a squeak and scuffle from the mice behind the paneling, not a drip from the half-thawed waterspout in the dull yard behind, not a sigh among the leafless boughs of one despondent poplar, not the idle swinging of an empty storehouse door, no, not a clicking in the fire, but fell upon the heart of Scrooge with a softening influence and gave a freer passage to his tears. The spirit touched him on the arm and pointed to his younger self, intent upon his reading. Suddenly, a man in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window with an axe stuck in his belt and leading by the bridle an ass laden with wood. "Why, it's Ali Baba!" Scrooge exclaimed in ecstasy. "It's dear old honest Ali Baba. Yes, yes, I know. One Christmas time, when yonder solitary child was left here all alone, he did come, for the first time, just like that. Poor boy. And Valentine," said Scrooge, "and his wild brother, Orson. There they go. And what's his name, who was put down in his drawers, asleep, at the gate of Damascus. Don't you see him? And the Sultan's groom turned upside down by the genii. There he is upon his head. Serve him right. I'm glad of it. What business had he to be married to the princess?" To hear Scrooge expending all the earnestness of his nature on such subjects, in a most extraordinary voice between laughing and crying, and to see his heightened and excited face, would have been a surprise to his business friends in the city, indeed. "There's the parrot!" cried Scrooge. "Green body and yellow tail, with a thing like a lettuce growing out of the top of his head. There he is. Poor Robin Crusoe, he called him, when he came home again after sailing round the island. Poor Robin Crusoe! Where have you been, Robin Crusoe? The man thought he was dreaming, but he wasn't. It was the parrot, you know. There goes Friday running for his life to the little creek. Halloa, hoop, halloo!" Then, with a rapidity of transition very foreign to his usual character, he said, in pity for his former self, "Poor boy," and cried again. "I wish," Scrooge muttered, putting his hand in his pocket and looking about him, after drying his eyes with his cuff, "but it's too late now." "What is the matter?" asked the spirit. "Nothing," said Scrooge. "Nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something, that's all." The ghost smiled thoughtfully and waved its hand, saying as it did so, "Let us see another Christmas." Okay, sorry. Come. Gonna have to get used to it. If the military works out for me, yes, we'll have to find out. We'll see. I'm not optimistic about my chances, but I have gotten better, which we'll talk about with the test that I'm supposed to take. So yes, hydrating, that is. Cheers. Why, it's a sketchy Chinese online merchant.
Scrooge exclaimed in ecstasy. I appreciate that very much. We're modernizing it. Oh, and yeah, I still have not read the books that he, yeah. So at some point, the new year, we'll see. I wish. Okay, let us see another Christmas. Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked, fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked lathes were shown instead. But how all this was brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you do. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so, that there he was, alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the ghost, and with a mournful shaking of his head, glanced anxiously towards the door. No, come back! No, come back! Sorry, glanced anxiously towards the door. It opened, and a little girl, much younger than the boy, came darting in, and putting her arms about his neck, and often kissing him, addressed him as her dear, dear brother. I have come to bring you home, dear brother, said the child, clapping her tiny hands and bending down to laugh. To bring you home, home, home. Home, little Fan, returned the boy. Yes, said the child, brimful of glee. Home for good and all, home for ever and ever. Father is so much kinder than he used to be that home's like heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night when I was going to bed that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home. And he said, yes, you should, and sent me in a coach to bring you. And you're to be a man, said the child, opening her eyes, and are never to come back here. But first, we're to be together all the Christmas long and have the merriest time in all the world. You are quite a woman, little Fan, exclaimed the boy. She clapped her hands and laughed and tried to touch his head, but, being too little, laughed again and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. Then she began to drag him in her childish eagerness towards the door, and he, nothing loath to go, accompanied her. Oh, coming back. A terrible voice in the hall cried, "Bring down Master Scrooge's box there!" And in the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension, and threw him into a dreadful state of mind by shaking hands with him. He then conveyed him and his sister into the veriest old well of a shivering best parlor that ever was seen, where the maps upon the wall and the celestial and terrestrial globes in the windows were waxy with cold. Here he produced a decanter of curiously light wine and a block of curiously heavy cake, and administered installments of those dainties to the young people, at the same time sending out a meager servant to offer a glass of something to the postboy, who answered that he thanked the gentleman, but if it was the same tap as he had tasted before, he had rather not. Master Scrooge's trunk being by this time tied on to the top of the chaise, the children bade the schoolmaster goodbye right willingly, and getting into it, drove gaily down the garden sweep, the quick wheels dashing the hoarfrost and snow from off the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray. Always a delicate creature, whom a breath might have withered, said the ghost, but she had a large heart. So she did, cried Scrooge. You're right. I will not gainsay it, spirit. God forbid. She died a woman, said the ghost, and had, as I think, children. One child, Scrooge returned. True, said the ghost. Your nephew. Scrooge seemed uneasy in his mind, and answered briefly, yes. Although they had but that moment left the school behind them, they were now in the busy thoroughfares of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way,
and all the strife and tumult of a real city were. It was made plain enough by the dressing of the shops that here, too, it was Christmas time again, but it was evening, and the streets were lighted up. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it. "Know it," said Scrooge. "Was I apprenticed here?" They went in. At sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig sitting behind such a high desk that if he had been 2 inches taller, he must have knocked his head against the ceiling, Scrooge cried in great excitement, "Why, it's old Fezziwig! Bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again!" Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself from his shoes to his organ of benevolence, and called out in a comfortable, oily, rich, fat, jovial voice, "Yo-ho there, Ebenezer, Dick!" Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow prentice. I love Fezziwig. Okay. "Dick Wilkins, to be sure," said Scrooge to the ghost. "Bless me, yes, there he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick, dear, dear." "Yo-ho, my boys," said Fezziwig. "No more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Dick. Christmas, Ebenezer. Let's have the shutters up," cried old Fezziwig, with a sharp clap of his hands, "before a man can say Jack Robinson." You wouldn't believe how those 2 fellows went at it. They charged into the street with the shutters. 1, 2, 3, had 'em up in their places. 4, 5, 6, barred 'em and pinned 'em. 7, 8, 9, and came back before you could have got to 12, panting like racehorses. "Hilly-ho!" cried old Fezziwig, skipping down from the high desk with wonderful agility. "Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here. Hilly-ho, Dick, cheer up, Ebenezer." Clear away. There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off, as if it were dismissed from public life forevermore. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it and tuned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid with her cousin, the baker. In came the cook with her brother's particular friend, the milkman. In came the boy from over the way, who was suspected of not having board enough from his master, trying to hide himself behind the girl from next door but one, who was proved to have had her ears pulled by her mistress. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way, down the middle and up again, round and round in various stages of affectionate grouping. Old top couple always turning up in the wrong place, new top couple starting off again as soon as they got there. All top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. When this result was brought about, old Fezziwig, clapping his hands to stop the dance, cried out, "Well done!" and the fiddler plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, especially provided for that purpose. But scorning rest upon his reappearance, he instantly began again, though there were no dancers yet, as if the other fiddler had been carried home, exhausted on a shutter, and he were a brand new man resolved to beat him out of sight or perish. There were more dances, and there were forfeits, and more dances, and there was cake, and there was negus, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were mince pies and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and boiled, when the fiddler, an artful dog, mind, the sort of man who knew his business better than you or I could have told it him, struck up Sir Roger de Coverley. Then old Fezziwig stood out to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig. Top couple, too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out for them. 3 or 4 and 20 pair of partners, people who were not to be trifled with, people who would dance and had no notion of walking. But if they had been twice as many, 4 times, old Fezziwig would have been a match for them, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term. If that's not high praise, tell me higher and I'll use it. I love that line. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance like moons. You couldn't have predicted, at any given time, what would have become of them next. And when old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone all through the dance, advance and retire, both hands to your partner, bow and curtsy, corkscrew, thread the needle, and back again to your place. Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs and came upon his feet again without a stagger. There it is. There's the image. We'll talk about the image before the ball breaks up. Sorry. Rather unfortunate name. Are we talking about Ebenezer's fellow apprentice? We're not going to talk about that. That's why I glossed over it. If you're talking about Fezziwig, I love the name Fezziwig. It makes me smile. Makes me joyous. It's like, it's so, I mean, look at that man. That is Fezziwig, if ever I've seen one. Yeah. So yes, we have our image, the ball, the beautifulness, the joy. So yeah, comparing like this one to the other ones, where the other ones were like so dark and everything, and this one's so bright and yeah, fuller, because there's people there and stuff. Yeah. So we can go, oops, come in. There it was in all its glory. And now we can see a little bit more of the detail. Oh, you know what? I never noticed what was going on over here. Yep. I mean, there's a big old thing of mistletoe over here, but dude brought his own. And the fiddler, right? That's what they called him. Up by the desk. And they're all dancing. And then she's sitting there. I don't know who she is, but I love it, with the little child by the knee. And his calves a winking with pepperminty striped socks. And Mrs. Fezziwig, she looks so happy and joyful. I do. I love it. It just does. It looks, there's so much more color. Even though there's not too much color, there is more color than there was in the other ones. And it gives that extra joy. Mr. Fezziwig's ball. Beautiful. He came prepared. Yes, indeed. Oh gosh. I'll leave it at that. Excellent. I do. So, yeah. Like I say, like every time, the descriptions of the food for one. There wasn't a whole lot in that one, but it was like just enough. But it was like more about like the dancing and the like togetherness and stuff like that, and that sort of joy. So yeah. Anyway. Hydrate, then re-begin again. Okay. When the clock struck 11, this domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their stations, one on either side of the door, and shaking hands with every person individually as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 prentices, they did the same to them, and thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop. During the whole of this time, Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self, he corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, that he remembered the ghost, and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burnt very clear. "A small matter," said the ghost, "to make these silly folks so full of gratitude." "Small?" echoed Scrooge. The spirit signed to him to listen to the two apprentices, who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so, said, "Why, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves this praise?" "It isn't that," said Scrooge, heated by the remark, and speaking unconsciously like his former, not his latter self. "It isn't that, spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count him up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune." He felt the spirit's glance and stopped. "What is the matter?" asked the ghost. "Nothing particular," said Scrooge. "Something, I think," the ghost insisted. One more look. I love it. "No," said Scrooge. "No. I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now, that's all." His former self turned down the lamps as he gave utterance to the wish, and Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air. "My time grows short," observed the spirit. "Quick." This was not addressed to Scrooge, or to anyone whom he could see, but it produced an immediate effect. For again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye, which showed the passion that had taken root, and where the shadow of the growing tree would fall. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in a morning dress, in whose eyes there were tears, which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past. "It matters little," she said softly. "To you, very little. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can cheer and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve." "What idol has displaced you?" he rejoined. "A golden one." "This is the even-handed dealing of the world," he said. "There is nothing on which it is so hard as poverty, and there is nothing it professes to condemn with such severity as the pursuit of wealth." "You fear the world too much," she answered gently. "All your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of its sordid reproach. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one, until the master passion, gain, engrosses you. Have I not?" "What then?" he retorted. "Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I am not changed towards you." She shook her head. "Am I?" "Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so, until, in good season, we could improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man." "I was a boy," he said impatiently. "Your own feeling tells you that you are not what you are," she returned. "I am. That which promised happiness when we were one in heart is fraught with misery now that we are two. How often and how keenly I have thought of this, I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it, and can release you. Have I ever sought release? In words, no, never. In what then? In a changed nature, in an altered spirit, in another atmosphere of life, another hope as its great end, in everything that made my love of any worth or value in your sight. If this had never been between us, said the girl, looking mildly, but with steadiness upon him, tell me, would you seek me out and try to win me now? Ah, no. He seemed to yield to the justice of this supposition, in spite of himself, but he said with a struggle, you think not. I would gladly think otherwise if I could, she answered. Heaven knows, when I have learned a truth like this, I know how strong and irresistible it must be. But if you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can even I believe that you would choose a dowerless girl, you who, in your very confidence with her, weigh everything by gain, or, choosing her, if for a moment you were false enough to your one guiding principle to do so, do I not know that your repentance and regret would surely follow? I do, and I release you, with a full heart, for the love of him you once were. Oh no, come back! Sorry. He was about to speak, but with her head turned from him, she resumed. You may, the memory of what is past half makes me hope you will, have pain in this. A very, very brief time, and you will dismiss the recollection of it gladly as an unprofitable dream, from which it happened well that you awoke. May you be happy in the life you have chosen. She left him, and they parted. Spirit, said Scrooge, show me no more. Conduct me home. Why do you delight to torture me? One shadow more, exclaimed the ghost. Before we get to the one shadow more, what was it over here? This line, where is it? You fear the world too much. I love that line. Why can't I highlight? I thought I could highlight. Gosh darn it. Apparently I can't. Yes. Oops. Yes. You fear the world too much. I love that. And then the other, where was it? What else did I want to say? Shoot. I feel, or was it over here? Oh, that's what it was. When she says I do. Saying I do in the context of parting ways versus what they were supposed to do, marriage. That, like, sort of a thing that the, what's it called? Distinction sort of thing. Yeah. Ah! I have highlighted it delightfully with my voice. Oh, thank you for saying so. Migrating voice. Sorry, I have to do one thing. There. Yes, yeah, I do. I wish I could highlight on here, but I did. I thought about, cause like, I forgot what I was gonna say. So I did. I wanted to come back to what I was gonna say, not ruin, like, not ruin, but like interrupt too much. So then like come back to it when I have a chance. But then I forgot what I was gonna do over here. So yeah, if I could highlight, that would be helpful. But thank you for saying as much. All right, one shadow more, exclaimed the ghost. Oh, come back. Sorry, one sec.
Okay. Sorry. Doing this during the day versus like when we usually do it like late at night. Have to handle things. Ah, the world. Okay, sorry. Coming back. Getting into it.
One shadow more, exclaimed the ghost. No more, cried Scrooge. No more. I don't wish to see it. Show me no more. But the relentless ghost pinioned him in both his arms and forced him to observe what happened next. They were in another scene and place, a room, not very large or handsome, but full of comfort. Near to the winter fire sat a beautiful young girl, so like that last that Scrooge believed it was the same, until he saw her, now a comely matron, sitting opposite her daughter. The noise in this room was perfectly tumultuous, for there were more children there than Scrooge in his agitated state of mind could count, and unlike the celebrated herd in the poem, they were not 40 children conducting themselves like one, but every child was conducting itself like 40. The consequences were uproarious beyond belief, but no one seemed to care. On the contrary, the mother and daughter laughed heartily and enjoyed it very much. And the latter, soon beginning to mingle in the sports, got pillaged by the young brigands most ruthlessly. What would I not have given to be one of them? Though I never could have been so rude, no. I wouldn't for the wealth of all the world have crushed that braided hair and torn it down, and for the precious little shoe I wouldn't have plucked it off. God bless my soul to save my life. As to measuring her waist in sport, as they did, bold young brood, I couldn't have done it. I should have expected my arm to have grown round it for a punishment, and never come straight again. And yet I should have dearly liked, I own, to have touched her lips, to have questioned her, that she might have opened them, to have looked upon the lashes of her downcast eyes and never raised a blush, to have let loose waves of hair, an inch of which would be a keepsake beyond price. In short, I should have liked, I do confess, to have had the lightest license of a child, and yet to have been man enough to know its value. But now a knocking at the door was heard, and such a rush immediately ensued that she, with laughing face and plundered dress, was borne towards it, the center of a flushed and boisterous group, just in time to greet the father, who came home attended by a man laden with Christmas toys and presents. Then the shouting and the struggling and the onslaught that was made on the defenseless porter. The scaling him with chairs for ladders to dive into his pockets, despoil him of brown paper parcels, hold on tight by his cravat, hug him round his neck, pommel his back, and kick his legs in irrepressible affection. The shouts of wonder and delight with which the development of every package was received, the terrible announcement that the baby had been taken in the act of putting a doll's frying pan into his mouth, and was more than suspected of having swallowed a fictitious turkey glued on a wooden platter, the immense relief of finding this a false alarm, the joy and gratitude and ecstasy. They are all indescribable alike. It is enough that by degrees the children and their emotions got out of the parlor, and by one stair at a time up to the top of the house, where they went to bed, and so subsided. And now Scrooge looked on more attentively than ever, when the master of the house, having his daughter leaning fondly on him, sat down with her and her mother at his own fireside, and when he thought that such another creature, quite as graceful and as full of promise, might have called him father, and been a springtime in the haggard winter of his life, his sight grew very dim indeed. "Belle," said the husband, turning to his wife with a smile, "I saw an old friend of yours this afternoon. Who was it? Guess." "How can I? Don't I know?" she added in the same breath, laughing as he laughed. "Mr. Scrooge." Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office window, and as it was not shut up, and he had a candle inside, I could scarcely help seeing him. His partner lies upon the point of death, I hear, and there he sat alone. Quite alone in the world, I do believe. "Spirit," said Scrooge in a broken voice, "remove me from this place. I told you these were shadows of the things that have been. said the ghost. That they are what they are. Do not blame me. Remove me, Scrooge exclaimed. I cannot bear it. Go back. He turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face in which, in some strange way, there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. Leave me, take me back, haunt me no longer. In the struggle, if that can be called a struggle in which the ghost, with no visible resistance on its own part, was undisturbed by any effort of its adversary, Scrooge observed that its light was burning high and bright, and dimly connecting that with its influence over him, he seized the extinguisher cap and by a sudden action pressed it down upon its head. The spirit dropped beneath it, so that the extinguisher covered its whole form. But though Scrooge pressed it down with all his force, he could not hide the light which streamed from under it in an unbroken flood upon the ground. He was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and, further, of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze, in which his hand relaxed, and had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Ah, there it is, devoid of color, but yet the light streams, and it looks kind of like it's what's on the page is the darkness, right? And it's just like the absence of what if I can't explain it properly. The absence of the ink itself, right, is the light that's like streaming out. And I assume that means something. But I can't put it into words. But yeah, the whole, no matter how much you try to forget your past or snuff it out or whatever, it's still there. It still comes out. It's who you are and things like that. So, yes. Yeah, I do. I love that his cap is still... I was gonna say his cap is still like kind of sticking up and everything. I don't know. I was gonna make like a correlation between like his cap and this cap, and now I'm curious if there's correlations with him. Like, are his slippers the ghost of Christmas present, and his robe the ghost of the Christmases to come, or I don't know. And maybe that's just no. But yeah. I don't know. I do. I feel like if I had more of a mindset and could think on it a little bit more, I feel like there's something to the, like, yeah, drawing the darkness around it or whatever. That's like all the things that we make of it. And like you fear the world too much, or like you what word am I thinking of? Focus on the world too much. So creating that world around us, but that past is what it is. I don't know, maybe not. Yeah. But yeah, just and I hope it kind of comes through, at least in my mind, like just the palpable, like the palpable brown air in the beginning, the palpable distinctions between each of the scenes, and how it goes from that, like, from when he was a boy and everything, the coldness, the sort of loneliness, and then it comes out in the Fezziwig where it's all joyous and togetherness and everything, and then it kind of comes back down and gets, like sad, at least from his perspective, and lonely, and it's just, yeah, the colors and the imagery and all that, yeah. Anyway, you think that style is called hatching, where they use repeating lines to make out the lighting there. Thank you. See, like I said, I'm not an artist, so it's like I like knowing those things. I love that. You used to cross hatching. Used to use cross hatching to draw threads in fabrics. Interesting. Okay. Thank you. I do. I appreciate that, like, background. Because it's so effective and it looks so good. I would love to be able to like have that depth, to be able to like take just blank sheet or whatever, or a chunk of clay and like to create something out of it. It's so interesting, all those sorts of techniques. So thank you. Yeah. Let me just double check things. End of stave 2, by the way. Okay. Slight energy drink. I am feeling energized and less buzzy, so that's good. Again, energy buzzed only. Don't want you guys to think things of me. All right. Sure, everything's good. Everything's where it needs to be. Onward! Sorry. Stave 3, the second of the 3 spirits. You used to draw. Not anymore, though. It was just getting way too tedious for the level of detail you were getting into. Well, do it again and only use the level of detail you would like. Stylized. Or not. You have other stuff to do too. So I won't give you another, what's it called? Task or whatever. But that's super cool. And that does, like, well, like getting into the aviation stuff has like opened my mind to like everything else, where I didn't used to like do stuff if I wasn't like good at it, like to begin with, which means I didn't really do a whole lot of it. So getting into the aviation, it like just showed me that, oh, you actually have to work on stuff to be good at it and to like do it and understand it. And then, yeah, like all the different like worlds that there is: aviation, art, writing, things like that. And there's so many different things that you don't understand looking at it from the outside. But you can still appreciate. So yeah, anyway, you're getting into 3D modeling, something more rewarding for you. Well, there you go. But I bet that past informed your present. But connection. Let that light shine from under the extinguishing cap. Nailed it. I'm so good at analyzing things. Okay. Stave 3, the second of the 3 spirits. Awaking in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore and sitting up in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the stroke of 1. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time for the especial purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched to him through Jacob Marley's intervention. But finding that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of his curtains this new specter would draw back, he put them every one aside with his own hands, and lying down again, established a sharp lookout all round the bed. For he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of its appearance, and did not wish to be taken by surprise and made nervous. You're still here, just work lurking. Sounds good. I need to be very obnoxious then to make you giggle and make people look at you. Look at you weird. But sounds good, thank you. I hope it is still pleasant. That energy drink is really kicking in nicely. I know. I do. I feel like I did one of those every time I left the house rather than like the tea, because it was a lot more convenient than having to like warm up the tea and then the tea being hot and stuff like that. It was just like, oh, energy drink, take it, go. And it was fine. Yeah. But now, since I haven't had them in a while, it's like, woo! So, apologies, but also, sorry, not sorry. Kind of, maybe. Ahem. Gentlemen of the free and easy sort, who plume themselves on being acquainted with a move or two, and being usually equal to the time of day, express the wide range of their capacity for adventure by observing that they are good for anything from pitch and toss to manslaughter, between which opposite extremes, no doubt, there lies a tolerably wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without venturing for Scrooge quite as heartily as this, I don't mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good broad field of strange appearances, and that nothing between a baby and rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing. And consequently, when the bell struck one and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of... Sorry, not a violent fit of yay. A violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. A quarter of an hour went by. Yet nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, the very core and center of a blaze of ruddy light which streamed upon it when the clock proclaimed the hour, and which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts, as he was powerless to make out what it meant or would be at, and was sometimes apprehensive that he might be at that very moment an interesting case of spontaneous combustion without having the consolation of knowing it. At last, however, he began to think, as you or I would have thought at first, for it is always the person not in the predicament who knows what ought to have been done in it, and would unquestionably have done it too. At last, I say, he began to think that the source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing it, it seemed to shine. This idea taking full possession of his mind, he got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. I love that. The whole spontaneous combustion, and then the little aside of, oh, yeah, we would have thought that too, as anyone would. Armchair Scrooge, you know what I'm saying? And it's so not intrusive. It's just there. It fits. It's stitched so well into the text that it makes its point, and then it moves on. So, anyway, sorry. The moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called him by his name and bade him enter. He obeyed. It was his own room. There was no doubt about that, but it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as that dull petrification of a hearth had never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's, or for many and many a winter season gone. Heaped up on the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense twelfth cakes, and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch, in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up, high up, to shed its light on Scrooge, as he came peeping round the door. "Come in," exclaimed the ghost. "Come in, and know me better, man." There he is! Sorry. There he is! I love it. I love this part. You're on the phone, so your clients will hear you giggling. Yes! It's Christmas time. We gotta have joy and mirth and giggles. I love it. I love it. I'm so happy. And there, the giant Christmas present in all his glory. I do. I love him so much. Ah, the torch, Plenty's horn. I'll be honest, the Does the torch look like Plenty's horn? That's okay. That's okay. And then the greenery, the lushness, the freshness. The freshness of the present in the green. Nailed it. Analysis. Oh, and he looks so happy. Look at him. Look at him. He looks so happy and sarcastic. And oh my God, this little hat still. And he's like, oh no, but he's happy. Look at him. He's like, oh, sorry. Have lost all ability to actually analyze, and it's just noises. Oh yes, and then all the yum 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 yum. I mean, apart from whatever's going on here, that makes me cut like, wait, why, and why isn't it on a platter or something? But also sad because bunny. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, and like the I don't know, the sort of brown that's used makes it look, yeah, warm and steam and stuff. Yeah. Punch! Punch. Yum. He looks so happy, so relaxed. And his little slippers. Scrooge's little slippers. Yeah, the like distinction between like the postures of the two too. So good. Oh, and he's open without taking this out of context. Yeah, he's openness, and he's closed, but yet, sort of a thing. Yeah, distinction of character in the imagery. Yeah, so good. Scrooge's third visitor. There. We'll go back up to that, not ending the look at the strange-looking bunny. Yeah. Love it. Okay. Come in, exclaimed the ghost. Come in and know me better, man. It's supposed to go like this. Ah. There. Scrooge entered timidly and hung his head before this spirit. He was not the dogged Scrooge he had been, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them. I am the ghost of Christmas past. Present! God damn it. Oh, sorry. I messed it up. I was thinking about like that how well the picture, like how well the image like portrayed the words or displayed the words, whatever word I'm thinking of the words, because I'm so good with words. And I messed up. Come in and know me better, man. Scrooge entered timidly and hung his head before the spirit. He was not the dogged Scrooge he had been, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them. I am the ghost of Christmas present, said the spirit. Look upon me. Scrooge reverently did so. It was clothed in one simple green robe or mantle bordered with white fur. This garment hung so loosely on the figure that its capacious breast was bare, as if disdaining to be warded or concealed by any artifice. Its feet, observable beneath the ample folds of the garment, were also bare, and on its head it wore no other covering than a holly wreath, set here and there with shining icicles. Its dark brown curls were long and free as its genial face, its sparkling eye, its open hand, its cheery voice, its unconstrained demeanor, and its joyful air. Girded round its middle was an antique scabbard, but no sword was in it, and the ancient sheath was eaten up with rust. You have never seen the like of me before, exclaimed the spirit. Never, Scrooge made answer to it. Have never walked forth with the younger members of my family, meaning, for I am very young, my elder brothers born in these later years, pursued the phantom. I don't think I have, said Scrooge. I am afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, spirit? More than 1,800, said the ghost. A tremendous family to provide for, muttered Scrooge. The ghost of Christmas present rose. Again, another subtle characterization. Spirit, said Scrooge submissively, conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learnt a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, Let me profit by it. Touch my robe. Scrooge did as he was told and held it fast.
We got one! No. Of course, I let one slip when it's flipping Christmas and we're supposed to be jolly and happy and cozy and stuff. Sorry. It wasn't that bad though. That wasn't that bad, I hope. Anyway, moving on. Here we go. The descriptions. Think warmth, think flavor, think colors, brightness. I'm so excited. Ready? Holly, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat, pigs, sausages, oysters, pies, puddings, fruit, and punch all vanished instantly. So did the room, the fire, the ruddy glow, the hour of night, and they stood in the city streets on Christmas morning, where, for the weather was severe, the people made a rough but brisk and not unpleasant kind of music in scraping the snow from the pavement in front of their dwellings, and from the tops of their houses, whence it was mad delight to the boys to see it come plumping down onto the road below, and splitting into artificial little snowstorms. The house fronts looked black enough, and the windows blacker, contrasting with the smooth, white sheet of snow upon the roofs, and with the dirtier snow upon the ground, which last deposit had been plowed up in deep furrows by the heavy wheels of carts and wagons, furrows that crossed and recrossed each other hundreds of times, where the great streets branched off and made intricate channels, hard to trace in the thick yellow mud and icy water. The sky was gloomy, and the shortest streets were choked up with a dingy mist, half thawed, half frozen, whose heavier particles descended in a shower of sooty atoms, as if all the chimneys in Great Britain had, by one consent, caught fire, and were blazing away to their dear hearts' content. There was nothing very cheerful in the climate or the town, and yet was there an air of cheerfulness abroad that the clearest summer air and brightest summer sun might have endeavored to diffuse in vain. Okay, so I was reading the holly and the red berries and stuff, and I spoke too soon. We have the first we have the gloominess and coldness and everything to contrast with our cheerfulness coming up. I apologize. So yes. For the people who were shoveling away on the housetops were jovial and full of glee, calling out to one another from the parapets, and now and then exchanging a facetious snowball, better-natured missile far than many a wordy jest, laughing heartily if it went right and not less heartily if it went wrong. The poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruiterers were radiant in their glory. There were great, round, pot-bellied baskets of chestnuts, shaped like the waistcoats of jolly old gentlemen, lolling at the doors, and tumbling out into the street in their apoplectic opulence. There were ruddy, brown-faced, broad-girthed Spanish onions, shining in the fatness of their growth like Spanish friars, and winking from their shelves in wanton slyness at the girls as they went by, and glanced demurely at the hung-up mistletoe. There were pears and apples clustered high in blooming pyramids. There were bunches of grapes made in the shopkeeper's benevolence to dangle from conspicuous hooks that people's mouths might water gratis as they passed. There were piles of filberts, mossy and brown, recalling, in their fragrance, ancient walks among the woods, and pleasant shufflings ankle-deep through withered leaves. There were Norfolk biffins, squat and swarthy, setting off the yellow of the oranges and lemons, and, in the great compactness of their juicy persons, urgently entreating and beseeching to be carried home in paper bags and eaten after dinner. The very gold and silver fish set forth among these choice fruits in a bowl, though members of a dull and stagnant-blooded race, appeared to know that there was something going on, and, to a fish, went gasping round and round their little world in slow and passionless excitement.
The grocers, oh, the grocers, nearly closed with perhaps 2 shutters down, or 1, but through those gaps such glimpses. It was not alone that the scales descending on the counter made a merry sound, or that the twine and roller parted company so briskly, or that the canisters were rattled up and down like juggling tricks, or even that the blended scents of tea and coffee were so grateful to the nose, or even that the raisins were so plentiful and rare, the almonds so extremely white, the sticks of cinnamon so long and straight, the other spices so delicious, the candied fruits so caked and spotted with molten sugar, as to make the coldest lookers-on feel faint and subsequently bilious. Nor was it that the figs were moist and pulpy, or that the French plums blushed in modest tartness from their highly decorated boxes, or that everything was good to eat and in its Christmas dress. But the customers were all so hurried and so eager in the hopeful promise of the day that they tumbled up against each other at the door, crashing their wicker baskets wildly, and left their purchases upon the counter, and came running back to fetch them, and committed hundreds of the like mistakes in the best humor possible, while the grocer and his people were so frank and fresh that the polished hearts with which they fastened their aprons behind might have been their own, worn outside for general inspection, and for Christmas daws to peck at if they chose. So good. But soon the steeples called good people all to church and chapel, and away they came, flocking through the streets in their best clothes and with their gayest faces. And at the same time there emerged from scores of by-streets, lanes, and nameless turnings, innumerable people carrying their dinners to the bakers' shops. The sight of these poor revelers appeared to interest the spirit very much, for he stood with Scrooge beside him in a baker's doorway, and taking off the covers as their bearers passed, sprinkled incense on their dinners from his torch. And it was a very uncommon kind of torch, for once or twice, when there were angry words between some dinner carriers who had jostled each other, he shed a few drops of water on them from it, and their good humor was restored directly. For they said it was a shame to quarrel upon Christmas Day, and so it was. God love it, so it was. In time the bells ceased, and the bakers were shut up. And yet there was a genial shadowing forth of all these dinners and the progress of their cooking in the thawed blotch of wet above each baker's oven, where the pavement smoked as if its stones were cooking too. "Is there a peculiar flavor in what you sprinkle from your torch?" asked Scrooge. "There is, my own." "Would it apply to any kind of dinner on this day?" asked Scrooge. "To any kindly given, to a poor one most." "Why to a poor one most?" asked Scrooge. "Because it needs it most." "Spirit," said Scrooge, after a moment's thought, "I wonder you, of all the beings in the many worlds about us, should desire to cramp these people's opportunities of innocent enjoyment." "I?" cried the spirit. "You would deprive them of their means of dining every 7th day, often the only day on which they can be said to dine at all," said Scrooge. "Wouldn't you?" "I?" cried the spirit. "You seek to close these places on the 7th day," said Scrooge, "and it comes to the same thing." "I seek!" exclaimed the spirit. "Forgive me if I am wrong. It has been done in your name, or at least in that of your family," said Scrooge. "There are some upon this earth of yours," returned the spirit, "who lay claim to know us, and who do their deeds of passion, pride, ill will, hatred, envy, bigotry, and selfishness in our name, who are as strange to us and all our kith and kin as if they had never lived. Remember that, and charge their doings on themselves, not us." Scrooge promised that he would, and they went on, invisible as they had been before, into the suburbs of the town. It was a remarkable quality of the ghost, which Scrooge had observed at the baker's, that, notwithstanding his gigantic size, he could accommodate himself to any place with ease, and that he stood beneath a low roof quite as gracefully and like a supernatural creature as it was possible he could have done in any lofty hall. And perhaps it was the pleasure the good spirit had in showing off this power of his, or else it was his own kind, generous, hearty nature, and his sympathy with all poor men, that led him straight to Scrooge's clerks, for there he went, and took Scrooge with him, holding to his robe, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled, and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with the sprinkling of his torch. Think of that! Bob had but 15 bob a week himself. He pocketed on Saturdays but 15 copies of his Christian name, and yet the ghost of Christmas present blessed his 4-roomed house. Then up rose Mrs. Cratchit, Cratchit's wife, dressed out but poorly in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons, which are cheap and make a goodly show for 6 pence. And she laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes, and getting the corners of his monstrous shirt collar, Bob's private property, conferred upon his son and heir in honor of the day, into his mouth, rejoiced to find himself so gallantly attired, and yearned to show his linen in the fashionable parks. And now 2 smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelt the goose and known it for their own, and basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onion, these young Cratchits danced about the table and exalted Master Peter Cratchit to the skies, while he, not proud, although his collars nearly choked him, blew the fire until the slow potatoes, bubbling up, knocked loudly at the saucepan lid to be let out and peeled. I was having a thought. Sorry, I love that Bob had but 15 bob a week himself. That whole thing. And I wondered, did he name him Bob before or after making that joke? Like, did he want to make that joke and so named him Bob? Or did he name him Bob to begin with and then was able to make that joke? I don't know. I love it. Either way, I'm glad it happened. Onward! The potatoes are boiling and knocking to be let out and peeled. Ugh. What has ever got your precious father, then? Said Mrs. Cratchit. And your brother Tiny Tim, and Martha weren't as late last Christmas Day by half an hour. Here's Martha, mother, said a girl, appearing as she spoke. Here's Martha, mother, cried the 2 young Cratchits. Hurrah! There's such a goose, Martha. Why, bless your heart alive, my dear, how late you are, said Mrs. Cratchit, kissing her a dozen times and taking off her shawl and bonnet for her with officious zeal. We'd a deal of work to finish up last night, replied the girl, and had to clear away this morning, mother. Well, never mind so long as you are come, said Mrs. Cratchit. Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm. Lord bless ye. No, there's father coming, cried the 2 young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. Hide, Martha, hide! So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob, the father, with at least 3 feet of comforter exclusive of the fringe, hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim, he bore a little crutch, and his limbs supported by an iron frame. Why, where's our Martha? Cried Bob Cratchit, looking round. Not coming, said Mrs. Cratchit. Not coming, said Bob, with a sudden declension in his high spirits, for he had been Tim's blood horse all the way from church, and had come home rampant. Not coming upon Christmas Day. Martha didn't like to see him disappointed, if it were only in joke, so she came out prematurely from behind the closet door and ran into his arms, while the 2 young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off into the wash-house, that he might hear the pudding singing in the copper. And how did little Tim behave? Asked Mrs. Cratchit, when she had rallied Bob on his credulity, and Bob had hugged his daughter to his heart's content. As good as gold, said Bob, and better. Somehow he... Oh, sorry. As good as gold, said Bob, and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day, who made lame beggars walk and blind men see. Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. His active little crutch was heard upon the floor, and back came Tiny Tim before another word was spoken, escorted by his brother and sister to his stool before the fire. And while Bob, turning up his cuffs, as if, poor fellow, they were capable of being made more shabby, compounded some hot mixture in a jug with gin and lemons, and stirred it round and put it on the hob to simmer. Master Peter and the two ubiquitous young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Such a bustle ensued that you might have thought a goose the rarest of all birds, a feathered phenomenon to which a black swan was a matter of course. And in truth it was something very like it in that house. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigor. Miss Belinda sweetened up the applesauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tim beside him in a tiny corner at the table. The two young Cratchits set chairs for everybody, not forgetting themselves, and mounting guard upon their posts, crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it in the breast. But when she did, and when the long-expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all round the board, and even Tiny Tim, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of his knife and feebly cried, "Hurrah!" There never was such a goose. Bob said he didn't believe there ever was such a goose cooked. Its tenderness and flavor, size and cheapness were the themes of universal admiration, eked out by applesauce and mashed potatoes. It was a sufficient dinner for the whole family. Indeed, as Mrs. Cratchit said with great delight, surveying one small atom of a bone upon the dish, they hadn't ate it all at last. Yet every one had had enough. And the youngest Cratchits in particular were steeped in sage and onion to the eyebrows. But now, the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone, too nervous to bear witnesses, to take the pudding up and bring it in. Suppose it should not be done enough. Suppose it should break in turning out. Suppose somebody should have got over the wall of the backyard and stolen it while they were merry with the goose. A supposition at which the two young Cratchits became livid. All sorts of horrors were supposed. Hullo! A great deal of steam. The pudding was out of the copper. A smell like a washing day. That was the cloth. A smell like an eating house, and a pastry cook's next door to each other, with a laundress's next door to that. That was the pudding. In half a minute, Mrs. Cratchit entered, flushed but smiling proudly, with the pudding like a speckled cannonball, so hard and firm, blazing in half a quartern of ignited brandy, and bedight with Christmas holly stuck into the top. Oh, a wonderful pudding, Bob Cratchit said, and calmly too, that he regarded it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Mrs. Cratchit said that now the weight was off her mind. She would confess she had had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought it was at all a small pudding for a large family. It would have been flat heresy to do so, any Cratchit would have blushed to hint at such a thing. I just want to say, what was it? Where is it? Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh, he regarded it calmly too, regarding it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. It's so cute. Like, there's probably been other successes, but just like saying it at Christmas and like pumping her up like that. I don't know. It just like hit me as being very cute this time around. Yes, at last the dinner was done. Also, at some point, I would like to try the pudding. I want to make the pudding. Well, apparently it sounds like it'd be difficult, but to try and fail until it works, that would be, yeah, someday. And then set it ablaze. Sounds like fun. All right. At last, the dinner was all done. The cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. The compound in the jug being tasted and considered perfect. Apples and oranges were put upon the table, and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth in what Bob Cratchit called a circle, meaning half a one. And at Bob Cratchit's elbow stood the family display of glasses, 2 tumblers and a custard cup without a handle. These held the hot stuff from the jug, however, as well as golden goblets would have done. And Bob served it out with beaming looks, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. Then Bob proposed, "A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us," which all the family re-echoed. "God bless us, every one," said Tiny Tim, the last of all. He sat very close to his father's side upon his little stool. Bob held his withered little hand in his, as if he loved the child and wished to keep him by his side, and dreaded that he might be taken from him. "Spirit," said Scrooge, with an interest he had never felt before, "tell me if Tiny Tim will live." "I see a vacant seat," replied the ghost, "in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die." "No, no," said Scrooge. "Oh, no, kind spirit, say he will be spared." "If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, none other of my race," returned the ghost, "will find him here. What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it, and decrease the surplus population." Scrooge hung his head to hear his own words quoted by the spirit, and was overcome with penitence and grief. "Man," said the ghost, "if man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked cant until you have discovered what the surplus is, and where it is. Will you decide what men shall live, what men shall die? It may be that in the sight of heaven you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. O God, to hear the insect on the leaf pronouncing on the too much life among his hungry brothers in the dust." Scrooge bent before the ghost's rebuke, and trembling cast his eyes upon the ground, but he raised them speedily on hearing his own name. "Mr. Scrooge," said Bob, "I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast." "The founder of the feast, indeed!" cried Mrs. Cratchit, reddening. "I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it." "My dear," said Bob, "the children, Christmas Day." "It should be Christmas Day, I am sure," said she, "on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Robert. Nobody knows it better than you do, poor fellow." "My dear," was Bob's mild answer, "Christmas Day." "I'll drink his health for your sake and the day's," said Mrs. Cratchit. "Not for his. Long life to him, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt. The children drank the toast after her. It was the first of their proceedings which had no heartiness. Tiny Tim drank it last of all, but he didn't care twopence for it. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party, which was not dispelled for full 5 minutes. I don't know if I've ever noticed that ogre is in Scrooge. I love that. And that's it. Like, where did the name Scrooge come from? And now it's like so in the vocabulary and everything. So yeah. And then I also wanted to say like the punch that they had and chestnuts. I'm not sure I've ever actually had chestnuts roasted on an open fire for Christmas or at all. So another thing that needs to happen at some point. Pumping her up like, you know what I meant. Terrible. You know what I meant. Building her up. I can't think of the word. I've had too much energy drink. Come on, give me a break. Anyway, cast a dark shadow on the party, not dispelled for full 5 minutes. After it had passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before, from the mere relief of Scrooge the baleful being done with. Bob Cratchit told them how he had a situation in his eye for Master Peter, which would bring in, if obtained, full 5 and 6 pence weekly. The two young Cratchits laughed tremendously at the idea of Peter's being a man of business, and Peter himself looked thoughtfully at the fire from between his collars, as if he were deliberating what particular investments he should favor when he came into the receipt of that bewildering income. Martha, who was a poor apprentice at a milliner's, then told them what kind of work she had to do, and how many hours she worked at a stretch, and how she meant to lie abed tomorrow morning for a good long rest, tomorrow being a holiday she passed at home. Also, how she had seen a countess and a lord some days before, and how the lord was much about as tall as Peter, at which Peter pulled up his collars so high that you couldn't have seen his head if you had been there. All this time, the chestnuts and the jug went round, and by they had a song about a lost child traveling in the snow, from Tiny Tim, who had a plaintive little voice and sang it very well indeed. There was nothing of high mark in this. They were not a handsome family. They were not well dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes were scanty, and Peter might have known, and very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. And when they faded, and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. By this time it was getting dark and snowing pretty heavily, and as Scrooge and the spirit went along the streets, the brightness of the roaring fires in kitchens, parlors, and all sorts of rooms was wonderful. Here the flickering of the blaze showed preparations for a cozy dinner, with hot plates baking through and through before the fire, and deep red curtains ready to be drawn to shut out cold and darkness. There all the children of the house were running out into the snow to meet their married sisters, brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, and be the first to greet them. Here again were shadows on the window blind of guests assembling. And there a group of handsome girls, all hooded and fur-booted, and all chattering at once, tripped lightly off to some near neighbor's house, where, woe upon the single man who saw them enter, artful witches, well they knew it, in a glow. But if you had judged from the numbers of people on their way to friendly gatherings, you might have thought that no one was at home to give them welcome when they got there, instead of every house expecting company and piling up its fires half chimney high. Blessings on it, how the ghost exulted! How it bared its breadth of breast, and opened its capacious palm, and floated on, outpouring, with a generous hand, its bright and harmless mirth on everything within its reach. the very lamplighter who ran on before, dotting the dusky street with specks of light, and who was dressed to spend the evening somewhere, laughed out loudly as the spirit passed, though little kenned the lamplighter that he had any company but Christmas. And now, without a word of warning from the ghost, they stood upon a bleak and desert moor, where monstrous masses of rude stone were cast about, as though it were the burial place of giants, and water spread itself wheresoever it listed, or would have done so, but for the frost that held it prisoner, and nothing grew but moss and furze and coarse rank grass. Down in the west the setting sun had left a streak of fiery red, which glared upon the desolation for an instant, like a sullen eye, and frowning lower, lower, lower yet, was lost in the thick gloom of darkest night. "What place is this?" asked Scrooge. "A place where miners live, who labor in the bowels of the earth," returned the spirit. "But they know me. See?" A light shone from the window of a hut, and swiftly they advanced towards it. Passing through the wall of mud and stone, they found a cheerful company assembled round a glowing fire, an old man and woman with their children and their children's children, and another generation beyond that, all decked out gaily in their holiday attire. The old man, in a voice that seldom rose above the howling of the wind upon the barren waste, was singing them a Christmas song. It had been a very old song when he was a boy, and from time to time they all joined in the chorus. So surely as they raised their voices, the old man got quite blithe and loud, and so surely as they stopped, his vigor sank again. The spirit did not tarry here, but bade Scrooge hold his robe, and passing on above the moor, sped whither? Not to see, to see. To Scrooge's horror, looking back, he saw the last of the land, a frightful range of rocks behind them, and his ears were deafened by the thundering of water as it rolled and roared and raged among the dreadful caverns it had worn, and fiercely tried to undermine the earth. Built upon a dismal reef of sunken rocks, some league or so from shore, on which the waters chafed and dashed the wild year through, there stood a solitary lighthouse. Great heaps of seaweed clung to its base, and storm birds, born of the wind, one might suppose, as seaweed of the water, rose and fell about it, like the waves they skimmed. But even here, two men who watched the light had made a fire, that through the loophole in the thick stone wall shed out a ray of brightness on the awful sea. Joining their horny hands over the rough table at which they sat, they wished each other Merry Christmas in their can of grog, and one of them, the elder too, with his face all damaged and scarred with hard weather, as the figurehead of an old ship might be, struck up a sturdy song that was like a gale in itself. Again the ghost sped on, above the black and heaving sea, on, until, being far away, as he told Scrooge, from any shore, they lighted on a ship. They stood beside the helmsman at the wheel, the lookout in the bow, the officers who had the watch, dark ghostly figures in their several stations, but every man among them hummed a Christmas tune, or had a Christmas thought, or spoke below his breath to his companion of some bygone Christmas day, with homeward hopes belonging to it. And every man on board, waking or sleeping, good or bad, had had a kinder word for another on that day than on any day in the year, and had shared to some extent in its festivities, and had remembered those he cared for at a distance, and had known that they delighted to remember him. In your defense, there's a lot of better ways to... Okay, I know, but I couldn't think of any of them. Brain is mush already. That's the energy drink, and that probably doesn't help with the trying to figure out words either. Rude. I still can't think of a different word.
I know there is one, but I can't think of it. It is what it is at this point.
It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while listening to the moaning of the wind and thinking what a solemn thing it was to move on through the lonely darkness over an unknown abyss, whose depths were secrets as profound as death. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while thus engaged, to hear a hearty laugh. It was a much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognize it as his own nephew's, and to find himself in a bright, dry, gleaming room, with the spirit standing smiling by his side, and looking at that same nephew with approving affability. "Ha ha!" laughed Scrooge's nephew. "Ha ha ha! If you should happen, by any unlikely chance, to know a man more blessed in a laugh than Scrooge's nephew, all I can say is I should like to know him too. Introduce him to me, and I'll cultivate his acquaintance." I always hate having to read the ha-ha-has. I never do it right. It's so weird. All right. It is a fair, even-handed, noble adjustment of things that while there is infection in disease and sorrow, there is nothing in the world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humor. When Scrooge's nephew laughed in this way, holding his sides, rolling his head, and twisting his face into the most extravagant contortions, Scrooge's niece, by marriage, laughed as heartily as he, and their assembled friends, being not a bit behindhand, roared out lustily, "Ha ha 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 ha! He said that Christmas was a humbug, as I live!" cried Scrooge's nephew. "He believed it, too." "More shame for him, Fred," said Scrooge's niece indignantly. "Bless those women. They never do anything by halves. They are always in earnest." She was very pretty, exceedingly pretty, with a dimpled, surprised-looking, capital face, a ripe little mouth that seemed made to be kissed, as no doubt it was, all kinds of good little dots about her chin that melted into one another when she laughed, and the sunniest pair of eyes you ever saw in any little creature's head. Altogether, she was what you would have called provoking, you know, but satisfactory, too. Oh, perfectly satisfactory. "He's a comical old fellow," said Scrooge's nephew. "That's the truth, and not so pleasant as he might be. However, his offenses carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him." "I'm sure he is very rich, Fred," hinted Scrooge's niece. "At least you always tell me so." "What of that, my dear?" said Scrooge's nephew. "His wealth is of no use to him. He don't do any good with it. He don't make himself comfortable with it. He hasn't the satisfaction of thinking that he is ever going to benefit us with it." "I have no patience with him," observed Scrooge's niece. Scrooge's niece's sisters and all the other ladies expressed the same opinion. "Oh, I have," said Scrooge's nephew. "I am sorry for him. I couldn't be angry with him if I tried. Who suffers by his ill whims? Himself, always. Here, he takes it into his head to dislike us, and he won't come and dine with us. What's the consequence? He don't lose much of a dinner." "Indeed, I think he loses a very good dinner," interrupted Scrooge's niece. Everybody else said the same, and they must be allowed to have been competent judges, because they had just had dinner, and, with the dessert upon the table, were clustered round the fire by lamplight. "Well, I'm very glad to hear it," said Scrooge's nephew, "because I haven't great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper?" Topper had clearly got his eye upon one of Scrooge's niece's sisters, for he answered that a bachelor was a wretched outcast, who had no right to express an opinion on the subject. Whereat Scrooge's niece's sister, the plump one with the lace tucker, not the one with the roses, blushed. "Do go on, Fred," said Scrooge's niece, clapping her hands. "He never finishes what he begins to say. He is such a ridiculous fellow." Scrooge's nephew reveled in another laugh, and as it was impossible to keep the infection off, though the plump sister tried hard to do it with aromatic vinegar, his example was unanimously followed. I was only going to say, said Scrooge's nephew, that the consequence of his taking a dislike to us and not making merry with us is, as I think, that he loses some pleasant moments, which could do him no harm. I am sure he loses pleasanter companions than he can find in his own thoughts, either in his moldy old office or his dusty chambers. I mean to give him the same chance every year, whether he likes it or not, for I pity him. He may rail at Christmas till he dies, but he can't help thinking better of it. I defy him. If he finds me going there in good temper year after year and saying, "Uncle Scrooge, how are you?" If it only puts him in the vein to leave his poor clerk £50, that's something, and I think I shook him yesterday. It was their turn to laugh now at the notion of his shaking Scrooge, but being thoroughly good-natured and not much caring what they laughed at, so that they laughed at any rate, he encouraged them in their merriment and passed the bottle joyously. Hype her up, amp, flatter her, fawn on her. That's what it is. See, you could have said that earlier. Yeah, all those. I have no access to a thesaurus, and clearly brain isn't working. So that was your job, and you were late about it. That's fine. That's fine. You know what? You know what? I shall be as Scrooge's nephew. Being thoroughly good-natured and not much caring what is laughed at, so long as the laughing happens. Oh, gosh. Yep, that. After tea, they had some music. For they were a musical family, and knew what they were about when they sung a glee or catch, I can assure you. Especially Topper, who could growl away in the bass like a good one, and never swell the large veins in his forehead, or get red in the face over it. Scrooge's niece played well upon the harp, and played among other tunes a simple little air, a mere nothing, you might learn to whistle it in 2 minutes, which had been familiar to the child who fetched Scrooge from the boarding school, as he had been reminded by the ghost of Christmas past. When this strain of music sounded, all the things that ghost had shown him came upon his mind. He softened more and more, and thought that if he could have listened to it often, years ago, he might have cultivated the kindnesses of life for his own happiness with his own hands, without resorting to the sexton's spade that buried Jacob Marley. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. After a while, they played at forfeits, for it is good to be children sometimes, and never better than at Christmas, when its mighty founder was a child himself. Stop. There was first a game at Blind Man's Buff. Of course there was, and I no more believe Topper was really blind than I believe he had eyes in his boots. My opinion is that it was a done thing between him and Scrooge's nephew, and that the ghost of Christmas present knew it. The way he went after that plump sister in the lace tucker was an outrage on the credulity of human nature. Knocking down the fire irons, tumbling over the chairs, bumping against the piano, smothering himself among the curtains. Wherever she went, there went he. He always knew where the plump sister was. He wouldn't catch anybody else. If you had fallen up against him, as some of them did, on purpose, he would have made a feint of endeavoring to seize you, which would have been an affront to your understanding, and would instantly have sidled off in the direction of the plump sister. She often cried out that it wasn't fair, and it really was not. But when at last he caught her, when, in spite of all her silken rustlings and her rapid flutterings past him, he got her into a corner whence there was no escape, then his conduct was the most execrable. For his pretending not to know her, his pretending that it was necessary to touch her headdress, and further to assure himself of her identity by pressing a certain ring upon her finger and a certain chain about her neck, was vile, monstrous. No doubt she told him her opinion of it, when, another blind man being in office, they were so very confidential together behind the curtains. Oh. Scrooge's niece was not one of the blind man's buff party, but was made comfortable with a large chair and a footstool in a snug corner where the ghost and Scrooge were close behind her. But she joined in the forfeits and loved her but she joined in the forfeits and loved her love to admiration with all the letters of the alphabet. Likewise, at the game of how, when, and where, she was very great, and, to the secret joy of Scrooge's nephew, beat her sisters hollow. Though they were sharp girls too, as Topper could have told you. There might have been 20 people there, young and old, but they all played. And so did Scrooge, for wholly forgetting in the interest he had in what was going on, that his voice made no sound in their ears. He sometimes came out with his guess quite loud, and very often guessed quite right, too. For the sharpest needle, best Whitechapel, warranted not to cut in the eye, was not sharper than Scrooge, blunt as he took it in his head to be. The ghost was greatly pleased to find him in this mood, and looked upon him with such favor that he begged like a boy to be allowed to stay until the guests departed. But this the spirit said could not be done. "Here is a new game," said Scrooge. "1 half-hour, spirit, only one." It was a game called Yes and No, where Scrooge's nephew had to think of something, and the rest must find out what. He only answering to their questions yes or no, as the case was. The brisk fire of questioning to which he was exposed elicited from him that he was thinking of an animal, a live animal, rather a disagreeable animal, a savage animal, an animal that growled and grunted sometimes, and talked sometimes, and lived in London, and walked about the streets, and wasn't made a show of, and wasn't led by anybody, and didn't live in a menagerie, and was never killed in a market, and was not a horse, or an ass, or a cow, or a bull, or a tiger, or a dog, or a pig, or a cat, or a bear. At every fresh question that was put to him, this nephew burst into a fresh roar of laughter, and was so inexpressibly tickled that he was obliged to get up off the sofa and stamp. At last, the plump sister, falling into a similar state, cried out, "I have found it out! I know what it is, Fred! I know what it is!" "What is it?" cried Fred. "It's your Uncle Scrooge!" Which it certainly was. Admiration was the universal sentiment, though some objected that the reply to "Is it a bear?" ought to have been yes, inasmuch as an answer in the negative was sufficient to have diverted their thoughts from Mr. Scrooge, supposing they had ever had any tendency that way. "He has given us plenty of merriment, I am sure," said Fred, "and it would be ungrateful not to drink his health. Here is a glass of mulled wine ready to our hand at the moment, and I say, Uncle Scrooge." "Well, Uncle Scrooge," they cried, "a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the old man, whatever he is," said Scrooge's nephew. "He wouldn't take it from me, but may he have it nevertheless. Uncle Scrooge." Uncle Scrooge had imperceptibly become so gay and light of heart that he would have pledged the unconscious company in return and thanked them in an inaudible speech if the ghost had given him time. But the whole scene passed off in the breath of the last words spoken by his nephew, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw, and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirit stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful, on foreign lands, and they were close at home, by struggling men, and they were patient in their greater hope, by poverty, and it was rich, in almshouse, hospital, and jail, in misery's every refuge, where vain man, in his little brief authority, had not made fast the door, and barred the spirit out, he left his blessing, and taught Scrooge his precepts. It was a long night, if it were only a night, but Scrooge had his doubts of this, because the Christmas holidays appeared to be condensed into the space of time they passed together. It was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, The ghost grew older, clearly older. Scrooge had observed this change, but never spoke of it until they left a children's 12th night party, when, looking at the spirit as they stood together in an open place, he noticed that its hair was gray. "Are spirits' lives so short?" asked Scrooge. "My life upon this globe is very brief," replied the ghost. "It ends tonight." "Tonight!" cried Scrooge. "Tonight, at midnight. Hark, the time is drawing near." The chimes were ringing the 11:15 at that moment. "Forgive me if I am not justified in what I ask," said Scrooge, looking intently at the spirit's robe, "but I see something strange and not belonging to yourself protruding from your skirts. Is it a foot or a claw?" "It might be a claw, for the flesh there is upon it," was the spirit's sorrowful reply. "Look here." From the foldings of its robe, it brought 2 children, wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, miserable. They knelt down at its feet and clung upon the outside of its garment. "Oh man, look here, look down here," exclaimed the ghost. They were a boy and girl, yellow, meager, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostrate too in their humility, where graceful youth should have filled their features out and touched them with its freshest tints. A stale and shriveled hand, like that of age, had pinched and twisted them and pulled them into shreds. Where angels might have sat enthroned, devils lurked and glared out menacing. No change, no degradation, no perversion of humanity in any grade, through all the mysteries of wonderful creation, has monsters half so horrible and dread. Scrooge started back, appalled. Having them shown to him in this way, he tried to say they were fine children, but the words choked themselves, rather than be parties to a lie of such enormous magnitude. Oh, so there they are. And then, yeah, it's a ghost and everything, but like having him be so transparent and having them be more of the foreground sort of thing. Oh. And yeah, and then it's got the smokestacks question mark in the background rather than anything. Ooh, and the dead trees and stuff rather than anything else. And it was like that transition from joyful, jolly, color, whatever, into this. Yeah. Are you getting paid for this? No. Paid in joy and smiles, I guess, just not at this part, particularly. "Spirit, are they yours?" Scrooge could say no more. "They are man's," said the spirit, looking down upon them, "and they cling to me, appealing from their fathers. This boy is ignorance. This girl is want. Beware them both, and all of their degree. But most of all, beware this boy, for on his brow I see that written which is doom, unless the writing be erased. Deny it," cried the spirit, stretching out its hand towards the city. "Slander those who tell it ye. Admit it for your factious purposes, and make it worse, and abide the end." "Have they no refuge or resource?" cried Scrooge. "Are there no prisons?" said the spirit, turning on him for the last time with his own words. "Are there no workhouses?" The bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost and saw it not. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him. End of stave 3. And then I was also noticing as I was looking at these, like they got the lights in this one and not in this one. So is this one a house and this one is not? Or I don't know, having the lights on this side where Scrooge is, where he was all merriment and such, and then the darkness on this side coming into that portion of it. I don't know, but I do. I like the choices that were made. But yeah, it is. It's just like, I love the merriment and imagery of this entire chapter and just how it transitions into that punch. Yeah. And then, yeah, I don't know. I was having a thought about the clinging to Christmas. Like sometimes, yeah, that's all what people have, or it's like that's the most hopeful time of the year and such. So, yeah, sad. Yeah. I don't know. Again, there's thoughts there, but I'm out of practice. Double check. And I don't have to handle anything. Oh gosh. Oops. Okay. Ah! All right. I'll put it over here. Sorry. Ah! Y'all probably don't care or have this problem. Hair problem. Oy. Okay. But it is a me problem. So, hydrating. Everything good? Double checking. Good. Okay. Onward! Sorry. Stave 4. The last of the spirits. The phantom slowly, gravely, silently approached. When it came near him, Scrooge bent down upon his knee, for in the very air through which the spirit moved, it seemed to scatter gloom and mystery. It was shrouded in a deep black garment, which concealed its head, its face, its form, and left nothing of it visible save one outstretched hand. But for this, it would have been difficult to detach its figure from the night and separate it from the darkness by which it was surrounded. He felt that it was tall and stately when it came beside him, and that its mysterious presence filled him with a solemn dread. He knew no more, for the spirit neither spoke nor moved. "I am in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come," said Scrooge. The spirit answered not, but pointed onward with its hand. "You are about to show me shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us," Scrooge pursued. "Is that so, spirit?" The upper portion of the garment was contracted for an instant in its folds, as if the spirit had inclined its head. That was the only answer he received. Although well used to ghostly company by this time, Scrooge feared the silent shape so much that his legs trembled beneath him, and he found that he could hardly stand when he prepared to follow it. The spirit paused a moment, as observing his condition and giving him time to recover. But Scrooge was all the worse for this. It thrilled him with a vague, uncertain horror to know that behind the dusky shroud there were ghostly eyes intently fixed upon him, while he, though he stretched his own to the utmost, could see nothing but a spectral hand and one great heap of black. "Ghost of the future," he exclaimed, "I fear you more than any specter I have seen, but as I know your purpose is to do me good, and as I hope to live to be another man from what I was, I am prepared to bear you company and do it with a thankful heart. Will you not speak to me?" It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them. "Lead on," said Scrooge. "Lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, spirit." The phantom moved away as it had come towards him. Scrooge followed in the shadow of its dress, which bore him up, he thought, and carried him along. Sorry. They scarcely seemed to enter the city, for the city rather seemed to spring up about them and encompass them of its own act. But there they were, in the heart of it, on change amongst the merchants, who hurried up and down and chinked the money in their pockets, and conversed in groups, and looked at their watches, and trifled thoughtfully with their great gold seals, and so forth, as Scrooge had seen them often. The spirit stopped beside one little knot of businessmen. Observing that the hand was pointed to them, Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk. "No," said a great fat man with a monstrous chin. "I don't know much about it either way. I only know he's dead." "When did he die?" inquired another. "Last night, I believe." "Why, what was the matter with him?" asked a third, taking a vast quantity of snuff out of a very large snuff box. "I thought he'd never die." "God knows," said the first with a yawn. "What has he done with his money?" asked a red-faced gentleman with a pendulous excrescence on the end of his nose that shook like the gills of a turkey cock. "I haven't heard," said the man with the large chin, yawning again. "Left it to his company, perhaps. He hasn't left it to me, that's all I know." This pleasantry was received with a general laugh. "It's likely to be a very cheap funeral," said the same speaker, "for upon my life I don't know of anybody to go to it. Suppose we make up a party and volunteer?" "I don't mind going if a lunch is provided," observed the gentleman with the excrescence on his nose. "But I must be fed if I make one." Another laugh. "Well, I am the most disinterested among you, after all," said the first speaker, "for I never wear black gloves, and I never eat lunch. But I'll offer to go, if anybody else will. When I come to think of it, I'm not at all sure that I wasn't his most particular friend, for we used to stop and speak whenever we met. Bye-bye." Speakers and listeners strolled away and mixed with other groups. Scrooge knew the men and looked towards the spirit for an explanation. The phantom glided on into a street. Its finger pointed to two persons meeting. Scrooge listened again, thinking that the explanation might lie here. He knew these men also perfectly. They were men of business, very wealthy and of great importance. He had made a point always of standing well in their esteem, in a business point of view, that is, strictly in a business point of view. "How are you?" said one. "How are you?" returned the other. "Well," said the first, "Old Scratch has got his own at last, hey?" "So I am told," returned the second. "Cold, isn't it?" "Seasonable for Christmas time." "You're not a skater, I suppose?" No, something else to think of. Good morning." Not another word. That was their meeting, their conversation. Scrooge was at first inclined to be surprised that the spirit should attach importance to conversations apparently so trivial, but feeling assured that they must have some hidden purpose, he set himself to consider what it was likely to be. They could scarcely be supposed to have any bearing on the death of Jacob, his old partner, for that was past, and this ghost's province was the future. Nor could he think of anyone immediately connected with himself to whom he could apply them. But nothing doubting that, to whomsoever they applied, they had some latent moral for his own improvement. He resolved to treasure up every word he heard and everything he saw, and especially to observe the shadow of himself when it appeared. For he had an expectation that the conduct of his future self would give him the clue he missed, and would render the solution of these riddles easy. He looked about in that very place for his own image, but another man stood in his accustomed corner, and though the clock pointed to his usual time of day for being there, he saw no likeness of himself among the multitudes that poured in through the porch. It gave him little surprise, however, for he had been revolving in his mind a change of life, and thought and hoped he saw his newborn resolutions carried out in this. Quiet and dark, beside him stood the phantom with its outstretched hand. When he roused himself from his thoughtful quest, he fancied from the turn of the hand and its situation in reference to himself that the unseen eyes were looking at him keenly. It made him shudder and feel very cold. They left the busy scene and went into an obscure part of the town where Scrooge had never penetrated before, although he recognized its situation and its bad repute. The ways were foul and narrow, the shops and houses wretched, the people half naked, drunken, slipshod, ugly. Alleys and archways, like so many cesspools, disgorged their offenses of smell and dirt and life upon the straggling streets, and the whole quarter reeked with crime, with filth and misery. Far in this den of infamous resort, there was a low-browed, beetling shop below a penthouse roof, where iron, old rags, bottles, bones, and greasy offal were bought. Upon the floor within were piled up heaps of rusty keys, nails, chains, hinges, files, scales, weights, and refuse iron of all kinds. Secrets that few would like to scrutinize were bred and hidden in mountains of unseemly rags, masses of corrupted fat, and sepulchres of bones. Sitting in among the wares he dealt in by a charcoal stove made of old bricks was a gray-haired rascal, nearly 70 years of age, who had screened himself from the cold air without by a frowsy curtaining of miscellaneous tatters hung upon a line, and smoked his pipe in all the luxury of calm retirement. Pause. I love, again, like it gives you that gross image, icky, whatever. And it's like the same, it's just different words, but the same way that it was presented, like that the food, the fruits, the chestnuts, the onions, all of that stuff was presented. And yeah, just that like contrast of all of the nastiness and dreariness of here versus like in the past. And then like the there was a specific part that I won't be able to find right now, but the well, first, like the gray-haired rascal versus, say, the ghost of Christmas Present, lounging amongst his stuff. The suckling pigs and the cherry-cheeked apples and luscious pears and stuff. But then there's also, there was a part, maybe it was in Fezziwig's thing where it was like, yeah, screened against the cold or whatever, but the way it was put was a lot cheerier than screened himself from the cold air without by a frowsy curtaining of miscellaneous tatters hung upon a line. So yeah, I would love to like put those two parts together to just kind of like really revel in the disconnect or the comparison contrast between it. Yeah. Anywho. Scrooge and the Phantom came into the presence of this man, just as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop. But she had scarcely entered when another woman, similarly laden, came in too, and she was closely followed by a man in faded black, who was no less startled by the sight of them than they had been upon the recognition of each other. After a short... Sorry. Okay, sorry. I had another thought. Since I was interrupted, putting like the tatters, the faded black, and that whole, the description of what they're wearing, and versus in the Cratchit's house where, yeah, they weren't dressed handsomely or anything. Stuff was tattered, but yet they were still cheerful and joyful and jolly and stuff. Yeah. The comparison yet contrast in how it, how they behave and how they are in general. So, yeah. Anywho, okay. Rewinding. Scrooge and the Phantom came into the presence of this man, just as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop. But she had scarcely entered when another woman, similarly laden, came in too, and she was closely followed by a man in faded black, who was no less startled by the sight of them than they had been upon the recognition of each other. After a short period of blank astonishment, in which the old man with the pipe had joined them, they all three burst into a laugh. "Let the charwoman alone to be the first," cried she who had entered first. "Let the laundress alone to be the second, and let the undertaker's man alone to be the third. Look here, old Joe, here's a chance, if we haven't all three met here without meaning it." "You couldn't have met in a better place," said old Joe, removing his pipe from his mouth. "Come into the parlor. You were made free of it long ago, you know. And the other two aren't strangers. Stop till I shut the door of the shop. Ah, how it squeaks! There ain't such a rusty bit of metal in the place as its own hinges, I believe. And I'm sure there's no such old bones here as mine. Ha ha! We're all suitable to our calling. We're well matched. Come into the parlor. Come into the parlor." The parlor was the space behind the screen of rags. The old man raked the fire together with an old stair rod, and having trimmed his smoky lamp, for it was night, with the stem of his pipe, put it in his mouth again. The pipe, not the lamp. Sorry. While he did this, the woman who had already spoken threw her bundle on the floor and sat down in a flaunting manner on a stool, crossing her elbows on her knees and looking with a bold defiance at the other two. "What odds, then? What odds, Mrs. Dilber?" said the woman. "Every person has a right to take care of themselves. He always did." "That's true indeed," said the laundress. "No man more so." "Why then, don't stand staring as if you was afraid, woman. Who's the wiser? We're not going to pick holes in each other's coats, I suppose." "No, indeed," said Mrs. Dilber and the man together. "We should hope not." "Very well then," cried the woman. "That's enough. Who's the worse for the loss of a few things like these? Not a dead man, I suppose." "No, indeed," said Mrs. Dilber, laughing. "If he wanted to keep him after he was dead, a wicked old screw," pursued the woman. "Why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? If he had been, he'd have had somebody to look after him when he was struck with death, instead of lying gasping out his last there, alone by himself." "It's the truest word that ever was spoke," said Mrs. Dilber. "It's a judgment on him." "I wish it was a little heavier judgment," replied the woman. "And it should have been, you may depend upon it, if I could have laid my hands on anything else. Open that bundle, old Joe, and let me know the value of it. Speak out plain. I'm not afraid to be the first, nor afraid for them to see it. We knew pretty well that we were helping ourselves before we met here, I believe. It's no sin. Open the bundle, Joe." But the gallantry of her friends would not allow of this, and the man in faded black, mounting the breach first, produced his plunder. It was not extensive. A seal or two, a pencil case, a pair of sleeve buttons, and a brooch of no great value were all. They were severally examined and appraised by old Joe, who chalked the sums he was disposed to give for each upon the wall, and added them up into a total when he found there was nothing more to come. "That's your account," said Joe, "and I wouldn't give another sixpence if I was to be boiled for not doing it. Who's next?" Mrs. Dilber was next. Sheets and towels, a little wearing apparel, 2 old-fashioned silver teaspoons, a pair of sugar tongs, and a few boots. Her account was stated on the wall in the same manner. "I always give too much to ladies. It's a weakness of mine, and that's the way I ruin myself," said old Joe. "That's your account. If you asked me for another penny and made it an open question, I'd repent of being so liberal and knock off half a crown." "And now undo my bundle, Joe," said the first woman. Joe went down on his knees for the greater convenience of opening it, and having unfastened a great many knots, dragged out a large and heavy roll of some dark stuff. "What do you call this?" said Joe. "Bed curtains." "Ah," returned the woman, laughing and leaning forward on her crossed arms. "Bed curtains." "You don't mean to say you took 'em down, rings and all, with him lying there?" said Joe. "Yes, I do," replied the woman. "Why not?" "You were born to make your fortune," said Joe, "and you'll certainly do it." "I certainly shan't hold my hand when I can get anything in it by reaching it out, for the sake of such a man as he was. I promise you, Joe," returned the woman coolly. "Don't drop that oil upon the blankets now." "His blankets?" asked Joe. "Whose else's, do you think?" replied the woman. "He isn't likely to take cold without 'em, I dare say." "I hope he didn't die of anything catching, eh?" said old Joe, stopping in his work and looking up. "Don't you be afraid of that," returned the woman. "I ain't so fond of his company that I'd loiter about him for such things if he did. Ah, you may look through that shirt till your eyes ache, but you won't find a hole in it, nor a threadbare place. It's the best he had, and a fine one, too. They'd have wasted it if it hadn't been for me." "What do you call wasting of it?" asked old Joe. "Putting it on him to be buried in, to be sure," replied the woman with a laugh. "Somebody was fool enough to do it, but I took it off again. If calico ain't good enough for such a purpose, it isn't good enough for anything. It's quite as becoming to the body. He can't look uglier than he did in that one." Scrooge listened to this dialogue in horror. As they sat grouped about their spoil, in the scanty light afforded by the old man's lamp, he viewed them with a detestation and disgust which could hardly have been greater, though they had been obscene demons marketing the corpse itself. "Ha ha!" laughed the same woman, when old Joe, producing a flannel bag with money in it, told out their several gains upon the ground. "This is the end of it, you see. He frightened every one away from him when he was alive, to profit us when he was dead. Ha ha ha!" "Spirit," said Scrooge, shuddering from head to foot. I see. The case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now. Merciful heaven, what is this?" He recoiled in terror, for the scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bed, a bare, uncurtained bed, on which beneath a ragged sheet there lay a something covered up, which, though it was dumb, announced itself in awful language. The room was very dark, too dark to be observed with any accuracy, though Scrooge glanced round it in obedience to a secret impulse, anxious to know what kind of room it was. A pale light, rising in the outer air, fell straight upon the bed, and on it, plundered and bereft, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this man. Scrooge glanced towards the phantom. Its steady hand was pointed to the head. The cover was so carelessly adjusted that the slightest raising of it, the motion of a finger upon Scrooge's part, would have disclosed the face. He thought of it, felt how easy it would be to do, and longed to do it, but had no more power to withdraw the veil than to dismiss the spectre at his side. "O cold, cold, rigid, dreadful death, set up thine altar here, and dress it with such terrors as thou hast at thy command, for this is thy dominion. But of the loved, revered, and honored head, thou canst not turn one hair to thy dread purposes, or make one feature odious. It is not that the hand is heavy and will fall down when released. It is not that the heart and pulse are still, but that the hand was open, generous, and true, the heart brave, warm, and tender, and the pulse a man's. Strike, shadow, strike, and see his good deeds springing from the wound, to sow the world with life immortal." No voice pronounced these words in Scrooge's ears, and yet he heard them when he looked upon the bed. He thought, if this man could be raised up now, what would be his foremost thoughts? Avarice, hard dealing, griping cares, they have brought him to a rich end, truly. He lay in the dark, empty house with not a man, a woman, or a child to say that he was kind to me in this or that, and for the memory of one kind word, I will be kind to him. A cat was tearing at the door, and there was a sound of gnawing rats beneath the hearthstone. What they wanted in the room of death, and why they were so restless and disturbed, Scrooge did not dare to think. "Spirit," he said, "this is a fearful place. In leaving it, I shall not leave its lesson. Trust me. Let us go." Still, the ghost pointed with an unmoved finger to the head. "I understand you," Scrooge returned, "and I would do it if I could, but I have not the power, Spirit. I have not the power." Again it seemed to look upon him. "If there is any person in the town who feels emotion caused by this man's death," said Scrooge, quite agonized, "show that person to me, Spirit. I beseech you." The phantom spread its dark robe before him for a moment, like a wing, and, withdrawing it, revealed a room by daylight where a mother and her children were. She was expecting someone, and with anxious eagerness, for she walked up and down the room, started at every sound, looked out from the window, glanced at the clock, tried but in vain to work with her needle, and could hardly bear the voices of the children in their play. At length, the long-expected knock was heard. She hurried to the door and met her husband, a man whose face was careworn and depressed, though he was young. There was a remarkable expression in it now, a kind of serious delight of which he felt ashamed, and which he struggled to repress. He sat down to the dinner that had been hoarding for him by the fire, and when she asked him faintly what news, which was not until after a long silence, he appeared, embarrassed how to answer. "Is it good?" she said, "or bad?" to help him. "Bad," he answered. "We are quite ruined?" "No. There is hope yet, Caroline." "If he relents," she said, amazed, "there is. Nothing is past hope if such a miracle has happened." "He is past relenting," said her husband. "He is dead." She was a mild and patient creature, if her face spoke truth, but she was thankful in her soul to hear it, and she said so, with clasped hands. She prayed forgiveness the next moment, and was sorry, but the first was the emotion of her heart. "What the half-drunken woman whom I told you of last night said to me when I tried to see him and obtain a week's delay, and what I thought was a mere excuse to avoid me, turns out to have been quite true. He was not only very ill, but dying then." "To whom will our debt be transferred?" "I don't know, but before that time we shall be ready with the money, and even though we were not, it would be a bad fortune indeed to find so merciless a creditor in his successor. We may sleep tonight with light hearts, Caroline." Yes, soften it as they would, their hearts were lighter. The children's faces, hushed and clustered round to hear what they so little understood, were brighter, and it was a happier house for this man's death. The only emotion that the ghost could show him, caused by the event, was one of pleasure. "Let me see some tenderness connected with a death," said Scrooge, "or that dark chamber spirit which we left just now will be forever present to me." The ghost conducted him through several streets familiar to his feet, and as they went along, Scrooge looked here and there to find himself, but nowhere was he to be seen. They entered poor Bob Cratchit's house, the dwelling he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet, very quiet. The noisy little Cratchits were as still as statues in one corner, and sat looking up at Peter, who had a book before him. The mother and her daughters were engaged in sewing, but surely they were very quiet. And he took a child and set him in the midst of them. Where had Scrooge heard those words? He had not dreamed them. The boy must have read them out as he and the spirit crossed the threshold. Why did he not go on? The mother laid her work upon the table and put her hand up to her face. "The color hurts my eyes," she said. The color? Ah, poor Tiny Tim. "They're better now again," said Cratchit's wife. "It makes them weak by candlelight, and I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home, for the world. It must be near his time." "Past it, rather," Peter answered, shutting up his book. "But I think he has walked a little slower than he used these few last evenings, Mother." I must start getting all emotional. They were very quiet again. At last she said, and in a steady, cheerful voice that only faltered once, I have known him walk with Tiny Tim upon his shoulder very fast indeed." "And so have I," cried Peter. "Often." "And so have I," exclaimed another. So had all. "But he was very light to carry," she resumed, intent upon her work. "And his father loved him so that it was no trouble. No trouble. And there is your father at the door." She hurried out to meet him, and little Bob, in his comforter, he had need of it, poor fellow, came in. His tea was ready for him on the hob, and they all tried who should help him to it most. Then the two young Cratchits got upon his knees and laid each child a little cheek against his face, as if they said, "Don't mind it, father, don't be grieved." Bob was very cheerful with them, and spoke pleasantly to all the family. He looked at the work upon the table, and praised the industry and speed of Mrs. Cratchit and the girls. They would be done long before Sunday, he said. "Sunday? You went today then, Robert?" said his wife. "Yes, my dear," returned Bob. "I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green a place it is. But you'll see it often. I promised him that I would walk there on a Sunday. My little child," cried Bob. My little child. Sorry. Ugh. He broke down all at once. He couldn't help it. If he could have helped it, he and his child would have been farther apart, perhaps, than they were. Sorry. Pausing. Could you imagine how messed up it'd be to see the only impact on this earth your death has is two people rejoicing? Right, exactly. Like, yeah. Wait, spoilers. Yeah, it does. This is one of those things where it it makes you think through what are the chains that we carry and what things could we do better day to day, even not just Christmas time and things like that. And yeah, seeing how things were like the contrast between things here, when they were joyful and stuff, but yet didn't have a whole lot, versus the part of town where you wouldn't want to go to. Yeah, making choices. We all have choices to make in this life. And yet poor Tiny Tim didn't. So, yeah, life and stuff. I'm so good at analyzing things. Yeah. Sorry, this part always gets me. But you do, and you hope, like, It's a Wonderful Life, that movie. It's like, oh, you know what? Hopefully you do. Maybe it's not as exaggerated or whatever. You do have pleasantries or positive things that you've done for people, hopefully. Versus this. So, yeah. How are you doing, Chicken? In his Christmas best. Okay. I'm good. We're good. He left the room and went upstairs into the room above, which was lighted cheerfully and hung with Christmas. There was a chair set close beside the child, and there were signs of someone having been there lately. Poor Bob sat down in it and when he had thought a little and composed himself, he kissed the little face. He was reconciled to what had happened, and went down again, quite happy. They drew about the fire and talked, the girls and mother working still. Bob told them of the extraordinary kindness of Mr. Scrooge's nephew, whom he had scarcely seen but once, and who, meeting him in the street that day, and seeing that he looked just a little down, said Bob, inquired what had happened to distress him. On which, said Bob, for he is the pleasantest spoken gentleman you ever heard, I told him. I am heartily sorry for it, Mr. Cratchit, he said, and heartily sorry for your good wife. By the by, how he ever knew that, I don't know. Knew what, my dear? Why, that you were a good wife, replied Bob. Everybody knows that, said Peter. Very well observed, my boy, cried Bob. I hope they do. Heartily sorry, he said, for your good wife. If I can be of service to you in any way, he said, giving me his card, that's where I live. Pray, come to me. Now it wasn't, cried Bob, for the sake of anything he might be able to do for us, so much as for his kind way, that this was quite delightful. It really seemed as if he had known our Tiny Tim and felt with us. I'm sure he's a good soul, said Mrs. Cratchit. You would be surer of it, my dear, returned Bob, if you saw and spoke to him. I shouldn't be at all surprised, mark what I say, if he got Peter a better situation. Only hear that, Peter, said Mrs. Cratchit. And then, cried one of the girls, Peter will be keeping company with someone and setting up for himself. Get along with you, retorted Peter, grinning. It's just as likely as not, said Bob, one of these days, though there's plenty of time for that, my dear. But however and whenever we part from one another, I am sure we shall none of us forget poor Tiny Tim, shall we, or this first parting that there was among us? Never, father, cried they all. And I know, said Bob, I know, my dears, that when we recollect how patient and how mild he was, although he was a little child, we shall not quarrel easily among ourselves and forget poor Tiny Tim in doing it. No, never, father, they all cried again. I am very happy, said little Bob. I am very happy. Mrs. Cratchit kissed him. His daughters kissed him. The two young Cratchits kissed him, and Peter and himself shook hands. Spirit of Tiny Tim, thy childish essence was from God. Spectre, said Scrooge, something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me what man that was whom we saw lying dead. The ghost of Christmas yet to come conveyed him, as before, though at a different time, he thought. Indeed, there seemed no order in these latter visions, save that they were in the future, into the resorts of businessmen, but showed him not himself. Indeed, the spirit did not stay for anything, but went straight on, as to the end just now desired, until besought by Scrooge to tarry for a moment. This court, said Scrooge, through which we hurry now, is where my place of occupation is, and has been for a length of time. I see the house. Let me behold what I shall be in days to come. The spirit stopped. The hand was pointed elsewhere. The house is yonder, Scrooge exclaimed. Why do you point away? The inexorable finger underwent no change. Scrooge hastened to the window of his office and looked in. It was an office still, but not his. The furniture was not the same, and the figure in the chair was not himself. The phantom pointed as before. He joined it once again, and wondering why and whither he had gone, accompanied it until they reached an iron gate. He paused to look round before entering. A churchyard. Here, then, the wretched man whose name he had now to learn lay underneath the ground. It was a worthy place, walled in by houses, overrun by grass and weeds, the growth of vegetation's death, not life, choked up with too much burying, fat with repleted appetite. A worthy place. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. He advanced towards it, trembling. The phantom was exactly as it had been, but he dreaded that he saw new meaning in its solemn shape. "Before I draw nearer to that stone to which you point," said Scrooge, "answer me one question. Are these the shadows of the things that will be, or are they the shadows of things that may be only?" Still, the ghost pointed downward to the grave by which it stood. "Men's courses will foreshadow certain ends, to which, if persevered in, they must lead," said Scrooge. "But if the courses be departed from, the ends will change. Say it is thus with what you show me." The spirit was immovable as ever. Scrooge crept towards it, trembling as he went, and following the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge. Dun dun dun. There, no longer spoilers. Oh, there it is. Pointing. Dreary, dead, iron walled in, overrun. And his cap is off. I never noticed that before. Oh, perhaps like the covering of the Ghost of Christmas Past, right? And now it's uncovered because of seeing what's to come. I don't know, maybe. The last of the spirits. "Am I that man who lay upon the bed?" he cried upon his knees. The finger pointed from the grave to him and back again. "No, spirit, oh no, no!" The finger still was there. "Spirit," he cried, tight clutching at its robe, "hear me. I am not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been but for this intercourse. Why show me this if I am past all hope?" For the first time, the hand appeared to shake. "Good spirit," he pursued, as down upon the ground he fell before it, "your nature intercedes for me and pities me. Assure me that I yet may change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life." The kind hand trembled. "I will honor Christmas in my heart and try to keep it all the year. I will live in the past, the present, and the future. The spirits of all three shall strive within me. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me I may sponge away the writing on this stone." In his agony, he caught the spectral hand. It sought to free itself, but he was strong in his entreaty and detained it. The spirit, stronger yet, repulsed him. Holding up his hands in a last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. I always love the transitions. End of stave 4. Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, like, it is. It is funny seeing the whole, putting it into the context of It's a Wonderful Life. The difference between, like, that way of putting it, like seeing all the good things that, like, you've done and what would be without you, versus, this one where, the only your being gone is better. At least for some people. But otherwise no positive feeling whatsoever. Yeah. Oh! It's so powerful. All right. Hydration. Hydration. Right. Okay. Moving the cursor. Stave 5. The end of it. Yes, and the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. The room was his own. Best and happiest of all, the time before him was his own to make amends in. Pausing. The time before him was his own. The time before us is our own. Belongs on a t-shirt. I'll go back up. Stay 5. The end of it. Yes, and the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. The room was his own. Best and happiest of all, the time before him was his own to make amends in. I will live in the past, the present, and the future, Scrooge repeated as he scrambled out of bed. The spirits of all three shall strive within me. O Jacob Marley, heaven and the Christmas time be praised for this. I say it on my knees, old Jacob, on my knees. He was so fluttered and so glowing with his good intentions that his broken voice would scarcely answer to his call. He had been sobbing violently in his conflict with the spirit, and his face was wet with tears. They are not torn down, cried Scrooge, folding one of his bed curtains in his arms. They are not torn down, rings and all. They are here. I am here. The shadows of the things that would have been may be dispelled. They will be. I know they will. His hands were busy with his garments all this time, turning them inside out, putting them on upside down, tearing them, mislaying them, making them parties to every kind of extravagance. I don't know what to do, cried Scrooge, laughing and crying in the same breath, and making a perfect, I always never know what this is, and I feel like somebody told me how to pronounce it at one point, and I don't remember it again. Laocoon. 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 We'll go with that. Laocoon. I don't know what to do, cried Scrooge, laughing and crying in the same breath, and making a perfect Laocoon, and I messed it up, of himself with his stockings. I am as light as a feather. I am as happy as an angel. I am as merry as a schoolboy. I am as giddy as a drunken man. A Merry Christmas to everybody. A Happy New Year to all the world. Hello here. Whoop, hello. He had frisked into the sitting room and was now standing there, perfectly winded. There's the saucepan that the gruel was in, cried Scrooge, starting off again and going round the fireplace. There's the door by which the ghost of Jacob Marley entered. There's the corner where the ghost of Christmas Present sat. There's the window where I saw the wandering spirits. It's all right. It's all true. It all happened. Ha ha ha. Really, for a man who had been out of practice for so many years, it was a splendid laugh, a most illustrious laugh, the father of a long, long line of brilliant laughs. I don't know what day of the month it is, said Scrooge. I don't know how long I've been among the spirits. I don't know anything. I'm quite a baby. Never mind. I don't care. I'd rather be a baby. Hello, whoop, hello here. He was checked in his transports by the churches ringing out the lustiest peals he had ever heard. Clash, clang, hammer, ding, dong, bell. Bell, dong, ding, hammer, clang, clash. Oh, glorious, glorious. Running to the window, he opened it and put out his head. No fog, no mist. Clear, bright, jovial, stirring, cold, cold, piping for the blood to dance to. Golden sunlight, heavenly sky, sweet, fresh air, merry bells. Oh, glorious, glorious. And then calling it cold and whatever back when versus how it is now where it's, oh, piping for the blood to dance to. So having that, again, distinction with the same description, kind of. So, yeah. "What's today?" cried Scrooge, calling downward to a boy in Sunday clothes, who perhaps had loitered in to look about him. "Eh?" returned the boy with all his might of wonder. "What's today, my fine fellow?" said Scrooge. "Today?" replied the boy. "Why, Christmas Day." "It's Christmas Day," said Scrooge to himself. "I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. They can do anything they like. Of course they can. Of course they can. Hello, my fine fellow." "Hello," returned the boy. "Do you know the poulterers in the next street but one, at the corner?" Scrooge inquired. "I should hope I did," replied the lad. "Unintelligent boy," said Scrooge. "A remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there? Not the little prize turkey, the big one." "What, the one as big as me?" returned the boy. "What a delightful boy," said Scrooge. "It's a pleasure to talk to him." "Yes, my buck." "It's hanging there now," replied the boy. "Is it?" said Scrooge. "Go and buy it." "Walk, exclaimed the boy. "No, no," said Scrooge. "I am in earnest." "Go and buy it and tell him to bring it here, that I may give them the direction where to take it. Come back with the man, and I'll give you a shilling. Come back with him in less than 5 minutes, and I'll give you half a crown." The boy was off like a shot. He must have had a steady hand at a trigger who could have got a shot off half so fast. "I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's," whispered Scrooge, rubbing his hands and splitting with a laugh. "He shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim. Joe Miller never made such a joke as sending it to Bob's will be." The hand in which he wrote the address was not a steady one, but write it he did, somehow, and went downstairs to open the street door, ready for the coming of the poulterer's man. As he stood there, waiting his arrival, the knocker caught his eye. "I shall love it as long as I live," cried Scrooge, patting it with his hand. "I scarcely ever looked at it before. What an honest expression it has in its face. It's a wonderful knocker. Here's the turkey. Hello, whoop, how are you? Merry Christmas." It was a turkey. He never could have stood upon his legs, that bird. He would have snapped 'em short off in a minute, like sticks of sealing wax. "Why, it's impossible to carry that to Camden Town," said Scrooge. "You must have a cab." The chuckle with which he said this, and the chuckle with which he paid for the turkey, and the chuckle with which he paid for the cab, and the chuckle with which he recompensed the boy, were only to be exceeded by the chuckle with which he sat down breathless in his chair again, and chuckled till he cried. Shaving was not an easy task, for his hand continued to shake very much, and shaving requires attention, even when you don't dance while you are at it. But if he had cut the end of his nose off, he would have put a piece of sticking plaster over it and been quite satisfied. He dressed himself all in his best, and at last got out into the streets. The people were by this time pouring forth, as he had seen them with the ghost of Christmas present, and walking with his hands behind him. Scrooge regarded every one with a delighted smile. He looked so irresistibly pleasant, in a word, that 3 or 4 good-humored fellows said, "Good morning, sir, a Merry Christmas to you." And Scrooge said often afterwards that of all the blithe sounds he had ever heard, those were the blithest in his ears. He had not gone far when, coming on towards him, he beheld the portly gentleman who had walked into his counting-house the day before, and said, "Scrooge and Marley's, I believe." It sent a pang across his heart to think how this old gentleman would look upon him when they met, but he knew what path lay straight before him, and he took it. "My dear sir," said Scrooge, quickening his pace, and taking the old gentleman by both his hands, "how do you do? I hope you succeeded yesterday. It was very kind of you. A Merry Christmas to you, sir." Mr. Scrooge? Yes, said Scrooge, that is my name, and I fear it may not be pleasant to you. Allow me to ask your pardon, and will you have the goodness? Here Scrooge whispered in his ear. Lord bless me, cried the gentleman, as if his breath were taken away. My dear Mr. Scrooge, are you serious? If you please, said Scrooge, not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Will you do me that favor? My dear sir, said the other, shaking hands with him, I don't know what to say to such Don't say anything, please, retorted Scrooge. Come and see me. Will you come and see me? I will, cried the old gentleman, and it was clear he meant to do it. Thank ye, said Scrooge. I am much obliged to you. I thank you 50 times. Bless you. He went to church and walked about the streets and watched the people hurrying to and fro, and patted children on the head and questioned beggars and looked down into the kitchens of houses and up to the windows and found that everything could yield him pleasure. He had never dreamed that that anything could give him so much happiness. In the afternoon, he turned his steps towards his nephew's house. He passed the door a dozen times before he had the courage to go up and knock, but he made a dash and did it. Is your master at home, my dear? Said Scrooge to the girl. Nice girl, very. Yes, sir. Where is he, my love? Said Scrooge. He's in the dining room, sir, along with mistress. I'll show you upstairs, if you please. Thank ye. He knows me, said Scrooge, with his hand already on the dining room lock. I'll go in here, my dear. He turned it gently and sidled his face in round the door. They were looking at the table, which was spread out in great array, for these young housekeepers are always nervous on such points and like to see that everything is right. Fred, said Scrooge. Dear heart alive, how his niece by marriage started. Scrooge had forgotten for the moment about her sitting in the corner with the footstool, or he wouldn't have done it on any account. Why, bless my soul, cried Fred. Who's that? It's I, your Uncle Scrooge. I have come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred? Let him in? It is a mercy he didn't shake his arm off. He was at home in 5 minutes. Nothing could be heartier. His niece looked just the same. So did Topper when he came. So did the plump sister when she came. So did everyone when they came. Wonderful party, wonderful games, wonderful unanimity, wonderful happiness. But he was early at the office next morning. Oh, he was early there. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late. That was the thing he had set his heart upon. And he did it. Yes, he did. The clock struck 9. No Bob. 1:15. No Bob. He was full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Scrooge sat with his door wide open that he might see him come into the tank. His hat was off before he opened the door, his comforter too. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen, as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock. Hello, growled Scrooge in his accustomed voice, as near as he could feign it. What do you mean by coming here at this time of day? I am very sorry, sir, said Bob. I am behind my time. You are, repeated Scrooge. Yes, I think you are. Step this way, sir, if you please. It's only once a year, sir, pleaded Bob, appearing from the tank. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir. Now, I'll tell you what, my friend, said Scrooge. I am not going to stand this sort of thing any longer, and therefore, he continued, leaping from his stool and giving Bob such a dig in the waistcoat that he staggered back into the tank again, and therefore, I am about to raise your salary. Bob trembled and got a little nearer to the ruler. He had a momentary idea of knocking Scrooge down with it. holding him and calling to the people in the court for help and a straight waistcoat. "A Merry Christmas, Bob," said Scrooge, with an earnestness that could not be mistaken, as he clapped him on the back. "A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family, and we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a Christmas bowl of smoking bishop, Bob. Make up the fires and buy another coal scuttle before you dot another I, Bob Cratchit." Wait. We gotta see the full one. Oh, there it is. Oh my God, they're so happy. And like, okay, and here's the other thing. So we have this image, right? There's no color still, right? But it's got a little bit of the decorations. It looks a little bit brighter. There's more joviality. So even though it doesn't have the things, yeah, the color and whatever, it's still in that dark sort of style. It's still joyful. And look at him, so happy. You got the little tea kettle, nice and plump tea kettle, and the smoking bishop, whatever that is. So happy. Okay. Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh, and little heeded them, for he was wise enough to know that nothing ever happened on this globe for good at which some people did not have their fill of laughter in the outset. And knowing that such as these would be blind anyway, he thought it quite as well that they should wrinkle up their eyes in grins as have the malady in less attractive forms. His own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further intercourse with spirits, but lived upon the total abstinence principle ever afterwards, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well, and if any man alive possessed the knowledge, may that be truly said of us, and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, every one. Hey. Leo Cohen! That'll be $25. Do you accept Monopoly money? I'll have to head out for a bit to grab that for you. Leo Cohen! I remember that now. Leo. You put it in there and I didn't even say it right. I cannot be fixed, apparently. Leo Cohen. See, that's why I need to like put that little text. I need to be able to put a little bit of text right by it, wherever it is, right there. I need to put a little text of that and hopefully be able to pronounce it for next year. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love it. Happy. We'll go back to our image. Again, I do. I love like with words, with ink, whatever, being able to portray those emotions and those feelings and that idea is excellent. I love it. And it is. It's such a good book, such a good story. Yeah. And then I liked, where was it? He was wise enough to know that nothing ever happened on this globe for good at which some people did not have their fill of laughter in the outset. And yeah, it just kind of like goes back to the nephews, the part with the nephew where it was talking about he didn't care that they were laughing at him as long as they were laughing. So yeah, no, there's so many good things to take away from this. And it's so easy to forget him every year. You fear the world too much, as Belle said. Yeah, it's good. I love that. Little Bob. Little Bob. And everything's so warm and joyous and merry now. And yeah, the portrayal, just the whole, oh, no, I don't want to do that. If we're reading the story, we're going to see the pages. Yeah, the interaction at the end between he and Bob. Between him and Bob, sorry, grammar. Yeah. So excited, like Scrooge so excited to catch him coming in late when it was all his fault to begin with a big old turkey. And then in his accustomed voice, as near as he could feign it. What do you mean by coming here at this time of day? And yeah, not giving it away. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to raise your salary. And Bob wanting to get him a straight jacket. Yeah. So good. I love it. Ah! It does. It just every year just puts me in the best festive mood. Now, if only I could maintain it through Christmas and beyond. It is like, it is just like, as I got older, you think back and it's just like, as a kid, you're like, I'm never going to be that person and everything. And then as life happens, you end up like coming back to this and it's like, oh, I'm a grouchy person. Not entirely, but it is. It's so easy to get caught up in, yeah, just like life and things. And where was the, oh shoot, where was the other part? Yeah, the Tim, okay, going back to the sadness. I will go like this. Where is it? During the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Where is it? Yeah, okay. I know, my dears, that when we recollect how patient and how mild he was, although he was a little child, we shall not quarrel easily among ourselves and forget poor Tiny Tim in doing it. And all the other things, like things that can get in the way and inconveniences and aggravations. Remembering poor Tiny Tim, who did not die. Da da da. Yeah. The older one gets, the easier it is to relate to Squidward. So I have not actually ever watched SpongeBob, but I understand the memes. So like, is he infinitely Scrooge-like, or does he have any, what is that, like, does he become joyous ever at all? I hope, but yes, also Scrooge word. See, okay. See, my brain goes to, ooh, they could do a SpongeBob Christmas Carol. I'm not saying I would want it. I'm just saying they probably could. Scrooge word. But yeah, it's just like stuff gets in the way. It's like it shouldn't. And you're right, like the joyfulness, and just innocence and whatever of being a child. And there were a couple of references to that in there as well. It happens so fast and without you knowing. And it's so easy to try to put the cap on Christmas past and past in general. Because, yeah, it can be difficult to, it can be difficult to, think about that and remember that and try to reconcile that with where you're at now. But we can all be like Scrooge and come back from it. At least try. So, yeah, I do. I just, and like talking over all of this stuff, there's so many good, philosophical and moral things that are in there and connections and whatever, but it's so well presented that it's not accusatory. It's not like too overt, if that makes sense. It's not just like outright saying it. It's telling it through the story in such a wonderful, beautiful way that it actually is able to sink in and be effective, I think. So, yeah. I do. I think we like just read it, but I think I would have to go back and look again. Like it started with he and Bob, and then it ended with he and Bob as well. So it's like it full closure, sort of. Well, it started with Marley was dead to begin with. So yeah, talking about Scrooge, setting that all up. And then yeah, like that first paragraph, it just kind of, not that it sets him to the side, but it's just one little paragraph about Bob. It doesn't even like introduce him. It doesn't even say his name in the beginning. And then by the end, going. By the end, like, he's so important and his family is so important to Scrooge and Scrooge is so important to them and gives all the warm fuzzies. So, yeah. I love it. I'm happy. Made me happy. And I've like literally just realized we have story time. And I'm like gonna have to go through story time with the joy and festivity in my heart. Even though there's been yeah, you know, the usual things. Where is I need this. There it is. Let me find the thing. Okay. All right. Where is it? Okay. There. Okay. And this one? Yeah. Oh gosh. Bob is one of those names you can never take seriously. You don't think you've ever encountered it outside of a comical setting. Really? See, that's what's so funny because it's supposed to be like the most, like one of the most common names, right? Well, okay, so it's a short name, right? So it was Robert. So do you know any Robs or Robbies or there's other ways of shortening Rob, right? Well, and so, okay, so like Robert Downey Jr., like we know that as Robert Downey Jr., but yeah, people probably call him Bob. It seems so weird, but yeah. I believe that yes, I'm pretty sure. I think I've known at least one, but not like close or anything. But yeah, and maybe that's part of why you've not heard it, because it's become sort of like the generic name, perhaps, or has been used often for comical purposes. I have to find out when last we spoke. That was for Thanksgiving. The 23rd, it appears. Okay. So, let's see where that was. Okay. Oh, and well, you know what? I guess I probably don't have as many story times as I should, because freaking December has so many. Yeah, I saw a meme recently, and it was the in Kung Fu Panda, when the big cat villain takes the scroll of destiny or whatever it is, and it's like, what's the secret of like kung fu? And he looks at it, and it's like, looking at it, it's nothing. And the caption on it was, my logbook in December. And I was like, harsh but true. So yeah, it's been a little bit, what's it called, frustrating, because yeah, still trying to get my hours in, and I still have so many. I assumed it was gonna slow down, like in these months, holiday and other things. But I've gotten so many people, like students wanting to start. And I'm not sure if I've like talked about this, but I've had so many students like wanting to start that I've actually kind of tried or thought about at least kind of offloading some of my students a little bit to, at least at home airport, the other CFI, because I'm the only double I there. It's basically us two. And so if I got private students or commercial students, whatever, they can go to him, and then I can have more time for other instrument students, because I've had a couple of instrument students express interest, and we have tried to get that worked out. Whether it has worked or not remains to be seen and or told. So yeah, I'll find my spot here and we'll get started. So it I'm so hungry right now. I'm sorry. I feel like maybe you could hear my stomach grumbling through the microphone. I didn't want to say anything just in case you didn't, but like now that the story's over, it's my stomach growling. I'm sorry. I have to have a little, oh, and now I can eat my candy cane. Make it into a shank. You have encountered Bobby in a serious context, but not Bob. So now, if it is a Bobby that you still interact with, you should try calling Bobby Bob and see what happens. Try it out. See what happens. I don't know. For some reason, that I feel like that would be amusing. Maybe. Maybe not. Probably not. Okay. So, starting out with, yes, Thanksgiving. We did, and again, I don't know. Let me get my bearings here for a second. Okay. So, that was, yeah, I believe we talked about this one. Week before Thanksgiving, I'll just quick go over it. My pre-check ride instrument student at home airport went and did a VOR, partial panel, missed approach and hold, time turns to headings, ILS, and missed approach and hold. VOR, circle the land, and vacuum failure procedures. Yes, we talked about that because on our way back, the vacuum actually failed. So yeah, student got to experience that. So that was good. All right, and then next day, I had gotten a... Oh, I am going to have to look through these. I had gotten a text from a guy I had met who was buds with another guy at the airport I know from the airport, and he had wanted to do BFR and or continued training at some point or another. And he ended up texting me and saying, hey, would you have time and would this day work? And it was like, yes, that works. And so we went and we flew together, and I'm trying to think. He got his private like 2005, I think, and hasn't like flown a lot since then. So it was getting him, just a little bit getting him reused to that, getting him back started. We did in the 150. Yep. And it was interesting, like talking to him and going through stuff and seeing how he performed. But he was actually like, he was actually pretty good, but it was what he had flown. I'm trying to remember, but it was, if this was a month ago, sorry. Oh, I guess I can, well, no, I'll leave it on this one. It's jolly and happy. So he got his private in the 150, and then since the only like few times he's flown, it was in a Piper, and then a little bit in our 150 with the owner of the 150. So yeah, basically we just did aircraft familiarization, fundamentals, slow flight, go around procedures, pre-flight and ground ops, crosswind, takeoffs and landings. So yeah, it was just kind of like refamiliarizing him, not doing BFR or anything yet. It's just, and I think he wants to get a BFR at some point. I don't know if like that's gonna be with like me, but if, he just wanted to like go fly and get a little bit of time. So yeah, and he was cool. He was interesting. We'll see if we fly again. And then my instrument student over at work airport canceled. So I don't know, was it GPS updates? Probably. So yes, sorry. I started working on GPS updates, which was good, I guess. And we'll come back to that, I think. It has to be, right? I'm trying to remember. But yeah, and then had a lesson with new private student at work airport in the 150. And we did ground reference maneuvers, turns around a point, S turns, rectangular course. So it was that lesson that day. That was good. I assume that went fine. That was good. So let me double check this. Because this is, I don't know. Interesting isn't probably the right word, but it was this day. So GPS updates. Did I have issues? So this was early. GPS updates, great. We're on Thanksgiving, and then they're going to be on Christmas. So for Thanksgiving, I was trying to do it really early, but flight charts and other charts, IFR, VFR charts, aren't available until the day before, which sucks. However, it was going to be what it was going to be. I didn't realize that until I went in and was like, oh, these aren't going to be updated. Dang it. But I did. I updated what I could of the GPSs, and then I got to the, it's a Mooney that some guy, I don't think I've ever met him, owns, and he's got G1000s, 2 of them. And yeah, so I got those updated, and I went into the plane, plugged them into the plane, went through the updating process, and was about to shut down when all of a sudden, like, the speakers started crackling and the screens started flashing and stuff started going weird. And so I shut the thing off because it did not seem good for the aircraft. And I was just boggled. And I tried turning it on again, and same thing. Speakers are crackling and screens are flashing, and like, I was so confused. And so I texted friend instructor, like, have you ever had this happen? And he said, no. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to try to come in on that Wednesday to try to, like, get the VFR charts, IFR charts, flight charts, whatever, downloaded for that and the other planes that needed them. So I'll let you know if I notice anything, if it changes at all. And he's like, okay, cool. But yeah, like, leaving it like that, I was like, I was like, did I break something? I didn't think so. And I can't remember when, but friend instructor did contact the owner, and said that the owner said that he did get some flags or alerts as he had been flying it the last time. So it probably wasn't me, which is good. But I mean, not good, because like, curious and curiouser. Have never had that happen. And yeah, so that was fun. And then went and had, yeah, flight with student. So that was that day. Bobby is a former Marine and World War II champion, or sorry, WWE champion. Yeah, whatever that is. Champion with arms as thick as your torso. You think you're gonna pass. Oh, come on. It could be fun. What? That's not bad. Why would calling him Bob be bad? I feel like that would just be like concern or curious sort of a thing. Come on, you should do it. See what happens. Sounds like a short. But like, how and why and where and yeah, I am so curious to like find out what it is. And I haven't heard anything since. So coming up on Christmas, I'm gonna have to see, hey, should I go and still try to update these? Has anything come of it? So I'll find out at some point. Hopefully, yeah, in the next week. Yeah, but it did. Because I take my duty very seriously, and I take care of these planes, and they trust me to take care of their planes. And I was just like, no, why did that happen when it was under my care? So yeah, but we'll find out. Yeah. And it was just trying to like figure out, I mean, was it the update or something? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so then I assume it was, yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, wait, hang on. Nope. Going back, trying to remember. Did that. And then I was supposed to have, I was supposed to have a flight with inconsistent private student at work airport, but that got canceled. I can't remember if that was for weather or for student reasons. I feel like it was for that. No, maybe. I don't know. So then I did. I went back just to finish up the GPS updates on that Wednesday. And I tried, and I was also having issues with the updates themselves, like the adapter. Whenever I plugged it in, it said it didn't like recognize it, and then it wouldn't let me re-update it and things like that. So I had to call Garmin and we talked through it. And apparently I was using the app or the updater on the site, on the PC in the hangar. I have the app on my laptop, but my laptop does not like the large updates that the flight charts and IFR, VFR charts do. So I was using the PC and the website updater. And apparently they don't support the website updater anymore, so I had to download the app on the PC, and then that was fine. I got the things updated like it was supposed to and everything. It was fine. And yeah, tried to talk to Garmin about like, hey, like the updating wasn't working, so got that figured out while it was updating. I asked, hey, so this was a thing about the plane freaking out, and she was like, yeah, I'm not sure that's my area. Might want to get that checked. And I was like, yeah, sounds good. And then got it all updated, hoped that it was for some reason an update. Went back in, and I think it worked for like a little bit, and then it started freaking out again, and there was like an error code on the screen for a little bit, and I tried to get a picture, but it like went away before I got it. But it was, let me find, I remembered what it was, and I Googled, and I found somebody else asking the same question. It said, where is it? About a warning page about CPU abort and a bunch of error codes. So yeah. Yeah. So at that point I was like leaving it to the owner. I texted for instructor and I was like, yeah, same thing, let him know and all that. So we'll find out. Gotta love technology, right? Exactly. And I just like think about it was like the first time I went in there to like update. Everything was fine. Like, can you imagine that happening in flight? Oh my God. So yeah, I do. I guess like, what's the word? Silver lining. It happened on the ground. But it didn't have to happen to me. But yeah, so yeah. And then it was Thanksgiving. So yay, Thanksgiving. Food and joyousness. And yeah, it was fun. It was good. And then I hope you all had wonderful Thanksgivings, if you celebrate. Yeah, got some, what's it called? Shopping done. I did, yeah, I wanted to get stuff done before Christmas, because it always seems like get closer and closer and forget, and then all of a sudden, yeah, you don't get the stuff, or you forget, or it's all the thing. Which, if we're thinking like Tiny Tim, it just is what it is, and God bless us everyone. So, then, yeah, was supposed to, oh yeah, no. Yes. So there's oh yeah, okay. So I was at work airport, and I got a call from someone, and I quick look at it, and it's like got a voicemail, and it's somebody wants to like go fly or whatever at home airport, and I was like, okay, I'll deal with that later. And then like an hour later calls me again, and was like, I am busy doing things. And then, like, I swear, like a half an hour later, texts me and is like, hey, I want to fly at a home airport or whatever. And it's like, dude, I am busy. However, we got in touch, in contact, and yeah, started trying to figure out when could meet to, yeah, aircraft checkout, whatever. Scheduled the day and did not work. I assume it was for weather. And then was supposed to have a lesson with newest private student at home airport. And what happened? It did. It looked like it was going to be fine and everything. We're going to go out. We're going to do some lower stuff, ground reference maneuvers and everything. And we get in, and it's fine. We taxi for run up, and it's home airport, right? So it's not paved and can't be fully cleared. So you just have to build some character and understand how to conduct the taxi on the taxiways and such. So I was trying to let him taxi a little bit, and I don't think he didn't do anything wrong, but from what I remember, it seemed like we went in, like, yeah, something happened where the engine started shutting down. And so, like, I made sure, like, carb heat, whatever, put throttle in a little bit, and it came back on again, but it was like, that was weird. Did it prop strike? I don't know. So did we taxi back, or did we shut down there? And I checked it out, and then we shut down. I think we taxied back, shut down, and I checked it out, and I looked it all over, and it looked fine. Have no idea why it did that. And then as we got back in and everything, turn it on again, did checks, wanted to do some checks again and everything, just to see, can we figure out what it was? And it was like, oh, okay, can't find anything, seems fine, whatever. And then we start going, and there's a ka-thunk. And I was like, what the hell was that? Turned it down again, got out, couldn't find anything. So it's like, all right, don't know. Go and find the owner, and we're like, okay, here's what happened. What are your thoughts? And so he gets in, and we go to, like, do stuff to kind of try and figure it out. And one of the things he said is, like, it was a little cold that day. And so he mentioned that as we're taxiing, we want to make sure not to use the brakes as we're taxiing, which I have gotten very used to because I like to be very precise in my taxiing. But yeah, not using the brakes because it creates friction, and any moisture or whatever that then gets on those brakes, then in the cold, it heats up, and then it freezes or whatever, and then it ices them up. So that's what that was. Ka-thunk. Couldn't figure out what he ran it up in a variety of ways, couldn't figure out anything for why it had, like, shut down or anything. And so I was like, oh, it's okay. It was probably an us problem. And we were gonna go fly again, but we had run out of time. So we got 0.5 hours of troubleshooting when we were, like, again, so never left the ground, but we can log that because we did intend to freaking fly. Alas, did not. So did that. And then what? I'm just noticing on the schedule that one person is on the schedule. So I was at home airport, but for work airport, somebody's on the schedule for both the 150 and the 172, like, at the same time, which is funny, I guess. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know. Anyway, and then was supposed to, and I assume had, lesson with pre-solo private student. And what we did was, yes, that appears to be correct. We worked on ground ops, taxi and run ups, as well as our winter procedures, especially ones that we just learned, right? Emergency flows, simulated engine failure, and an emergency descent. We talked about CO poisoning, steep turns, and we did a soft field takeoff. Yeah, cool. And then, so was supposed to have lessons the next day at work airport, but got canceled because one of the students over there was able to do her check ride. Not mine, not my student. And so got canceled there. However, the student I was substituting for, private student who has his own plane, we were able to go fly because he had his own plane. And what did we do? So yeah, so he needed a little more simulated instrument flight. So we did that, straight and level flight, turns, climbs, and descents, straight and level and turning. We also worked on some unusual attitude procedures, steep turns, as well as winter ops procedures, carb icing awareness, things like that. And then, yeah, so I was just kind of like hanging out a little bit afterward. I think, I'm trying to remember. I was doing something. Trying to like see if there was anything that she needed, because I was the only one there. So just in case something happened, I was there to help. But she passed. It was all good. It was fine. And then, and I can't remember if. Oh yeah, did I wait around because I was supposed to have a lesson in the 172 with instrument student, and I think he had to cancel again, which comes back. We'll come back to that. So we rescheduled. We had rescheduled my 150 students for the next day. So that was good, excellent, amazing. What? Why? Did I not take a picture of that? Well, so I had a lesson. Where is it? Is it this one? No. Why? Okay, I'm gonna have to figure that one out. I do need to get back to my paper logbook so that I can actually, cross-reference a little bit. However, supposed to have a lesson, had a lesson with, no, didn't have a lesson. That's why. Okay, so this happened. You sort of did in the sim once. You were cruising along the Texas coast when your G1000 just completely crapped out for no reason. Okay, and so you can't figure out why though in the sim. Could you? Do they have things where you can figure that out or no? I would be so curious. That would be an interesting like addition if it's not already a thing. But yeah, stuff happens, and you can get so, not complacent's not the right word, but like comfortable in stuff just going right. Yeah, and then when it doesn't, you got to figure stuff out. It does. It throws you for a loop, and that's why we train for it. But sometimes, do you really train for that? Kind of. In the instrument flying, we do, right? If you lose your G1, wait. So you just have one G1000. So, okay, and I don't know avionics that well, but PFD, MFD, right? Right? So could you go to the MFD then? Like, was it the PFD that went out, and then you could go to the MFD, or was it just complete boom? You troubleshooted it as best you could, but you can only assume it was a glitch as you were having issues leading up to it, and the issue ceased after an update. Okay. Which can be related to real life too, right? Oh gosh. You finally got MSFS, now it's on the PS5. You mean in general or MSFS like 2024? Yay! So how has it been? Have you been using it? That's really exciting. I'm so happy. I'm not up with any sort of up. Like, you know how I haven't like read in like a year? I haven't like sim flown in, yeah, probably since the summer. So 2024, excellent. And it runs pretty good. That's good. Excellent. Because again, last I heard, things were still happening. Was that just PC then? And so like PS5 runs it better for whatever reason. I hope it's been like overall getting better. So yeah. At some point I'll get 2024 as well and be able to join you all in the festivities. Alas, alas. So, okay, yeah. So again, I don't know if it's fully come across, have had a lot of cancellations or reasons why I couldn't go fly and or get hours and or get paid. So it was like, oh, well, still, gonna go rescheduled, my 150 lessons. Inconsistent private student canceled again, because apparently her car had issues or something, and so had to take it to the shop, and it wasn't going to be done by the time we had our lesson. So okay, and which ended up being fine because met with new private student at work airport. And as we were doing some pre-briefing, I got a text from a CFI student. So he's working on his CFI, which is really exciting, that he's going to be going and getting it so that we have another CFI over there. Yeah. He texted me and he said, yeah, so the 150 died on landing on me. And I couldn't get it started, so had to tow it back. And yeah, so good luck. It's like, great, amazing, excellent. So I let my student know that, and it's like, we're gonna go see. Did everything, let her do her thing. The 150 gets a winter cover. It was not on, that little plastic thing that gets screwed to the front of it, behind the propeller, right? And so it wasn't on. We'll hope that that's it. And so, yeah, put that on, got that taken care of, pulled it out, tried to start it up, and it would turn, and just never catch. Turn, just never catch. Turn. I tried a variety of things and did not work. So another cancellation. And yeah, and so it was done. It was down. Excellent. So yeah, so, and again, we have 3: owner of the 150, owner of the 172, and friend instructor, all at the same place, all on the same schedule, all gone at the same time. So it's me. I'm the one trying to figure stuff out. But I did. I texted the owner of the 150 and was like, help. Or do you? Here's what's happening. What would you like me to do here? And so he said he was going to call the A&P and do something. And it was like, we did. I and my student took the cowling off, and like, I always like kind of doing that with students just so that they can get a look inside and kind of like feel stuff out as well. But did took the cowling off, couldn't see anything, couldn't find anything, put it back on, left it for somebody else. So then, that was that. And then, oh, and that's the thing, is like the CFI student is coming up on his check ride. So it's like, how do I put this? Like I feel like I know what that's like, and I don't want like that person to be dealing with that alone. So I felt compelled to like try as much as I could, even though how much could I really do? Clearly nothing. But we tried. So then inherited instrument student over at home airport wanted some more ground, wanted to go through like more of a check ride sort of a thing. And so we were planning to do mock oral, and then hopefully, if we got a chance, flight. And we've gone through this stuff before. I feel like he's perfectly ready and everything. He's very nervous about it. But yeah, well, like it is. I have been there. I am still there sometimes. So I do get where he's coming from. So we did. We went over IFR check ride prep, talked about privileges and limitations, like kind of just started with the ACS and everything. Privileges, limitations, airspace and charts, flight planning, weather, briefings, performance calculations, weight and balance, systems and equipment, normal and abnormal procedures, as well as ADM. And ADM came in with, he made a call, we're not going to go fly. So unfortunately, yeah, did some ground, but it did not, conditions weren't conducive for us to fly. So then, oh yeah, so then was supposed to, I try not to work on the weekends if I can, but had another instrument student who came up to home airport who wanted to start flying there and learning there, training there, because he had started in a 141 environment and didn't really like it, and so wanted to go this route, and it was a lot cheaper. As well as another instrument student who was actually, I flew back with him in his float plane from Oshkosh. So yeah, it was him, and he needs his instrument done. And so he's wanting to work on doing that. And it's like, dude, it's the winter. Why? Like, it's holidays and stuff like that. It's busy. But it's fine. So he can only do like weekends. So it's like, okay, I will take a day in each weekend to work. So I was supposed to have each of them, the former 141 instrument student at home airport and buddy instrument student, I guess we're buds, sure, buds adjacent instrument student. Weather canceled first flight, and buds adjacent instrument student, since I was still trying to figure out my schedule and everything, he's looking at a different airport as well to go and do maybe more consistent instruction there. And so he was going to go and fly on the Friday afternoon, hopefully. And I think maybe he did. And if he did, he wasn't going to go fly with me. And so apparently he didn't, or maybe it was weather. I can't remember. But either way, 2 flights scheduled, didn't go. But I think it was that day, the pre-check ride student, not mine, was supposed to go fly the 150, and he texted me and said, yeah, it's not working. And so I was trying to think of different things, and I was like, you know what? And this was also, my lessons were supposed to be at home airport. And so instead, I decided, hey, do you want me to come out and we can look at stuff and try some stuff? And he was like, sure. And I was like, okay. So went, tried some stuff, talked about stuff, went over. So my CFI check ride was with the PTS. And like very soon after that, the ACS came out. So, little bit different. So it was interesting to kind of hear what, so he is taking it with the same guy I took mine with, but hearing like what he's having him do or their interactions sort of leading up to check ride was interesting. So yeah. So then, let me look. Nothing for a week, it appears. So that student was supposed to go take his check ride. He was able to get the oral done, but weather did not allow for the flight. But getting that out of the way is excellent. Supposed to have another day of lessons at home airport, all of which got canceled. So that was instrument, new, former 141 instrument student, canceled, newest private student at home airport canceled, and pre-solo private student canceled. So then, another day, I actually got to fly with, and that was, so, yeah, it wasn't looking good that day when all those got canceled. However, new private student couldn't do the day that looked the best that week, so I put all of them on the schedule for another day to hopefully maybe it would work out. None of them did. So then didn't have new private student on the day that actually worked, but I did have new instrument student, which was, let me look, scrolling. Yeah, we went up, did pattern work and go-arounds. We did pattern entry, departure procedures, and radio ops. So his experience is in Pipers with the G1000s, at least glass cockpit. I'm pretty sure it's the G1000s. So now he's coming into a Cessna 172, steam gauges, and 430 GPS. So, little bit different. And when it comes to instruments, the foundation is understanding, being very familiar with the instruments, getting that scan down, and being very familiar with your performance of your aircraft, things like that. So, to start out with, and he hasn't flown in a while as well. So, new aircraft, new airport, new person, new something else. I mean, yeah, all the things new. We didn't end up actually doing specifically instrument stuff or foggle time at all. It was just, okay, we got to get familiar with the aircraft. And then, yeah, figuring out the pattern and everything, because the way that I was taught the pattern at home airport and at work airport, power settings, speeds, configurations, things like that. The VFR ones, the patterns, translate directly to your IFR approaches at different points. So it's like, okay, get him used to that like right away, so that we can then get into like, we tied it into instrument stuff. Yeah, but it was different for him. I forgot the day. I actually had met him. We met and then had to cancel. So we familiarized with the plane a little bit. We talked about systems and everything. And it was like he asked, what should I be thinking about? What should I be studying? What should I be doing? Whatever, like specifically right now. And I was like, well, instruments, being really familiar with your instruments, how they work. And therefore, as you get familiar with that, at some point, it's going to be understanding like what happens when they fail, what you can expect when they fail and things like that. So that was, went over to home airport, did that, and then was able to go home. But then the thing happened where I had to go to work airport. Didn't have to, but did. Went to work airport to see if I could help with the plane and didn't. Tried, but failed. So had that then. We were finally able to go fly, new instrument student. And just, yeah, kind of got a little bit more familiar with the plane for him. And I think I'll have to look to make sure I am correct. Okay, so since I had gotten him familiar with the plane the before time, and I showed him my flow and everything for pre-flight, I was letting him do his thing. Actually, maybe I can show. Letting him do his thing, and all of a sudden, a little kitten dashes out, and I about lost my mind. I'll see. Make sure it doesn't show anything weird. Cute little kitten. Cute little kitten. Oh my god, I'm so happy! So there is a new hangar cat at home airport, and we became best buds almost immediately. It was a little bit timid at first, but I quickly got it out of that. And it's so cute. Not sure if it's a boy or girl yet. I think it's a girl. We'll see. No name yet. And I did. It's gonna be a little bit of a problem because it is so hard to not get distracted by little kitty. But yeah, and I have become the litter box cleaner as well. Because yeah, the owners don't like doing that, so it's me. Which is fine because I have my own cat and everything. So yeah, so cute. Yeah. Anywho, and it was like there's so many sights and sounds and people and whatever, and it gets very timid about stuff, but then it has that like courage still where the owner was grinding something metal or whatever, and it was loud, and the kitty was so freaked out, but it was like freaked out and still kind of like trying to get closer to it to like figure out what it was. So it's like that's a good hanger cat. It's gonna be so confident and yeah, all the good things very quickly. So yeah, anyway, sidetrack. So then also had lesson that day with pre-solo private student. What is that? I don't know. Hang on. How do I get out of this? That? No. Huh? Why don't... I, for some reason, don't have a picture of that. What? I'm so confused. Oh, hang on. Wrong logbook. Oh, that's why. Okay, so new instrument student uses digital logbook, and it always messes up. Like, for some reason, the digital ones they always go in later than the ones that I input manually. So that's what happened. So, sorry, incorrect logbook reading. What we did: aircraft familiarization, pre-flight prep and procedures, ground ops, taxiing and run-ups, soft field, crosswind, takeoffs and landings, pattern, departure, entry procedures, fundamental, straight level, turns, climbs, descents, GPS, and radio ops. That was for instrument student. The other one was for pre-solo private student. Pattern work, go-arounds, pattern entry, departure procedures, and radio ops. So yes, he needs some radio ops work, as well as some other we've talked about. He got his written done, as I you can't solo until you get your written done. He got it done, but scored fairly low. And when we went through it, did not have, the knowledge there that I would like, as well as that he's going to get or need for the pre-solo written exam. So I was going to send him that to work on, but then like as I was thinking about it, I was like, no, I don't want him to be figuring the stuff out as he's taking the test. I want him to figure the stuff out first and then be able to just do the test. So so we kind of talked about that, and yeah, he's like, yep, okay, and everything, especially like airspace and things like that. So yeah, had that conversation, did some flyings, and then hang on, let me get back to it. That there. And that was that. And then I spent quite a bit of time with Kitty afterwards, and so cute, and yeah, we're buds. And like I do, my cat likes to go up on my shoulder. She's a lot larger, like, I mean, older and larger than the little kitty. But yeah, little kitty got into going up on my shoulder, and then of course trying to go down my back, and that's not very professional. So yeah, that's also gonna be a problem. So cute though, worth it. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, that's about it for that day. Anyway, sorry, going back. It has some quirks, but even during the beta, it was running pretty good overall. Good, I'm glad to hear that from somewhere at least. SU4 came out, and it seemed to have cleaned up some of the issues. You haven't been able to try it yet. Okay, all right, so we will await confirmation. One thing you've noticed is the 172 seems to always bank left, and the autopilot doesn't want to engage. Kind of annoying, but seems to work in other planes. Weird. And sure, that's not PFAT. You come back to your PC to a not mine. Wait, what? Hang on. What was I talking about? My student? Is that what you're talking to me about? What did I say that about? If that's what the sim is doing, then it isn't very realistic. Oh, right. Like if it's trying to simulate that P factor, it's not a realistic P factor. Got you. Gender bias, are you talking about for the kitty? Okay, how do I put this without saying I looked, okay? For now, at least, it looks like a girl. So we'll find out, all right? Lame, should just stick to manual flight log. Well, and that's the thing. I don't know, like I said, it was a 140. Oh, and we didn't talk about that. So we went over some stuff that like he wants to get out of training and things. And there were like a lot of things that he didn't like about it. And it was things like they didn't fuel their own planes, and they didn't do stalls to full break unless they were with like the chief instructor or something like that. And just like some other things that they weren't allowed to do or didn't get to do or any of these things. Plus it being so expensive, yet they couldn't do any of these things or have that freedom and independence as a PIC. So it was like, oh, we're good. We're gonna get you there. So yeah, that's gonna be fun and interesting to see how that goes. So coming back, what was it? Manual flight log. So I assume that they just go with the digital ones in that environment, I guess. So yeah, I love having the digital because it's convenient and everything, but it does. There are things with the paper that really help. And I like to do both. I'm not up to date on my paper one, but once I do get up to date, I'll be able to cross-reference and everything. And yeah, I've caught mistakes in both the digital one and the paper one. So being able to like whatever them, compare, contrast them to each other is good. So yes, I said student, not mine. it wasn't. So it's difficult trying to come up with like ways to distinguish between these people that I'm talking about without actually like giving away information, sort of. So my not mine student. That's the distinction. But yes, I'm trying. I'm I don't know. We're getting there, kind of, maybe. So, that was another day. Let's see what other days got canceled, probably. So yeah, had that day. And then had another day, was supposed to be at work airport with inherited-ish instrument student. Canceled, it appears. And then was also supposed to have a lesson in the 150 with newest private student at work airport. Ouch! Also canceled. So I assume that had to do with weather. But it might not have. It might have had to do with the plane. Let me find out, shall we? Let's see. Yeah, so it was. There was a weather thing, and one of the things that I've been working on with a variety of students is making their own calls when it comes to weather and stuff like that. Because it's good practice to make them say no themselves. Like, even though it's like, yeah, it's not going to be, we're not going to go flying. Making them do it is just good practice overall. So yeah, so he was like, not looking very good today. And I was like, up to you if and when you want to call it. And he said, we're going to give it a little bit. Looking at the forecast and other stuff, it's not looking good, but we'll wait a little bit longer. And so I said, cool, let me know. And then he said, okay, no go. And I was like, yeah, good practice making those no-go calls. So yeah. So I assume then that the next one was also for the same thing. Let me look. Oh, yep. So I ended up going. I went to work airport because I assumed and hoped it was going to happen. But it didn't. So the student made the text no-go call. I was like, cool, sounds good. And then booked our next one. And now where are we at? So yeah, another couple cancellations. It's exactly how it went. So then, the CFI student, not mine, went and flew again, and the same thing happened. It died for him on landing. So it's kind of starting to look like a him problem. I'm just saying. No. Oh, shoot. I have to text him. I'll do that when we're done. Because the couple things was, it was cold again. So, and one of the things that I've been kind of like learning and getting from owner at home airport is like being more careful with, not more careful with the engine, but like not doing certain things below certain degrees and whatever. And so maybe that's part of it for one, doing stuff in colder temps, as well as it keeps happening on landing. So maybe he's yanking the throttle out too much or too quickly. Because I've also had that happen in the 172 at home airport where like, yeah, pulling the throttle too quickly on landing, it sputters out and wants to die. You got to put a little bit in and it comes back, and just being more ginger about it. So I'll have to talk to him about that. So yeah, did the same thing, died again. And it had flown with other people since then, since whatever. So yes, anyway, so they were suspecting that it was so first, the A&P did come and look at it, and it started immediately. For him, And so suspected carb icing and then got flooded trying to restart it with carb icing. It sat for 3 days, so, and still didn't start. I don't know. So yeah, so it had been running and then didn't run again. And so yeah, that was fun. So then, okay, sorry. You actually flew to a Howard airport for once. You mean in real life? Or in the sim? What do you... Explain. I want to know. I need the story. And how'd it go? Got a text from private student with his own plane at work airport that I'm subbing for. And he's supposed to be coming up on his check ride, and he's the one where we got to get him more confident with power on stalls and kind of stalls in general. Again, he wanted, okay, hey, do anytime next week. And I was like, oh, it would be perfect this day, and he couldn't do that day. And it was like, well, I can't do any other day, kind of, but I'll let you know. And so it was like, okay. So I had a day of lessons. Kind of. No. For some reason, I did. I was supposed to have new instrument student at home airport as well as at the end of the... Oh, that's why. Okay. So, the week before was going over schedule at home airport with the owner and was going to put down pre-solo private student at our usual time on that day, and hopefully also put down new private student at our usual time. New private student didn't work out, and pre-check ride inherited instrument student at home airport apparently had texted the owner to put him down for the time when pre-solo private student we had put us down. So canceled that out, let him go there, and we were going to try during the weekend, but it didn't work out with weather. So instead, we were going to go fly in the evening after work with him to just finalize stuff because he had his check ride coming up and he wanted a little bit more foggle time. So it was like, okay, that's fine. So it was going to have instrument student early and then a big chunk of time to spend with the kitty, as well as do some stuff, I'm sure. And then was going to have a flight with pre-check ride instrument student in the evening. But new instrument student had to cancel. Early the day of, he got sick. I was like, okay, another cancellation. However, I texted substitute private student and was like, hey, you want to go fly? I had a cancellation. He's like, sure. And it was like, okay, so going to work airport over here. And I was on the way and got a call, and he's like, I forgot all my documents and logbook and everything. And it was like, oh, well, it technically no. So his wife grabbed his bag or something, or had his bag, like it was in their car or something, and drove off with it, I guess, and was somewhere else where he couldn't get it. I was like, okay, well, so good thinking. You do need that when you're by yourself. However, if you're cool with it, not if you're cool with it, but it's like, you're with me, it's fine. I have all of my stuff, so we're good. And he's like, oh, yeah, okay. Don't get in the habit of it, but of not having your stuff. So yeah, so we went and flew, and I don't have a picture of the logbook, because he didn't have his. So we worked on steep turns to begin with, slow flight, stalls and recovery, power off and on, as well as short and soft field takeoffs and landings, as well as pitch and power management. So the biggest things that I'm seeing for him is he does need to be more precise on at least his altitude, among other things. But it's hard to have to adjust my expectations with students that I haven't like started, if that makes sense. Like ones that I took from beginning to end, I know what they're doing. I know what their abilities are. I don't know. It's just coming into it in the middle of it is difficult to not expect certain things at a certain point in their training. Like if he's coming up right now on his check ride, needs to get it scheduled or something, I expect a certain level. And if it's not there, it's like, okay. So that was one of the things that I wanted to like really impress on him, as well as we were working on the stalls to be full power on that power on stall because of, an CFI who left at work airport. They did power on stall and got themselves into a spin, or almost got themselves into a spin. It freaked both of them out. So then the CFI had him doing it at low power settings, and it was like, okay, that doesn't help. Anyway, rant over for now. So those are the things that we were trying to work on. The owner of the 150 is taking him as sort of like primary, but they haven't gotten to fly much because of weather either. So yeah, it's basically I'm just trying to do what I can, while also I have my stuff over here. Student trying to get through his check ride. I don't want to come into that and have this person over here and being spread thin like chocolate pudding scraped over too much ham. Name that movie. Or butter scraped over too much bread. Name that movie. So worked on that a little bit, and then thought I was going to be basically go immediately to or I thought I was going to have time to like go home and then go to work airport or home airport, but ended up when I got there, the owner of the 150 was working on the 150. So it had died again and wasn't working again. So I went over and I was trying to, I don't know, help or at least see what was going on. And eventually he what else did he do? Yeah, I went over to see about that. We went and flew, and then I went over and he got it started. I was about to leave, I think, and he had got it started and went and did a run up with it. So it was like, yay. So I stayed and waited and went and asked him about it, and he was like, oh, it's fine and everything, and it worked. And he had to do the oil change. He showed me how to do the oil change, and it was like, okay, at some point I'll have to like do that probably. It is not this day. And something else. He was going to do something else that was going to hopefully fix whatever was the issue. And so he was going to work on that. And then we went into another hangar, the hangar where I usually do the GPS updates, to go check, like get the logbooks, check those out, see about things. And the girl who passed her check ride, student, not mine, was in there. So we ended up chatting a bunch about her check ride. And she said she had a like 4-hour oral with this DPE who had driven from a different airport. And I have heard things about him, but I have not had any personal experience yet. And there were some things that I could definitely understand, but just the way that he went about it was definitely not a way I would have done it. So yeah, so there were some things where I was like, well, this is kind of what he was going for, but also, but seriously, a 4 freaking hour oral for a private anyway. So yeah, so she was just happy to have like gotten through it and everything. It was fine. It was done. And I did not watch the time, and I was like, oh God, I actually have to leave now. So like, yeah, I had to like go home and like eat quick and I was just itsy bitsy bit late, for my student, but he was doing his pre-flight when I got there anyway. But yeah, went and saw the owner of the 150 again, just to see if there was anything else and to go over anything, because the A&P was going to come the next day and look over that. Oh, and that's the other thing. The 172 also needed an oil change. So the owner was there as well. And he was going to do it, but then there were other things. The fuel pressure sensor was leaking again. So he was going to have the A&P look at that. And the owner also wanted me to winterize a couple things. There was a little flap, when the cowling was off, little metal flap that had to go down, as well as to tape up the cabin heat. There's a hole that like keeps the warm air that can, when you tape it up, the warm air can go into the cabin rather than like not going in. I don't know how to explain it. I'm sure you guys maybe know the technical terms. I don't know the technical terms, but had to tape a pole. As well as the Baron had a nav light out. So owner wanted the A&P to look at that as well. So lots of things for the A&P to do. And the both of them were leaving for their trips. So it was going to be on me because I was going to be there the next day. I had lessons. So it was like, okay, I can do that. Yeah. So yeah, chatted with them a bunch, went over stuff, talked about, well, with the owner of the 150, it was like, okay, so my inconsistent private student at work airport, it's like, I try to get her scheduled, but there's communication things and everything. And then there's been various cancellations for different reasons and life gets in the way and stuff. But it's also like, you know what? I have other people that I can be more consistent with. And I don't know. So, owner of the 150, since that's the plane we fly, he said it's going to be down for its 100 hours for like a week and a half or so. So you could use that as a, hey, take this time to get your written done and out of the way. And then when you're done with that, then come back and we'll get to it. And then you don't have to worry about that stuff so much. Kind of put it on her to be like, whether she comes back or not, sort of a thing. So yeah, so that made sense, I guess. The one thing is it's like, it's her and her husband both want to do it, but they were going to have her do it first, and they just want to do it for fun. So I want them to be able to do that and go do that and everything, but it's like, you have to have a certain mindset for it. And it's not just like getting in your car and going to wherever. You have to have a certain like dedication to it. So it's one of those things where starting out and getting into it myself, I do realize that I actually do have a passion for it. It's not just like, yeah, airplanes are generally cool and stuff like that, and like putting that work and dedication into it. Not everybody feels that way. And seeing that and like getting into it and then not having that follow through sort of thing, I've had to kind of get used to and be okay with that it's not everybody's gonna continue, which sucks, but it is what it is. Anyway, all that to say, had lots of good chattings with them, and there was a student who I had taken for a mock check ride, who is the son of one of the guy who owns, was two, now one, I think he got rid of the other one, of the planes that I do GPS updates for. He called me when I was debriefing with substitute student and called him back, and he passed his check ride beginning or end of the summer, wanted to go fly again, but schedules didn't work out before he went to school. He's back for the holidays or whatever and wants to, oh yeah, I should probably look into wants to go fly before going back again, I guess. And he wanted to get his complex in the 172. And I was like, you can't yet. So the 172 has a constant speed prop and movable flaps or whatever, or I can't remember what the word is for it. It does not have the retractable landing gear. So you need all three for it to be complex. At some point, it is going to get an autopilot in it, and so that it can be a technologically advanced aircraft, TAA. It has, I'm trying to remember, if it's the PFD, the MFD, and the two-axis autopilot, I can't remember. It's something like that. And the owner does want to get the autopilot in there. So at some point it will be a TAA. So we could do students complex in that, but cannot now. So I had to let him know that, as well as, yeah, at some point he wants to just like rent and stuff and yeah, that. So yeah, then it went, flew, not in a plane, home, ate, went to home airport, and yeah, my student was pre-flighting, and the one thing was he could only do it after work, and we're not going to do that because it would be after dark, and the owner said something at some point that it's not insured if going into an unlit airport at night and things like that. And I just didn't want to put that on them if something were to happen. However, I am not night current, so it wouldn't be on me. It would be on my student, who is night current. So yeah, so that's what I kind of like told him, and it was like, it's your responsibility for this. And he's like, okay, cool. And it was like, yeah. And got to see the kitty again. It was so cute. And yeah, so we went and what did we do? VOR, partial panel. He wanted to do that again, as well as a missed approach and hold. ILS, straight in. We worked on ATC ops, as well as intercepting and tracking radials. And we also did a VOR check. So that was good for his check ride coming up. Yeah, yep. So that was that. Coming back. IRL, yay, yay. Okay, so it went well. You were just working on your BFR. So are you all done? What all, like, yeah. I need more details. Cause, so did you do it like the hour of ground, hour of flight? Or did you do it through the wings program? Cause I do mine through the wings program. And I think that's why I haven't done a whole lot of BFRs, because I say that and people are like, no. Which is okay, because I've heard from people that other CFIs that it's like the BFRs are like the worst for certain pilots because they just want it pencil whipped and stuff. And they're the ones that you need to like actually like do stuff with. And yeah, so you can get certain personalities in that sort of a thing. So I feel like for me, and it was something that my the DPE, when I went with my student to his initial check ride, he brought up the wings program and the whole like liability and everything for CFIs, that if you do it through the wings program, it's less liability for you, which should it be the reason you do that? But it can also be a lot more like recurrent rather than just doing a flight every 2 years, if that makes sense. So yeah, I like the one, I've only done one BFR, and it was my student who he hadn't flown in a while, so he wanted like to train with me for like to get refamiliar, shake the rust off and everything. So I did already know how he flew and everything. So once it was like, okay, we went through all this stuff, you feel ready and everything, he was like, yeah. So we did our 1 hour ground and the 1 hour flight, and it was good. And he was a super good student, super good pilot and everything, and that was a really great experience for me. And he's a really cool individual, does like the does stuff with the weather stations as well, or yeah, the weather equipment as well as the ground navigation yeah, navigation equipment. So that was fun. So yeah, but I've had people wanting to get BFRs, and I'm like, oh, hey, so yeah, I do it through the Wings program, and then kind of don't hear from them again. So yeah, you did the 1 hour. Excellent. Okay. You've been thinking about trying it the Wings way though. So all you end up doing is you do the ground through the Wings program by yourself. And then it gives you a checklist for the flying portion. And the CFI just ends up signing off, yeah, we worked on this stuff, we did this stuff, and you performed. Fine. So I will say, I guess, I say I do BFRs through the Wings program. I haven't actually gotten to do it yet because I don't hear from anybody again. So, but it is. So if you going through the ground portion, you can do that whenever. And the flying portion, if you complete the Wings things whenever, you don't have to do like a BFR sort of a thing because these sort of count. So it's a continuous recency sort of thing rather than like, yeah, you don't fly for 2 years, you go and you 1 hour ground, 1 hour flight. Yeah, signed off, good to go. Sort of a thing, if that makes sense. Not that you do that, or not that other people do that, but some people might. So yeah, anyway. You have done some Wings courses. And I will, so the only Wings courses I've actually done were at Oshkosh the one time. So like I assume that there's other Wings courses around, like events that you can go to do, but or like if you're going and flying with a CFI or something anyway, you can like take that little Wings section and do that, and then that counts towards that sort of recency currency sort of thing. Is that what you mean? Or like the online thing, or like an in-person at like events sort of a thing? Because I am, like I said, I mean to do it that way. I just haven't been able to. You have done some in person and online. Okay, excellent. I should look into it some more. But yeah, it's just I haven't quite yet had to, just because it ends up not working out, or students don't end up coming back, or pilots don't end up coming back. So cool, excellent. I want to, and it does seem like a good program to do, and again, be more of like a recency thing rather than a just check in the box sort of a thing. So yeah, cool, excellent. So you're all good to go again. How's the instrument coming? And if you don't want to answer, that's fine. I have been one of the owners at Home Airport. Tons of experience, been around airplanes forever, works the airport, flies in the airport. He doesn't have his instrument yet. And so we've talked about me doing his instrument, and he just needs to get to the ground, and he hasn't got to the ground. So yeah, I've been like trying to make him be like, hey, it's like winter time and everything. It's not as busy as like the summer months and stuff like that, with like people coming in and having their airplanes worked on and all that sort of stuff. So get to the ground. And he's like, I know. And he'll tell me, I gotta get to the ground. And I'm like, yeah, you do. So yeah, I mean, could be a good time. I mean, apart from holidays now. So, but yes, at some point. And all good. Yes. Excellent. Excellent. And I assume it and that's the thing is if you are a recent pilot, if you stay proficient, it shouldn't be that bad. You just go, you show what you can do, and yeah, there you go. Maybe you learn or refresh something that you haven't used recently. But yeah, it's those ones that don't fly except every once in a while and then expect to just be checked off. So yeah, you're not one of those people. So yeah, I'm glad that went well, and yeah, it's good. Yeah, think almost. Yeah, we're almost through. Where is it? Yeah. So then, after that day, I guess, yeah, it was a good thing that I went to work airport because I got to talk to both of the owners of the two planes and get instructions for the A&P. Talk to him. Oh, I have to add a couple more hours. I think. Yeah. So we're supposed to have lesson with inherited instrument student, as well as inconsistent private student, as well as newest private student, as well as I was gonna get my currency. So I had to be there anyway. So instrument student canceled again, and owner of the 172 put off the oil change until after.
I been freaking babbling? How much have you guys not heard? Vaughn! Hello! Thank you for the raid! I am so sorry. How long have I been babbling and you guys haven't heard a thing? I'm so sorry. Frick! Sorry, and I whacked my mic. How y'all doing? How was your stream? What were you doing? And welcome. Sorry. So, I did something. What did I do? I must have clicked something that then... And you have no audio. You got quiet music, and they're... Only about 5 minutes. Are you kidding me? What's the last thing you heard? I wish this had a little more zip to it. There's only energy, no zip. I don't know. I don't know. I thought I figured it out. Like when... I'm sorry. So I don't know. I don't know. Thanks for sticking around. Well, okay. The last chats was the BFR stuff. So, okay, so we'll just go over this day. I assume that this is where it was. So, yeah, yeah, so I was gonna get... I'm so thrown now. So yeah. Had my instrument student flight and did that, and I didn't quite hit 1,200 hours. And so then the next day I was supposed to have 3 different flights, but 3 different lessons, and the weather wasn't looking great for the later ones. And then my inherited instrument student canceled again. And the plane, the 172 that we were gonna fly, needed to be warm for the oil to get an oil change. So it was a nice day, and I wanted some freaking hours, and I didn't know whether or not I was gonna be able to fly in my other lessons because weather, and I was gonna get my 1,200 hours, and I was going to get the plane nice and warm for the A&P for the oil change. So I went, and I was gonna go fly by myself, and so I went and got it together and flew from the left seat, since I haven't in a while, and I got up in the air and I was like, what am I gonna do? And so I did this. Yay. The reveal when you couldn't even hear me. So mad. And here's the thing. I am used to having to deal with this thing, or I was used to it, and then it was fine the whole time we were reading, and then it decided to go out again. So, anywho. Festive. Remember Tiny Tim. So, the wind was gonna be high. So, in my defense, it looks better on ForeFlight for one, but when we have done track art in the sim, we've noticed, right, that the one side looks good, and then the other side, what are you doing over here? There was wind, and I was trying to account for it, and so yeah, like I said, it looks better in ForeFlight, but it is what it is. It made me happy. And so then, as I was going back, I saw number 1 instructors plane out flying, and I knew he was on a trip. So I forgot about that. There was something else there. I saw number one instructor again, I thought. Oh, yeah. Okay, coming back. So yeah, his plane was out flying, and I knew he was on a trip. So I texted him a screenshot and just 7,500, like it had been hijacked. Sorry, that's not. It sounds like a bad joke, but it's it does sound like a bad joke when I say it like that. Somebody else was flying his plane, is what I meant, and he texts me back, and he's like, WTF and everything, and oh, that must be this person. And the name of this person was the student who I had just inherited and then sent off for check ride, and he got it down. Or he did it, passed and everything. And so I was like, he's flying your plane? I didn't say that, but it was a which Brian? And oh, okay, Brian. And he goes, no, not that one. He was like, oh, okay. And then he said, he texts me a picture or a screenshot of ADS-B exchange, and he says, it's squawking 1,200. And I said, I was joking, I'm sorry. It was supposed to be funny. And he's like, oh, I thought that he had messed up and I had to like call for something. And it turned out that the plane was going to come in for an approach. I heard him on the radio. They were coming in for an approach at work airport. I'm glad I not saying the names of the airports. If I say the first names of the people, that's fine, I guess. But anyway, so that was going to be a thing. So I watched them come in, and that was cool. And I was trying to get a video, but they went missed. And yeah, and it was like, I texted number one instructor, and I was like, yeah, it must be nice to be able to just go take somebody's plane when you want it or need it. Because he said he was probably doing instrument currency. And then I had been like watching, and because somebody was at the fuel, and so I was also waiting for fuel. So all right, I'll sit and watch. And then I like turn back. I'm gonna go like line up behind to be like, okay, I gotta go get fuel because the 150 is also coming in, and I got a lesson after this. And the person who was up at the fuel was walking away like he was gonna go use the bathroom or go to the FBO and leave his plane in front of the fuel. I was like, are you kidding me? As I started slow taxiing toward it. And he noticed, and he came back and pushed his plane back. And I was like, yeah. So yeah, did that, filled up, put it back. A&P, saw A&P's car drive in, like kind of right after that. So perfect timing, question mark. And then, yeah. Kendrick, thank you for the subscription. Heady ho there, heady ho. How's it going? How's it going? Good to see you. I hope you're well, and thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, 15 months. Oh my God, the time flies. Flies. But yeah. So, oh, sorry. I was also defending my art, my Christmas tree art. So the wind was coming from, can you see my mouse? Shoot, can't you? There it is. So the wind was coming from this direction. So had big tailwind coming this way, and it was able to make nice curves there, and then nice little sharp ones there, nice curve there, come like that. And something happened here, and I got off whatever. Oh, because it was coming from here, maybe it was coming from here. And so I would get pushed like that, and then I had to like turn like that, and then it was like that. Yeah, so that happened. So I was putting the 172 away, and the tape that the owner wanted me to use to tape up one of the things for winterizing, I texted a picture. I was like, is it this stuff? And he's like, yeah. And then he texted me a picture of this, and he's like, strange approach. And I said, yes. Student had to cancel on me, so the oil needed to be warm, so I went and had fun. So then owner said, oh, cool.
And he's probably going to have to start charging a cancellation fee for that student because other people could have flown. And it has. It's been... There's been weather stuff, there's been maintenance stuff, but then there also has been, again, life things that happen. But when it's that often, it is what it is. It is a businessy thing, as well as other people could have flown. So it is what it is. So, and that was one of the things that I asked the owner of the 150 about. He said something. I said something or he said something, and then he also said that that person likes to get on the schedule, but then ends up not. So I guess it's not just a me thing, but it is. It's one of those things where it's like, I want to get him done, and whatever, his written is expiring in like February. That's why we were trying to get at it, but there's only so much I can do when he can't be there. So, and then it's another thing, like for me, I don't get those hours. It's another time slot that I could have had somebody else in. And yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how that works and plays out and whatever. So yeah, so he brought that up. And then I was trying to help the ANP, got the cowling off, talked him through fuel leak from the fuel pressure sensor. So he was going to seal that up or something, did the winterizing, started the oil change, and showed him the nav light on the Baron to look at. And then I had to go to my lesson with inconsistent private student, and she was there doing the stuff, whatever, went through it. Weather looked okay, so we went out to go fly. And again, winds were up higher. So again, it's been a while, so we went and we're just going to maneuver. And as we went up, it seemed like a good opportunity to really kind of get like wind correction sort of things in. So basically just tried to make her stay on a straight track and just see like, okay, wind correction, things like that. Degrees, force of it, direction of it, on different cardinal directions. And it was like, as we did it, it was like, okay, once she kind of got the like altitude and speed and all that stuff set, and then could focus kind of on the heading, once we started doing that, so it's like, okay, so go south. And so went south. How are we actually going? And she's like, well, it looks like sort of diagonally. All right, so adjust it like this. And then she would kind of like nail it, and then it'd be like, haha, look at your track here, perfect. And I was like, yay. Go to another cardinal direction, think about how that one might inform this one, get it right. And once she got it like the way she liked it, boom, nice and straight. So did those. And then it was at a what's it called, a speed at which I was like, you know what, this is a day I bet we could hover. So I was like, do you want to see something cool? And she's like, yes. So I was like, okay, we're going to get into slow flight. We're going to get into slow flight. So 40 degrees of flaps and all that stuff. So we're like riding the stall horn, and I'm looking at the ground speed, and it's still like 13 knots. And I'm like, I swear we could get to 0. And I look down at my iPad, and my airplane is turned around the wrong way. And I was like, oh, so we're going slow enough that it's like confused. And then I look up and I realize we're going backwards. It was so exciting. So we were going backwards 13 knots. And that's why my iPad was showing like the wrong direction, because it thought we were going in the opposite direction. And it was the first time I'd ever done that. And yeah, it was so cool. I was so happy. And and she was excited about it and everything. And it was fun. So that was fun too. And then, yeah. And then. So yeah, did that. And we had quite a bit of wind, like a bit of a headwind coming back. So I was trying to get back for hopefully next lesson, but got into the pattern and tried to have her kind of like hold the square pattern, but it was fairly strong-ish, so it didn't work out too well. It was a little bumpy as well. We had been above the bumps, but then got down towards the bumps. And she's one who still kind of gets nauseous. So tried to let her like just kind of hold it in the pattern as long as she could, but then I usually let students try to fly it to the final, but it was like at that point where I was like, okay, I'm gonna need to just start it from the downwind so that we get a nice approach and get in. So we did that, let her stay on the control so that hopefully she didn't get, too nauseous, and got that in. It was a little spicy, but got it. And went in, fueled up, and took it back to the hangar, pushed it in, and other student was already there, so let her start pre-flighting and everything. As we debriefed, went over stuff, talked about wind, whatever, sent her off. I went to go talk to the A&P for one thing or another, and let her do her pre-flight. And then came back and was looking at the winds, and it was not going to be good. And she still knew, so I was like, yeah, it's not. It's not going to be conducive to proper learning. But it's going to make her make the decision. So I did. I was like, all right, so these are the things we're thinking about, and this and that and the other thing, whatever. And she did. She did not want to like make that decision, but I made her, and it was good, and she did it. And yeah, so it was a good moment practicing that. We went and we did some ground, went over PAVE, and got deeper into like documents, inspections, things like that, and then went over the POH, performance calculations, weight and balance, stuff like that. And then somebody else, the 172 must have been fine. So somebody else went and took it out before it got super spicy. And then they came back in, and it turns out it was there was a student who I had taken up for like 2 flights, and he had wanted to basically get his private done in like 3 months. And it was, he was with the other instructor primarily, and I just took him for a couple, and it wasn't going as fast as he wanted it to go, so he went somewhere else. I was like, okay, that's fine. And now he's at like college for it, and he got his private and everything, so that's cool. And so he's back for Christmas and the holidays, whatever. And so he's looking to rent again, I guess. And he was also with the son of another guy who is in the hangar just over from the 172. So yeah, small world sort of thing. And yeah, so chatted a little bit and then finished ground with my student. And I think that's it, ? Yeah, I have no... Wait, why don't I have any more pictures? Oh, because... Oh, yeah, we didn't log because... Oh, yeah, so... Hang on. I guess newest private student didn't have her logbook with either, ? Because I don't have a picture of it. So yeah. Oh, and yeah, so then I, after ground with student, I was supposed to go get my night currency, but it was a little too spicy for me as well, especially in the 150. Plus, I had to like kind of wander around and make sure everything was good. 172 was the maintenance was all good. It went out and flew, so it must have been. As well as I went to check the Baron, make sure that was all locked up and everything. And the nav light still didn't work. So when I talked to the A&P, he said that when he went in there, he asked if the Baron had been painted recently because there was paint on the grounding portion of it. So he got it working for a little bit and then it stopped. So then he was going to go be scraping he was going to try to go scrape some paint off it to try and get it to work. And it was like, okay, I left him to it because I had to go do stuff. But apparently it didn't work because I went in and tried it and it wasn't working. So yeah, so that was that. And thought that the white nav light in the back was out too, but turns out it's like also a strobe, and I haven't gotten actually an answer back about that. So yeah, so had to like do the rundown of all the things, send that to the owner of both of those, and for instructor texted me he's on a trip. He is currently working through headsets, in-ear headsets, because he was getting headaches from his. So he is trying a bunch of different headsets, finding the best one. So that'll be fun to see where that goes. And I think that's it. Yeah. Just wait till you see people have subbed for 72 months. Oh my, like, no, like the time is already moving too fast as well as not fast enough. I don't need that. OMG voice seeping in. I know. Hey, it's useful for certain purposes. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, one thing I did forget ended up on one of the days I was at home airport. I was a little bit late for for reasons that were not my own. And for new instrument student. So got there and there were other cars there and I was starting to walk in and somebody says, I can't remember what he said, but yeah, is it lesson time or whatever? And it was number one instructor. And it was like, oh yeah, how you do, whatever. And it was also inherited student who had just taken check ride. So inherited student who had just taken check ride has a Bonanza. So does number one instructor. So they have been flying, trying to get him proficient and good and signing him off for stuff in his own Bonanza. So they were going to go and bring it to annual at home airport. So they had to drive off and then number one instructor was going to fly it in while the student, now private pilot, drove back. So after first lesson with instrument student, I had some time, I guess. I don't remember why. Did I get canceled on or? Oh, it was because new private student couldn't make that day work. So I was just going to have some time. So when I came back from lesson, unfortunately, number one instructor had to leave. And that's how I knew that he was on a trip, because student, or private pilot now, brought it up. And so that's, connections. So he was there, that student there, waiting for owner to get back to basically like talk about the plane and everything. So we ended up chatting for a while about his check ride. So the couple things, sent him to the person the DP I took my check ride with, 3 check rides with, and who we've been using forever. He's a little bit more expensive now, so we might be going elsewhere. And it's been the same plane the whole time. So apparently, though, he had an issue this time because the plane has I keep wanting to say stall kit, but the owners at home airport say stall kit. Short takeoff and landing kit on the wings. And he wanted to see from my student the STC and everything and what needed to be done and the things it needed to have placards in it and whatever. So apparently the STC or the diagrams and stuff did not require that. I'm going to have to talk to the owner again to remember and fully understand. So that was, he had like a full thing, like a whole thing about it, and he was getting all whatever and steamed about it. And my student, I guess, who is a little sarcastic, he's got a certain personality, but he's like, so DPE, you've had this plane. You've had this plane how many times? And it does. It turns out it didn't need the things that he thought that it needed. But they did. They ended up going and doing this stuff, and it was fine. And apparently, okay, so one of the things, I know, I have taken 3 check rides with this DPE, and I have heard things from, not about this DPE, but like certain things that he likes and doesn't like and whatever. One of the things being, you stop the plane before you do any reconfiguring once you land. Carb heat, flaps, whatever. At home airport, got into a habit of putting the carb heat back in at least, because landing on the grass, you don't want that stuff like kicked up and everything. So I teach my students when they are going to take their check ride, do not stop or leave everything until you are stopped or until you clear the runway. So this student decides to see what would happen if he puts the carb heat back in on landing. And apparently DPE went nuts. And student thought that he was gonna like fail him right there. And I was like, I told you not to do that. And there's a reason why. And the DPE said, and this is what I've heard, is people try to reconfigure while they're out there taxiing and everything. And they do the landing gear rather than the flaps and then things like that. So I was like, I do. He's a decent guy, whatever. He's got a certain attitude that I was like, give me raising my blood pressure. And it is. It's like those. You never know what students are gonna do. He flew just fine and everything. No matter what you tell them, they're gonna go and do something else just to see what happens. Oh my god. So anyway, but we did ended up chatting about his stuff, and like have chatted with number 1 instructor too about like what he plans to do with his Bonanza and just different things when it comes to oxygen use and stuff like that. And it's interesting. It's like, I'm glad he's dealing with that instead of me. So yeah. And I think that was about it. So, oh my god, yeah. I should have known it was going to take that long, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's all I that's all I got. So yeah. I need food. Not candy cane food. Energy drink is done. I need proper sustenance. So, yay, festive Christmas tree, fly-y sort of things. But we'll go back to or that. I don't know. This one? That one? Or that one. Hey. Either way. Festive. Fun. Excellent. Oh, and now that I have that up, I can, there. Now you know how you felt times 1,000 teaching soldiers how to drive when you were still in the army. Oh no. I can only imagine. And I will say, like, trying to do the, we didn't talk about that, I guess. Working towards doing National Guard stuff. It's like, I do, as much as, I mean, CFI, whatever, that's some leadership stuff, but I'm also not a very person-y person, so dealing with different personalities is interesting. So it is. I am grateful that I've had a little bit of that experience if I actually do get in. That, I don't know, it'll at least help. I hope. So yes, I do. Like, kudos to you for handling all that. Like, that's the sort of stuff where I'm like, I do. I just want to fly. If I get in, I just want to fly planes and not deal with people. It's probably not what's going to happen. So getting a little bit of a taste of that to be prepared-ish. Civilian stuff is easy. Military stuff is much more complicated. Yay! What am I getting into? Or what would I be getting into? So yes, speaking of that, I got through I got through all my books, and I got through this prep site. It's Crack ASVAB, but it's got the AFOQT practice tests. So I got through all of those, some of which I do. In doing this, I have like thought, there are times when the questions aren't correct, or the questions and or the answers aren't correct. And I'm like, I'm noticing this now, and I'm like, how many times when I was like younger and doing this stuff where I just didn't understand, why isn't this answer correct? It was because it was incorrect. So yeah, maybe not, but yeah, just anyway. Not just the aviation stuff, because it was a lot of aviation stuff and how they like explain it. Like one of the things that like chaps my khakis is when they describe the axes of the aircraft and how to control it. Because they'll talk about like how they say it is, what is it? What controls the lateral axis, the pitch? And it's like, I get what you're saying, but why are you explaining it like that? Or I have also seen in like either the books or the other prep, is they'll use on instead of around the certain axis, and technically it's incorrect. It's flipped based on just that little word. And it ticks me off because it's like, it's technically not that, and you're gonna mark it wrong. So even though I'm trying my hardest to do this right and prep myself right, it might still mark it incorrect. But I digress. And then there was like, again, I loved the site. It was so helpful just going through like a variety of things. It felt like going back through my initial ground study in aviation using Sporties and the 200 questions, and then finding other places and things and like banks of questions that I hadn't yet gone through. And that really helped, seeing all those different questions. So this was also similar. However, there were a couple of complaints, like the situational judgment, which I'm terrible at. The situational judgment section, it doesn't say why, like one and not the other, but I'm starting to understand. There's like little so the situational judgment being, it gives you a scenario, and depending on who's involved, what is the action that you should take. And I don't yet understand all of the rankings and stuff, and who goes where and what, like trying to follow the chain of command and understanding who you can go to and what you're, it like there's certain situations where it's like it's one answer here and one answer over here, and why. But then I'm learning-ish a little bit that it's because of these little tiny tweaks in the who's involved and how they where I am and where they are. And yeah, so I'm awful at that. So it's like, I need to know why, and they didn't give me that, so I just ignored all that. And then in like the block count, like, and then there were like answer keys that weren't quite right, and then they were swapped somewhere and another, so I had to find those. And or like in the block counting specifically, it like asked, okay, it would have like side 1, side 2, side 3, side 4, and then it would say which block or how many blocks are connected to 22, and it's like, that's not even on that one. So there were some stuff that was like not quite synced, but it was still good practice. And the other thing is apparently the table reading sheet or grid is like 40 by 40 or something like that, rather than these little tiny what are they, little tiny tables that they give you in the prep. So I'm gonna have to like figure that out, practice with that. And I'm not actually quite sure whether it's like fully computer or fully paper, or if it's like a mixture of both. So I've been trying to kind of do both, doing it on the computer while also still bubbling it in, to like get that whole, all right, it takes a certain amount of time to bubble the letters as well as find where I am. So I got to make sure to put my finger on the answer sheet so that I know, all right, I can come back to here and shave off some precious seconds trying to find where I'm at, sort of a thing. So yeah, all that to say, got to that point, got through all that. I still want to like retake some of the practice tests or take some of the like legit practice tests in like the books and or online. But I was at a point where I need to actually kind of get this, see what the scheduling is like. So contacted the recruiter again, and recruiter was like, can you go over like would this work? And I'm like, yep. And then recruiter goes, all right, I'm gonna have you contact this person. And so I was like, okay, contacted that person and conversed slightly where it's like, okay, this is when I have the test, and here's the next time when I have the test for the AFOCT. And I was like, okay, let's do this one because it's earlier because I want to be done with it. And we'll see what happens. I've been prepping. So yeah, so it's like, okay, we're gonna do that, and sends me a form to fill out. And I was like, okay, so I got the form. I can like do forms, and it's small form, and it says it's like TCO. I assumed TCO. I Googled test control officer. I assumed that person was my TCO. So then, so I assumed that he would fill in all the stuff that I couldn't. And it said, just fill in the blue ones. And so I filled in the blue ones, but some of the ones that weren't blue, like my education, was filled in with 12 and B. So 12 years of, just as an example, 12 years and B for bachelor's degree. And it was like, well, it's not blue, so should I change it? I don't know. So I just followed the instructions. And I just left that, filled in what I could, left what I couldn't, which was a lot of it. And so I was like, okay, send it to his military email, because sort of sensitive material. And I was like, okay, so I filled in what I could. Let me know if you need anything else. And I haven't heard from him. And so I'm like, okay. So then I waited a little while. And so then now I was like, okay, so hey, he's gonna be gone for the week of Christmas and New Year's, so I would like to get it done before then, scheduled, and know all the information. So I emailed him again, and I was like, so hey, just wanted to like verify some of this stuff, and it had a different test date on it than the one he gave me. So I was like, okay, is that correct or not? And so I was like, okay, so just wanted to verify this. Is there anything else you need from me? Whatever, like, should I change the education and stuff like that, or whatever that is? I don't know the testing location and details at all, so I can't fill any of that in. And still haven't heard. So I'm like, okay, so do I need to talk to my recruiter now to be like, hey, I would like to find this out now before I can't, because he's gonna be gone. So I don't know, and I don't want to be that person who's like, doesn't know what's happening. And it's like, does he know that I'm a civilian coming into this? I don't think so, because he wanted, instead of like sending it through his military email, he asked, like, he said I could send it through this other thing, which I assume is a military thing. So I'm not in the military, so I don't have access to that. So that's why I send it to the email. So yeah, I don't know. So I'm stressing. But we'll see. So yeah, I'll probably text my recruiter and just be like, hey, so I don't know, ? Yeah, so that's where that's at. Plus, I've been working on the TBAS with the TBAS Study Pro off Steam. And you guys may or may not have seen how I did with that, and it was not good. But I have definitely gotten better. The directional orientation thing, I got I got down to 1.3 seconds. But the one thing that is, I think, different from that to the actual test is you reading. So should I just try and put it up? Can I go like that? Let's try that. Yeah. Okay. So for the directional orientation thing. Oh no, it's not working. Oh. Yeah. Nope. Okay. Nope. There we go. Okay. So, directional orientation for this one. Come on. Come on. Why? Okay, sure. So, it's like this, right? Oh, you can't see it. Gosh darn it. So, down here, it says select the east parking lot. So, I have been training or practicing with, okay, so this is pointing this way. So, the east parking lot is directly behind it. So I click it, right? And so select the northwest. This is right there, sort of a thing. But it's, the actual test apparently speaks to you. So I feel like that's going to throw me off. So I started practicing like within the past few days of, okay, find which one is north and then be able to click it. Find which one is north. So north is over here. Select the southeast, click it. North is here, select the west, click it. And so my average time is now up at like 2 to 3 seconds and it's like destroying me. But also I feel like, cause when I looked at like people talking about it, like they said how it goes is it shows the thing and then the person speaks. The parking lot you're looking for or something is northwest. So if, I guess I can look at that again. If I get that and it starts speaking, the parking lot, I find the north, as soon as it says south, boom, I can click it. So it's not quite like this where it's just one after the other, after the other, after the other. It's like once it says the southwest, then the time starts. So I can be like, boom. But I don't know. So I've started practicing like that and I feel like I've started to kind of like not lose my ability, but I get a little rusty because I haven't been practicing the other way. So we'll just see what happens, I guess. And I've gotten a lot better at the aircraft tracking. So that's good. I'm happy about that because that was the one I was like, I cannot believe, like, I can't do it. I fly planes and yet I can't do this. It just takes drilling and practice. So yeah, so I've gotten better at that. That one I'm able to just like, schedule at some point. So after I take the AFOCT, I'll give myself a little bit more time to practice that, get like really go hard on that specifically, and then take it hopefully like the week after or something. So yeah, that's where that's at. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Hate to break it to me, but in the military, everyone has to teach eventually. No! But what if I refuse? I just want to stay a lowly pilot who does not talk to anyone. I'm just going to stay in my little corner. I mean, and I do, like, again, like with the like CFI, actual flight instructing, I feel like it'll be easier now than it would have been with my personality back then. But I don't know. We'll see. And command. No, I don't want to. I don't want to be responsible. I just want to fly planes. Oh, yeah. You're fortunate you never had to use any prep site. You were still in high school when you took yours. Well, that must be nice. Yeah, I have. I've been doing it on my own. But I'm used to that. I like doing that. I like doing it by myself. So there are points where it's like I would like a little bit of guidance, but it's at this point in my life, I'm it is. It's what it is. Message, you have any? Yes, I do. We will. I'm going to try to get through this part first, and then we'll figure out what's, where it goes from there. Could do study time if we want. Now it's going to be the holidays. So we'll see. Hoping to reach Chatsu because you got supper almost ready. I'm sorry. Yes, definitely get to supper. I definitely need to get to supper as well. I'm sorry. That's I think that's all. Classic example of how it really is usually better to start flight training at 0. When joining the military helps you get in the right mindset at the beginning. And that's also kind of like what I've heard a bit as well, ? And for the thing is some of my hours still count. They at least want you to have a private or whatever. But some of the hours count. And I'm like, yay, 1,200. No, they only count like 60. It's like, cool. But hey, I'll take it. I said a word, ladies. Oh my God, what'd I say? What did I say? I didn't mean to. I didn't even notice. We're just going to gloss over it. If I'm looking to avoid responsibility, the military is the absolute last place to work. I know. And that's the thing. I do. I'm not optimistic about it. I feel like I'm not going to get it. I'm going to do my best trying to do it just to at least say that I tried. If I do get in, obviously I'm going to take it as it is. Like the whole aviation journey in general has been just go with the flow. Like it's not been something I ever thought that I would ever do. And I just, let it happen as it happens. Take it, do it, deal with it. And that's what I would do. And I would do my best with it. So like with rifle marksmanship, your drill sergeants were like, who's a hunter? Hunters raise hands. Okay, now we know who the worst military shooters are. No. Okay. No, Ryan Mine said, I will make it. Well, but okay. And here's the thing. I absolutely do have the wrong mindset because it's like, I'm at 1,200 hours, right? Part of the reason I started looking at this back in January, because I was doing military multi-engine training and saw some fighters and thought they were cool. And I texted for instructor and he's like, yeah, you could go fly those. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah. And so that started this basically. And now it's been a year. So I am on one hand, I do like it could be good experience. It could get me my multi-engine hours that I need and things like that. It looks good on a resume, military experience. But at the same time, I'm at a point now where if I went in a different direction, I could also potentially get, if I focused on other things rather than this, I could also get that experience and things like that. Plus, it's such a huge commitment. Plus, it's all that responsibility. Like is it really even, do I have the personality for it? All the things that we just talked about. So it's like, it's one thing, like there's would it be really cool? Yes, but it's not all gonna be really cool. You also have to take all the other stuff with it. And is it good timing either? Like, again, I already have the 1,200 hours. I'm hoping to get to my 1,500 by summer and then start really going hard for big girl jobs. So by that point, do I really want to be in that place, in that sort of contract ? You know what I mean? So part of me is like, I want to try for it and say I did, but not get it. Because, oh darn. But I do. I'm like, if I did end up getting it somehow, I would definitely do my best. If I'm going into it with I will fail, you will probably find a way to fail. I mean, just keep telling myself, look how much money I will save by having the government pay for it. But again, I'm at the point now where it's like, I'm also still getting paid for it. You know what I mean? I'm a CFI now, so I haven't had to pay for my hours for a little while now. So that's another reason why, like, it had like the window of where it would have kind of made sense has passed a little bit, but I'm also like kind of committed to still trying now. So we'll see. Yeah. Anyway, nothing like what the government. Okay, all right, fine. Nothing like what the government will be paying for. Okay, fine. That's fair. But still, it is. It's like I have like this next year. I wanted to kind of get out of the grind as I'm coming up on my 1,500 hours and get like more balanced in life and do a bunch of things. Yeah, there's all sorts of things that I wanted and still want to do this next year before I get locked into big girl pilot job, that if I got this, would I be able to do those things? Sort of. So, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. It's one of those things where it, in some parts, look good and other parts don't necessarily make sense. So, the average military aviator by the end of year 2 has had like 5 million put into their training easy. But how many hours am I actually getting for that? Wow, like that would be nice. I would have been done with all of my hours. So yeah, like it is. It's one of those things where is it really like a logical thing for me to do right now? A lot. Okay, fine. So, well, and the thing is because like I'd be going National Guard sort of, is once I'm actually in it, they say you're like not gonna get like a bunch of hours once you're actually in it. But yes, once you like for the training, I guess, yeah, fine. But yeah, so I don't know. It is. I'm trying for it. I'm finishing it. I'm finishing it out, getting it done, and washing my hands of it, moving on to the next thing. So yeah. Oh, so my glasses, my nice Ray-Bans that I got as a gift, I lost one of the little nose pads. I'm so sad. So I've been looking for replacements. And I need to ask for instructor, but yeah, I might have to get like little generic ones rather than legitimate ones, and it makes me sad. So that's, yeah, the other thing. But it's okay, because I have the Ray-Bans, and I'll get them fixed, and it will be fine. Tiny Tim. It's full-time flying. What more do you want? Full-time, but then it goes part-time with much fancier aircraft. I know. That's the part that I like. So yeah, we'll see. It's one of those things where it sounds really sweet, but the reality of it is that do I want to deal with that? So I do. If I get it, I'm going to deal with it. If I don't get it, I won't be too sad. Initial training is full-time, very full-time for a while. Right, exactly. And that's the other thing. Like, getting into that and being full-time when I'm at the point, not that I'm going to get a job right at 1,500 hours, but I'm like at the point, right? So, I don't know. I don't want to necessarily like lock into that. If maybe hiring will be really, really good once I get my 1,500 hours. So we'll see. I'm going with the flow, leaving it, dealing with it. It's going to be what it's going to be, sort of a thing. So, yeah. So that's it. I need food, and I'm going to, I have stuff to do tomorrow. So so all that. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. The babblings, oh my God. Sorry. This is probably the longest stream I've ever done. So thanks for being here, hanging out. We went from Christmas carol, jolly festivities, and ghosts and spooks, and morality and joyfulness to life and other things. But it is. I am going to, again, try. Oh, I meant to do. through this Christmas and beyond. No! What happened? Did it just cut out? Really? Okay, apparently the technology is saying, shut up and go. So it is clearly time. Okay, sorry. Finishing off before it complains again. Are we good? Okay. Let us take. I am going to try, and we can all, you can all try, we can all try together in spirit. Take that all with, and yeah. Goodness, and live life, and don't take it for granted, and be good to other people, and stuff. So, yeah. It was all much more beautifully said in the reading, but it is what it is. So, yeah. Coming back up. Good to see you too. And I'm hoping to and I feel like I shouldn't say it because then that'll, what's it called? Jinx it. I'm hoping the Monday or Tuesday after Christmas to do a Christmas game stream. So we'll see though, because I want to get the games into. I miss doing the games, and I'm sure I have some games I haven't looked that would be fun to do, and it would be just fun, chill, and everything before the new year and all that. So yes, hopefully that cross your fingers and hope to see you then. But yes, for study time before I will try again. It's so and I will say, so the test is supposed to be coming up soon-ish, but it's also the holidays, right? So I'm not sure I will have like time for like collaborative study, but we'll see. Because that would like help to when it's not just me, I can get an outside perspective, but we'll see. What an abrupt end, right? Exactly. And before it complains again. Yes. Yeah. Whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I'm really happy we got to do this. Thanks for sticking around through all of the sillinesses and whatever. So thank you, Vaughn, for the raid. Appreciate you so much. And Kithrick for the resubscription. Appreciate you as well. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy New Year if I don't see you before then. And yeah, all the good things. If I've forgotten anything, brain is mush, the energy drink is wearing off, I haven't eaten all day, I'm full of sugar, and energy drink, and that's it. So, yeah. Have a great whatever it's gonna be for you. Hope to see you again soon. We talked a little bit about it. So, and until next time, all the good things. So, festiveness and joy, and yes, good night, and all the things. Sorry. Thank you again. Merry Christmas, and bye.